All right, good morning. I'm getting the thumbs up that we're all good to go. And so welcome everybody to the March 2020 board meeting for the Colorado Water Conservation Board. We are going to start the meeting off with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Okay, item 1 on our agenda is board appointments and election of officers. And so the update on the appointments are that Director Hawkins and I were both reappointed for our second terms, and I know we're both very excited about that. Oh, thanks, guys. And then I want to sincerely welcome Director Felt, who was appointed recently, and we will start off with your swearing in. So, Counselor Beatty. Wonderful. Congrats and welcome. Sincerely, we're so excited to have you join us on the board. And I really appreciated last year, Director Yon mentioned how, and brought up that, you know, we're all appointed and we all fill seats. We have, based on our political affiliation, and this is a bipartisan board. But I think one of the greatest things about this board is that until there's a newspaper article or something written about us, I don't really know who's a D and who's an R and who's an I, and the cool thing about that is because it doesn't seem to matter. The people that tend to be on this board are just so passionate about doing the best for their basins and doing the best for the state of Colorado and moving the bar forward so that we can have a sustainable water future. And so I know that you will enjoy being part of this bunch, and I want to thank you all for making it such a great experience for all of us. And for me, I'm so glad to be on the board again, but it's just inspiring and incredible to get to work with this group of people on the board and our incredible staff. So I know you'll enjoy it. I look forward to working with you. Okay, our next item as part of item 1 is the election of officers. And so we are now at the time of the year where we re-elect the officers for the board. And so I will open the floor to nominations and accept nominations, and then I'll close it and we'll vote on the nominations we receive. So are there any nominations of officers? Director Anderson.
I would first like to thank Heather for her term as the chair of this board. I thank you. I would like to further go ahead and nominate Celine Hawkins as our chair and Jessica Brody as our vice chair.
Okay, thank you for that nomination. Are there any other nominations? Not yet. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, we will close the nomination period, and now we'll vote on the nomination that was received. Is there a motion to accept Director Anderson's nomination? Director Brown?
I move to accept Director Anderson's nomination of Celine as our chair and Jessica as our vice chair.
Second. Thank you. It's been moved by Director Brown and seconded by Director Yon to elect Director Hawkins as the chair and Director Brody as the vice chair. Is there any discussion of the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, ladies.
Well, thank you all, and it is a real pleasure to be up here. Let's start with agenda item 1A. We're going to review and approve the agenda. I have heard from staff that due to some updates in the case, we are going to remove agenda item 22. Are there any other amendments that are needed to the agenda? Director Dutton.
I move we approve the agenda with the noted edit.
It's been moved by Director Dutton, seconded by Director Yon. All those in favor, or any discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion approved. All right, we will move on to agenda item 2. You have received in your board packet the minutes from the board meeting of January 27th and 28th. Director Anderson.
I noticed where we were speaking of the MOA funds that they misspelled Uncompahgre for one. And I am not employed by Water Conservation Districts. It's the Uncompahgre Valley Water Users Association.
Excellent. Those edits are noted. Are there any other edits to the meeting minutes? Director Dutton.
I move we approve the minutes with the edits noted by Director Anderson.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Director Dutton to approve the minutes with the edit from Director Anderson and seconded by Director Yon. Is there any discussion? All right, we will note for the record that Director Felt is abstaining. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 3, approving and/or removing consent agenda items. You have all received the consent agenda items and information in your board packets. And I would entertain any removals from the consent agenda items or motions about the consent agenda. Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I move to approve the agenda items, the consent agenda items.
All right, it's been moved by Director Schwartz to approve agenda item 3, the consent agenda item, seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Motion carries. All right, we're on to agenda. There is no number for the agenda item, but let's call it 3.5. Board meeting dates in 2020. You can see the update on the dates as we rotate through the basins in the summer. I think this is just an update unless there's any questions or discussion from the board. And seeing none, we will move into item 4, director's reports. And we will start with Director Gibbs.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your new position. And
Want to thank Director Dutton for her service, being the chair for this past year. You've done a really wonderful job. I'll actually give you a round of applause for all your amazing work. So thank you. Also want to congratulate Director Felt. Director Felt / Commissioner Felt and I have known each other. I'm trying to think of how many years it's been, but we were on a 15 at least, yeah, on a unique task force looking at kind of right to float issues, and to have someone that's very collaborative like Greg, part of that mix, that really understands outdoor recreation and water policy, and you were just a huge plus to be a part of that group. So it's been really great to work with you over the years, and really excited that the governor appointed you to this really important commission. So congratulations. Yeah. Let's see. COVID-19, I know that's on the mind of everyone here, so I'll just jump right into it. Right now, there are 17 known cases in Colorado, and that's from an update from last night. For folks that have worked in emergency services, whether it's fires, floods, or other catastrophic events, are familiar with the incident command structure. So this particular incident is very similar to a structure for other events. So you have an EOC, Emergency Operations Center, that's really jointly right now run by Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment and Office of Public Safety, and then Office of Emergency Management. And so they are working closely with the federal partners at CDC to share information, to also work with local communities. Every county, for example, has a Board of Health, and so much of, as you plan for health challenges, many decisions are also made at the local level. So it's really a unique collaboration right now between the feds, the state, and then also working with local communities. Yesterday, the governor announced that he brought forward emergency declaration for the state of Colorado. What that did was a couple different things. First of all, it helps with better coordination at the federal level, but he also directed the Department of Labor to look in particular at those that work at child care facilities, work within healthcare, to explore paid family leave for those that work in those areas. He also directed Department of Labor to identify wage replacement avenues that could be possibly brought up. He is also directing Department of Personnel to explore emergency rulemaking, to explore what HR guidelines we may need to change as a result of this. And then also, starting today at 10 a.m., for those that have a note from their doctor, can do the first, I believe first in the nation, I think, a drive up at 8100 East Lowry Boulevard to do a test. And so, again, the governor really wants to make it as easy as possible to test those. And you can't just drive up. You have to, have a note from your doctor. But I think this is very unique. He's also exploring ways to do that in other parts of the state, in particular on the western slope. This is really kind of a all hands on deck. I mentioned the agencies that are really kind of the leads with this right now. Right now, the Department of Natural Resources, and I'm looking at my friend Commissioner Greenberg with Department of Ag, but the other departments are really in more of a supporting role. And I say supporting role is that, sometimes folks will call us and say, hey, can you loan people out? And so, for example, next week, the communications director for the Department of Natural Resources, Chris Aaron, we're loaning him out to the Emergency Operations Center in Centennial. So he'll be working in the, what's called, there's a lot of acronyms in emergency management, in the JIC, that stands for the Joint Information Center. And so he'll be in that capacity, and then we don't want to miss a beat, so then we're rolling. Thank you to Sarah Leonard. Sarah is hopefully everyone knows Sarah, but Sarah's a communications director for CWCB, but she's going to help cover CWCB, but she's also going to help cover the Department of Natural Resources. And so, depending on how this shakes out, throughout this spring and summer, we're going to continue to all have an all-hands-on-deck approach to really assist those in need. Just late last night, at about 11:30 or so, we received new guidance from Office of Personnel that my team is currently working on, so that I can get an email out, in the next hour or so, to everyone in the Department of Natural Resources, so you have the latest information on exactly what this emergency declaration says, what we are contemplating for HR guidelines. Your safety, speaking, for the Department of Natural Resources, is really my number one priority, and especially the staff. And I'm looking at you as directors. You're an extension of my staff, and so your safety is very, very, very important to me. And so I was asking Jim earlier. I mean, you all are on the state email, I believe, and I don't know how often you check that state email, but make sure you check it, because I want to make sure you have the information that all my staff has, real-time information. I'm planning on not sending out emails every day or anything like that. I don't want it to be overload, but I want to make sure you have the information that the governor shares with us that I think is really important for you to know. Let's see here. I guess before I talk about other issues are obviously not as important, but I just want to open up for any questions before I move on to other items. Yeah.
So more a comment than a question, but I just want to pass along my thanks to the governor and the entire leadership team for being proactive, getting a lot of really helpful information out to local communities. Not only do I have a leadership role in Denver Water, but I'm also on the board of a Denver charter school. And CDPHE has been incredibly helpful in providing guidance in navigating what is a very tricky and fast-evolving situation. So I hope you'll pass along my thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, CDPHE, I believe, has at least 150 people, alone working on this, and when you look at all the connections with other agencies, it's we are all working together on it. But thank you. I'll pass that information on. Yeah, Gail.
And thanks, Dan. And I know this has been really complicated. I think everyone here is fully aware of how cautious we need to be. And I think that we proceeded forward with this meeting, but I want us to all just use extreme caution and be in consideration. And then just secondly, the resort communities on the I-70 corridor, I think in those counties it might be helpful to have the access to the testing, maybe in Glenwood or someplace, because the prevalence of the quarantine going on in Aspen, for example.
Yeah, that's noted. There are a couple of cases in Eagle County, Gunnison, and Pitkin County, as you know. And just to expand too, I'll definitely share that information, but we are looking also, the Department of Natural Resources has, here's another acronym, a COOP plan, a continuation of operations plan. And so the DNR has one, but also each division within the DNR has one. And thank you to Becky and your team for really working overtime. Becky, that once that's finalized, it'd be great if we could share that with everyone here. But to give everyone a snapshot of kind of what that entails, let's say, Becky gets sick and can't come to work, then who's in charge? It's Lauren, and then who's after that? And also looks at key functions of the agency. And so it forces each division to really take a hard look at what are the most critical components of your division to keep operating. So within the DNR Executive Director's Office, a lot of it's like the accounting, billing, procurement. We have to make sure we have to get, pay the bills, make sure we take care of compliance and so forth. That's very, very important. So we are doing cross-training right now to make sure our staff that can, number one, make sure they have laptops, Number two, make sure they have this VPN network so they can get onto the system. But we've been training for the last few weeks, on that component alone. And all the divisions are taking a hard look. Kevin with Division of Water Resources is taking a hard look at his COOP plan. And everyone needs to get me those, I believe by Friday, at the latest. And then also, we are also exploring technology too. I know I've had, obviously we're meeting today and tomorrow. Next week, I have Parks and Wildlife Commissioner hearing. I have oil and gas, I think that week or next week. I have oil and gas, I feel like every day. But we are looking at the possibility of using, webinars, technology, seeing what's available, so that folks can call in, so that folks can maybe conduct these meetings from home. We're still looking at, how you connect the general public for comments and so forth, but we are working very aggressively and to figure out a plan on that. And actually, just yesterday, we have our, division directors meeting, and I was in my office, and we could have just had our regular meeting in the conference room that we normally do, but we decided to do a training, do a call-in meeting, and the meeting was much quicker than than the 2 hours normally scheduled when you do a call-in meeting. But I think it's very important to train and get familiar with this new landscape that's before us right now. Yeah, Gail?
So I think, Dan, it would be, I don't know if you have to clarify any of the rules that we can attend meetings remotely.
I'm having each division take a look at that, because I was just chatting with Russ, just even you're all directors, CPW, they're commissioners, and just kind of there's different, rules for all the different, boards and commissions. So we're doing an internal check with that right now. Looking over at Amy, we may call on you to help us double check on that too. But they're all very different, how they're written in statute and how, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Dan, I wanted to just check a couple of things other than whether this meeting was going to be canceled was on my mind yesterday. One is we have like basin roundtable meetings, and those are usually organized by the roundtable chairs, but they're really formed under CWCB. So can we also help provide and work with roundtable chairs for guidance on how they should be looking at their upcoming meetings? The second thing is, I know from me having to do my internal planning within the Nature Conservancy on what happens if I get sick, that, we manage a lot of grants, and there might be things that people are doing where they're pulling together stakeholder groups, and so are we going to be looking at allowing flexibility within our grant out program if meeting schedules and work, even field work, could be affected by people getting sick? So are we also looking at that?
Yeah, I think all the above. I think we need to explore how we can adapt to the changing environment. And we are really getting guidance from the CDC, working very, as I mentioned earlier, closely with CDPHE. So, if the state said we're not going to have this meeting today, we would have called it this morning or last. As soon as I hear, I will let everyone know, let Becky know, but let everyone know. But it's easy to look at the news and you see, Michigan, for example, had 2 cases announced this morning, and those are the first 2. But immediately, Michigan State University said, okay, we're not going to have classes this fall. So, everyone's reacting in different ways, but we're trying to really get guidance on what science is telling us. And I think the governor has been very, very thoughtful, in that approach to say, what is science telling us? And we're going to let the public know this is what you need to know. If you want to know also, look at all the different press releases that the governor has sent out. I think this is really important to add into our notes for this meeting. But take a look, and even during this meeting, take a look at the web link, colorado.gov/CDPHE/2019-novel-coronavirus. And all the information that is sent out that Kate and I see, is listed on that. All the press releases, all the reports of cases, where those cases are at. So you can have, really up-to-date information on that. But again, as I hear information, I'll definitely let you know. Kate and I have a cabinet call today. I think the time is switched to 1 o'clock, I believe. So we'll have, some more information. But again, be on the lookout for this email that I'll send out to everyone that's connected to Department of Natural Resources. That's kind of gives us direction from Department of Personnel on the latest information. I'm looking over at Kate because she's a part of these meetings too. Did I miss anything I cover?
I think that was
Yeah.
really comprehensive, Dan, but of course, lots of new information coming out kind of, by the hour.
Yeah, totally.
Director Felt.
Oh, thank you. I just was thinking to myself here that when I applied for the job, I submitted an incomplete resume. I tried to just keep it to the pertinent items, but I am also happen to be the chairman of the Chaffee County Board of Health, and which is absurd to me, but it's the truth. And as a result, I just wanted to let you know, Chairman Hawkins, because I may have to take some calls or texts today during the meeting, because our public health department is really quickly mobilizing, and like Dan said, it's a quickly changing situation, and I don't want them waiting around for me to approve something or encourage them. So just so you know, apologize in advance.
Well, thank you, and clearly this is the #1 priority for us all, to make sure that those of us that we're responsible for are safe, so.
I have other items that I know are not as important, but I just want to rattle through just really quickly because I just think it's a good kind of DNR general update, if that's all right. Let's see, just want to highlight a few things that are going on at the state capitol that are important priorities for the Department of Natural Resources. #1 is the state parks funding bill. I've mentioned this before, but originally the bill called for $10 million, and we wanted $4 million that would be directed towards Fisher's Peak, opening up the new state park in Trinidad, which we're very, very excited about. And then $4 million was going to be spent system-wide within our other 41 state parks for improvements. We are seeing, as you all can see in the state of Colorado, growth in population, but also really, let me just throw out some numbers actually. Last year we saw 13 million visitors in our state parks, and we're expecting, about 80 to 70 million people move to the state a year. And there's also numbers that reflect about 90% of people in Colorado say that they spend outdoors and they recreate, whether they hike or they fly fish or they raft or mountain bike, they're enjoying the outdoors. So we're seeing a lot of people enjoy our state parks. So unfortunately, this bill got a haircut in terms of funding. So we went from 10 million down to 6 million, but still 6 million, we're still excited about that. And this will still help us open up this new state park which we are keeping our fingers crossed. We may be able to have a soft opening late in the summer. And so that'll be just tremendous. It doesn't happen, former DNR director, Russ George, very often. So I'm really excited to have this going on while I'm in this current position. We're also working on a search and rescue bill. We have about 38,000 rescue missions statewide. These are volunteers. I used to be very active in Gunnison County for search and rescue, but these are folks that are normally minimum of wilderness first responder, WFR certified, but many of them are EMTs, and they drop everything at a moment's notice to spend time to assist those in climbing accidents, hunting accidents, people get lost, the long list of situations throughout the state. We have about 2,800 volunteers for search and rescue. So this particular bill really looks at almost like a needs assessment, a study bill, to look at what we need to see in the future. Right now, there is a grant program that's housed within the Department of Local Affairs. We're going to look at, would that grant program be better suited within the Department of Natural Resources, or maybe Department of Public Safety, or, we're going to look at what the needs are. Also, a few other bills, species conservation bill will be introduced here soon. Water projects bill, I know we're going to be looking at an item for modification of that, but we want to get that out the door as soon as possible. And then we are also looking at a bill, kind of a cleanup, Senate Bill 1A1 bill. And that was the overhaul of how we do oil and gas in the state, to make sure we clarify that ALJs, administrative law judges, can be used. So that will be our one kind of cleanup bill with that. And then speaking of oil and gas, we have been very busy with rulemakings as implementing Senate Bill 1A1. But in the near future, we're also going to be contemplating cumulative impacts, alternative site analysis, mission change, and then wildlife. And so on Monday, we're sending out a notice on the rules 200, 300, 400, 500, 600 to try to get public comment. And then we're going to be looking at rules 700, 800, and 1200 series of the wildlife regs. We'll send out kind of a straw dog. Is that the right word? Kind of a straw poll or something? Get public input. But things have been actually going quite well. We're really working hard to try to get comments from people, on this rulemaking process. And, in an ideal world, we'll be able to come to some consensus, not on all these, but on some, possibly. We were able to find some great consensus when it came to the rulemaking on flow line regulations that we adopted last November. And then, and also at the Capitol General Fund, Kate and I got a snapshot of some of the budget projections for next year. It doesn't look pretty. There will be a May 17th forecast that will give us a better idea of where the budget sits, but we're likely going to see general fund cut in half for next year. So that's a huge challenge in terms of funding for next year. Also, last but not least, we are working on these WIGs. You've heard me talk about these wildly important goals, and we are on track for these goals that we've been working towards. And I think you all are familiar, the ones that we're currently working on, the reforming and implementing Senate Bill 1A1, that's the oil and gas regs, increasing public access to our public lands. We're on a track to increase public lands access by 300,000 acres by July, which is pretty amazing. And then also looking at sustainable revenue source for parks and wildlife moving forward. So those are all on track, but I want to let you know we are working on a water WIG with Becky and her team. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. And we're still exploring and kind of really in the developmental stage of that. But the significance of that is that the governor feels so strongly about water policy that he's going to direct the Department of Natural Resources and direct Becky and all of you to look at measurables that we can have success monthly on certain water-related goals. And I couldn't be more excited about that. I'm sorry, I had a lot of information, so I think that's it. And I'm going to be here all day today, and then most of the day tomorrow, probably up until about 12 noon tomorrow. So if anyone has any side conversations or issues, I'll be here. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gibbs. Are there any further questions for the director? If not, we will move on to Director George.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I think our big news for IBCC since we were all together in January is that our long-planned and important co-meeting between IBCC and the demand management work groups did occur last week on Wednesday and Thursday. I appreciate those of you who were able to participate and be interested to know your reactions. And Director Gibbs, thank you for, I think you donated all day and worked pretty hard from what I saw, and I really appreciate that you could do that. And we'll hope that we can continue to make as much progress as I think we did then. So let me give you some details. The idea was to make one of the days the regular IBCC meeting, so we created an agenda for that for Wednesday, and we designed Thursday then to be led by the demand management. But then we rolled the two together. So we invited the demand management work groups to attend on the IBCC day and participate as equals. And then on Thursday, the IBCC was invited to stay and participate with the members of the demand management work group. And that did occur. We did have a very significant crossover on both days. One of the fun things about the IBCC day was that as I looked around the room and saw probably half of the total demand management work group population was there, and most of them had at some time in their lives been a member of IBCC. So we had a nice historical component, which is always useful when we can have the memory and participation of past activities. So the great part of Wednesday was designed for what we like to call our IBCC business, and that's to look around, see what else is happening that's of importance, always looking to see where either past IBCC work and policy relates, or whether and where IBCC should be weighing in now. And so we had several presentations. A first impression was presented to us on a subject called state assumption. Some may know that. I didn't know that particular phrase, but I did know that a lot of activity is happening in the water quality side of things, and particularly 404 permits, which you know are in the jurisdiction of the Corps of Engineers. And the Corps has, over the last number of years, been working on a refinement of the system, and in cooperation with EPA is posing a solution that says, except for where the waters are clearly defined as federal waters, the Corps of Engineers would like to see an opportunity for states to take jurisdiction over what it could be deemed as waters within the state. EPA has agreed with that, as putting forth a rule that would essentially do that. So sometime in the next couple months, there will be a rule issued. An opportunity for public comment will occur. And I think you'll hear more about this from staff and CWCB. And the state will have an all-department position on that too. But there's an opportunity for the public. So we heard about it as, for most of us, a good primer on how that plays out. So keep watching for that EPA rule notice opportunity. Then we asked folks from the Rio Grande Basin to give us an update on where things are going there. I think we're all gaining appreciation as we think about demand management, that, geez, we have our own team in the Rio Grande that's been doing demand management successfully for a long time. And as we know, every basin is different, but there are many things about demand management, as we're all learning more and in other basins that we can learn from the Rio Grande, and the folks there are more than willing to work with us. And in fact, Cleve Simpson, who is one of the many very good experts, has been by invitation to the Republican drainage to help them think about where the experience in San Luis Valley can be helpful to Republican Basin. And I think we'll just see lots more conversation whereas we're learning, trying to figure out the Colorado River issues, that we don't have to reinvent that wheel because our colleagues, friends, and neighbors have already shown how to do lots of it. Then we had a presentation from folks from the upper basin of the Colorado River through the Basin Roundtable, Colorado Main Stem Basin Roundtable, on the work they're doing for a demand management pilot. Very, very high level program being put together there. There's a grant request here, so we've heard about it here, I think some, and we'll hear more. But all of the folks gathered on Wednesday had an opportunity to see that good work, and we're watching it very closely. A lot of participants in the demand management conversation really believe that, as I do, the answers are really on the ground. You can fly in the clouds for a while to get the big picture, but when it comes time for solutions, you're going to be down on the ground. So we're watching and that pilot opportunity with a great deal of interest. We also had updates on the basin implementation plan updates. Also, the Water Supply Reserve Fund Study Group reported. And as always, we want to know how the public education and outreach work is going. So we had reports there. And then what I regard as a highlight, and I'll couch it that way, is our state engineer, who can't possibly get anything done in the office because I find him out in the public talking as he did with us on Wednesday and giving this really important report on the state engineer's planning and thinking about compact administration. We've had that conversation here many times, and it always comes up at IBCC. And for those of you who were at Water Congress, I hope you had an opportunity to hear Kevin present that. He did a similar presentation for us. And the thing that I like finally about it is that he ends by saying, if you'd like me to come to your Basin Roundtable or other group for us to have this conversation, he'll come. And I think that's really important. For free. And,
For free.
Okay, even better. So thank you again. As I'd mentioned last week, that you're doing that. It's really critical information, and I think it helps to have an accurate context of what the demand management decision-making might look like when you juxtapose it to what's essentially the statutory process that the state engineer works on. So we really appreciated having that. Let's see. Then towards the middle of the day and the rest of the day, we really wanted to do some demand management work with everybody involved. And we started with a little bit different direction. We are hearing from our constituents around parts of the state that the demand management focus has been on this reserve opportunity, the carve out of space in Lake Powell, and how are we going to figure out if we can put water there and protect ourselves, all of that discussion. But the drought contingency planning document actually asked for more areas of work, particularly weather modification, cloud seeding, phreatophyte control, and then trying to extend the conversation on forest health and how that impacts, the health of forests can be improved and how that impacts water management and availability. And just to spend more time thinking about these other opportunities that can maybe make more water available for the Colorado River. So we had reports on those areas, and I think we'll continue to do that. So All in all, I thought it was a great day. We had another exercise on our favorite piece, IBCC's favorite piece, which is the equity conversation, proportionality, fairness. The hardest one probably to wrestle to the ground. But we worked on it again, only this time we had some new thoughts and ideas from the work group people that were there. So we generated quite a lot of material, and then the next day, the same story, and it's going to take quite a while to pull all of that together. And I just wanted to say here, I don't know how to thank the CWCB staff sufficiently for the work that you're doing, but unless I miss my guess, I think there was nobody at the office last week because they were all with us. I mean, it was really all hands on deck, and everyone was assigned a task with work group, and it really helped, and it went more smoothly, and helped us to be probably more productive than we might have been. So thank you for that. And I don't know how they get their other work done, but we're sure grateful for the importance that you're all placing on this subject, and we are grateful. So then the second day, you'll get other reports. I just want to say that on the second day, I think most, if not all, of the IBCC folks remained all day, and we had an additional large group of work group members come. Filled the place up. I don't know, I didn't count. We probably had 100+ citizens donating their time over those 2 days. And I think there was something synergistic for sure that you could almost touch, that during the day, on the second day, the work groups for the first time had an opportunity to convene jointly with other work groups, and to have those of us on IBCC that aren't also wearing a hat of a work group. Several do. But we mixed all afternoon, maybe almost all day, and changed out so that each work group had a chance to meet with 2 or 3 other work groups. I don't think everybody got to meet with everybody else. That we couldn't have gotten through the day, and we'd have had an overload anyway. So I sat through 4 different mixes, and just the elevation of the conversation, the questions asked and answered, I thought guaranteed that we were making leaps forward. And so I think when we get all of this put to paper and in reports, try to chew through what has happened, I believe we're going to find we've made really tangible progress. And maybe we've done it at a higher level and quicker than we thought at all possible. So I was very pleased about all that. So enough said from me. Thanks to everybody who participated, and there's more to come. So for IBCC meetings in the future, we already have tentatively on the calendar, if you don't already have it, June 17. Probably will be our next meeting. We can always call one in between, but for now that's scheduled. We're going to try to do that in Durango. We promised we would be around the state, which I think is always important, as we do here in this group. And then we also put on the calendar the next one, which is October 21. And I think that will be in Glenwood Springs. So more for that when it comes. So I think I'll call that good. Questions for me?
Does anybody have questions for Director George?
Now, Director Yon always demands that, what does the old farmer say? Out of the, for those of you who are new, I have 2 Bibles. This isn't the main one, but this is the, close enough, the Old Farmer's 2020 Almanac, which of course is the only true forecaster of truth about the weather. And so I've been usually focusing on parts of the state, which, as we know, differ from storm to storm. This time I thought, because of all the talk about regional water issues with our compact neighbors, I would just look at the higher picture. So I put together the Intermountain West and the High Plains for forecasting for the rest of the year. So here you are. Spring, and this one you can test because we're halfway through spring, sort of. So spring, cooler than normal. Not today in Denver, right? Precipitation near or above normal. Then summer, and this is one that we're waiting for. Temperatures will be below normal, okay? Precipitation above normal. Magic. Now, having said that, we know climate change is among us, and I'm sure they account for that, though the old farmer probably doesn't understand it. Even though it'll be cooler, the hot days will be earlier, June and July, instead of July, August. But then I have to confess that, at least for the high plains, when we get into September and October, warmer than normal, drier than normal. Sorry. There you are. And it will either be hot or cold, dry or wet. Remember?
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very comprehensive report on last week's 2 days of hard work and, here in Denver. Just a question about the 404 and what other states are looking at assuming this role of state oversight for state waters, and how are we going to track that? Unfortunately, our water flows out of our state, but there is impact as other states assume responsibility for their waters, and they may have different perspectives on those issues.
Thank you. And not a lot was presented about other states, except to show a map of Minnesota, for example. And of course, they're about as different, I think, as a state can be because of all the lakes and being east of the 100th meridian. So in their case, the map was stunning once you mapped now under jurisdiction of the Corps, and then what would be federal and under jurisdiction afterwards. Very, very dramatic differences. I don't know that our map will look a lot like that. And of course, the EPA rule is national, so we'll see as the comments come in from other states. But yes, you're absolutely right. It's a state-local issue. All states are going to be different on it.
Because we have so many states that are impacted by our compacts, and so just curious as to how those issues may be impacted.
Yeah, that'll be a good inquiry. I don't know.
Are there any other questions for Director George? Seeing none, thank you, Director George. We'll move on to Director Greenberg.
Great, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I also want to say congratulations to Director Hawkins for your new position, and thank you to Director Dutton for your service and leadership as well. Director Gibbs did a great job of explaining what the state is doing on COVID-19 response. I will not try and repeat what he said, but I did want you all to know that we at the Department of Ag are taking as many actions as we possibly can, smart actions, just strategic actions to get ahead of the curve and be as prepared as possible. So we've initiated our emergency response team as well as our larger COOP team, our continuity of operations planning team, which includes all of our department leadership. We've been sort of in operations for a number of weeks now, identifying our gaps, doing a supply chain assessment throughout all of our divisions. We are doing a number of exercises to plan for working from home. Our flex time and flex place policy has been in place since last August or so, and so we're very grateful to have that flexibility to lean on now. We operate as ESF 11, our Emergency Support Function 11, down at the State Emergency Operations Center, which primarily is for ag and livestock needs. You'll see us as the lead agency when livestock are involved. In most other cases, we are a support agency. Our Assistant State Veterinarian, Maggie Baldwin, is our lead at the EOC. She's incredible. She was our lead on vesicular stomatitis outbreak last year. So we have a lot of recent muscle memory on emergency response in other contexts. We have a deep bench for the EOC as well, and everyone is getting trained and up to speed, both to support our fellow agencies across the state, but also to support ag out in the field. So we are also doing an assessment on sort of supply chain impacts externally to the ag sector, economic impacts as well, what trade looks like, given various scenarios for the situation. So that's a brief overview of where we are as a department, but daily updates as a team. We meet every morning at 8:30 for a briefing call to go over what our game plan is for that day, the gaps we have to fill, and anything that we might be missing that we need to put on the table. And we'll be communicating with stakeholders as well to make sure we're in close touch with ag out in the field as this continues. Generally, downtown, things are rocking and rolling, of course, at least for now at the legislature. Our main items that the department is running this year, we've got 2 bills and 3 sunset items, which I've mentioned before. Last week, our Acre 3 bill was introduced. This is our ag renewable energy and energy efficiency program. So we work with the Energy Office and bring in federal dollars to help farmers and ranchers site renewable energy projects on their property and also help with efficiency improvements. We've done this with a lot of dairies around the state. We do a lot of microhydro. We'll do solar, wind, you name it, we can help. So we're hoping the legislature will also support us in reauthorizing funding for that program. We're hopeful there. We've got a few sunset items around things that may or may not pertain to you, but our SEED Act is going through sunset right now. Farm products and commodity handlers going through sunset, as well as our egg inspection sunset. So we inspect all of the state's eggs to make sure they're safe and properly graded. So nothing too out of the blue, but farm products and commodity handlers might be a place for some of you ag board members just to keep a pulse on. Nothing surprising there, but good dialogue on how we should be regulating on that front. It's been a busy few weeks since I saw you all last. Our team, we held a hemp symposium a few weeks ago before we were rethinking holding symposiums. Great turnout. We actually did offer an online option as well, which is something we've been working toward for many months to make sure we have remote call-in options for folks all around the state. We know how hard it is for farmers and ranchers to get off the farm, especially during the season. Want to make sure everybody can participate from home. So we're building that into all of our public meetings slowly but surely. We're also part of an interstate secure beef supply chain effort. So we're doing emergency preparedness on animal disease, on especially with things like African swine fever in China. There's a lot of preparation going on in North America to prevent an outbreak here, but should there be one, we have incredible teams across state lines, incredible lines of communication. So our teams continue to go through exercises and tabletops on the ag supply side as well as the human side. So we also are part of the demand management working group. Cindy Lair on our team has taken on a lot of new roles since I started. She is sort of technically our conservation district or conservation board manager, so she works with all 76 conservation districts, but she's really taken the lead on our soil health work and our water quantity work. So she attended the demand management working group. We really want to be a partner in working on all of the issues and questions coming up through that working group, through the IBCC, and of course here at CWCB as well. We had the Southern Rocky Mountain Ag Conference in Monty. I was down there in February. We also celebrated Black History Month last month and really celebrating the role of African American farmers and ranchers in Colorado throughout history and up into the present and into the future. I was down in the Lower Arc for a while, for a couple days, down visiting Prowers Conservation District and the Lower Arc Conservancy District and getting out on some field tours with Lower Arc as well as in Bent County. So was glad to be in the field. Probably going to postpone a couple of other upcoming field visits, but do have a lot more on the books to get out across the state per usual. I do want to mention our National Association of State Departments of Ag, or NASDA, had our winter policy meeting in DC a few weeks ago. A lot of policy gets passed during that time, so we worked on a number of things around climate and around hemp, around disease traceability. NASDA is also rolling out a rural resilience initiative and really focusing kind of all 50 states' efforts on what we can do for rural America, in particular for ag markets, for market opportunities, for climate resilience, for jobs and workforce. And so a lot of spotlight on that work that, of course, we are prioritizing here in Colorado and have a lot of solidarity across the country with other states. That week was a busy one. We had the Governor's Ag Forum, big turnout there, and the FFA Hall of Fame, so inducted 3 new farmers and ranchers into the Hall of Fame. I got to MC the event, which is a huge honor, and one of the highest standards because the FFA students memorize the entire event and run it by heart, and I use, the crutch of having a script there on the podium. So it's high pressure, but really fun event to celebrate ag across Colorado. I also am a panelist on the Leopold Awards, which is a great example of the intersection of ag and conservation. It's a joint effort between the Colorado Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust and the Sand County Foundation, which is Aldo Leopold's legacy, one of them. And we get applications from farmers and ranchers all across the state who are doing incredible conservation work, voluntary conservation. We rank them on land health, on resilience, on innovation, on community leadership. And we reviewed just amazing producers who are doing, just mind-blowing work, everything from, the genetics in their livestock to how they rotate, to how they build wildlife habitat on their property, to how they think about their stewardship on public lands and how that interfaces with their private lands management. We're going to get to celebrate them throughout the year. I think they'll be announced in May, at least the finalists, and then the winner will be announced in the summer. But that's a place I would love to help elevate that work. I think here with CWCB there might be some good ways to leverage that story as well, and would love to maybe have our PIOs, our comms directors, connect on how we can support CCALT and Sand County Foundation in really telling that story. Just the last few things. I got to meet with the CSU Ag Ambassadors yesterday, which are all students. They're the points of contact for everything ag in the ag department there, and just incredible group of students who are excited to be a part of this work. They actually, a lot of their questions were, how do we get involved? And how am I supposed to know how to participate on a board or commission as a student, as a young person, and as someone who doesn't necessarily know that they are welcome to participate? And I just wanted to state that because I've been through this myself. These can be intimidating rooms. We sit up here on a panel, and there's process, and there's very complicated issues. And I just wanted to extend the invitation to all of you to think about young people who are out there, or just anybody who would be a great member or voice in this room who doesn't yet feel like they know how to participate, and to maybe reach out to them and invite them here. I did want to mention that the National Young Farmers Coalition, my previous employer, is launching this week a water fellowship in which they will actually be training young farmers in how to work on boards and commissions, including roundtables specifically. So we're trying to help support building out that pipeline of folks who know they're welcome, who know how to participate, and then who have the support and resources to show up when they're already farming and ranching and busy with their own lives. Last couple things, Ag Week's coming up, the last week in March. We will celebrate, even if it has to be virtual. The day before Ag Day at the Capitol, which is Wednesday, March 25th, please come out if you are able. March 24th, we are going to be launching our mental health effort 2.0. So we'll have the rollout of our short film. We're going to have PSAs, both radio and film PSAs, so hopefully you'll be hearing us on rural radio, in addition to all the interviews we do monthly with all of our rural radio folks. And then we're also really thinking about how we can be a good bridge between our urban and rural differences this year. And we have a lot of ideas brewing about getting on the road and convening folks across divides and across differences and having ag be that unifier. So more to come there, but I think I will leave it at that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Greenberg. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will proceed to the CWCB Director Mitchell.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to working with Director Greenberg on that. I think there's some intersection that we could definitely do with overlapping missions. So I also want to welcome Director Felt. I am very excited. You will work harder than you've ever worked before, just so you know. And I want to thank Director Dutton. It has been fun sitting next to you. I feel so distant. And then thank you to Director Hawkins and Director Brody for stepping up. It definitely changes your experience on the board. We know that when you have to make sure you know everybody's name and do all of those things. So, and all Robert's Rules of Order. So I just wanted to thank everybody for stepping up in those leadership roles. Also, I wanted to thank Director George for his leadership with the IBCC. The IBCC and Demand Management Work Group really did go well. And so I needed to echo that. It was incredibly successful. I'm still hearing lots of positive feedback from the approximately over 100 attendees. We count attendees by lunch plates, so it varies depending on if people come or go at those times. But we'll be working on using that input that was received there to guide our next steps with the investigation. And I think, the board is responsible as we look at demand management and the feasibility with that. That report is coming to you all in July, and that's really the incumbent on the board to use the feedback from not only the IBCC and the Basin Roundtables and these demand management work groups, but really to develop how we move forward from that point. So we'll be using the information from all of these meetings and Basin Roundtable meetings where discussions are being had to frame it to you in an appropriate manner in July. So thank you for that. Thanks again to the staff for that. Just so you know, on some of the questions that came in terms of remote meeting and that sort of thing, we are going to be working on capability for Basin Roundtables to have that available to them. Also, one thing I wanted to make sure to highlight is that we'll be doing an all chairs call from the Basin Roundtables, so all chairs call. So that always helps us frame how we're moving forward in our next meetings and our next steps. And I assure you that Director George and I work closely together and pretty lockstep on how we move forward. In terms of news from the JBC, just yesterday, 2 FTE were being considered during the JBC figure setting, one in the planning section, one in the flood protection section. The JBC figure setting committee approved staff's recommendation to include in the long bell. We still need approval through that to get those positions approved. We have to remember it has to be approved by the JBC and then also by the General Assembly. I know everybody's wondering about the 10 million general fund request, and we don't have word on that yet. So that's where we are on that. I'm sure Director Ryan will be available to talk more about my next topic, but the CWCB's Emergency Dam Repair Fund, the Two Rivers settlement and emergency dam repair fund was established for the board to respond quickly to pay for costs related to emergency repair of dams. That was in collaboration with the Division of Water Resources. I think we know that if there was a dam emergency, that the previous amount set in that fund, which was set at $50,000, would not be adequate to handle any emergency response. We've learned that not only within our state, but across the nation where we've seen issues. So in July of 2018, the board authorized, some of you may recall, a transfer of $500,000 from the construction fund to the emergency dam repair fund. And then again in November of 2018, the board refreshed that fund, another $500,000. So of that $1 million authorization, approximately $670,000 was spent to the Lower Cacharis Reservoir number 5 dam, which is owned by Two Rivers Water and Farming Company, to a safe level. So I want to really commend Director Ryan's agency and the collaboration between the staff here. Particularly Kirk Russell has been key in leading on that from our level. Also in other news, the Upper Colorado Wild and Scenic Stakeholder Group update. I just wanted to briefly update on that. They're continuing to make progress towards finalizing the alternative management plan and developing an outstanding remarkable values indicators and resource guides that are specifically related to recreational fishing and float boating. The provisional period to finalize all the ORVs and resource guides ends in June, so staff is working hard on that. That group plans to vote on the adoption of the final ORVs, resource guides, and revised version in its March 30th, so quarterly meeting. And then at June 8th, in a special meeting, they'll discuss any comments received from federal agencies and revise it if necessary. You heard Director Gibbs mention our COOP plan. We've updated that. That started on Monday. It was finalized, not finalized, the draft was finalized last night at about 9:45 and sent to Director Gibbs. I am willing to share that with the board, and I want folks to recognize that there is a significant level of personal information in there so that we can have contact. So we wouldn't broadcast that broadly, but we can redact versions if people want to see. We can do redacted versions if people want to see exactly how we plan to operate without some of the personal staff information. We always want to protect that. We are being very proactive with this, and it is a helpful exercise just within our agency to really make sure we're working together in the most efficient way, not only when we're in rooms together, but also whether it be on webinar or phone. How are we acknowledging different viewpoints and things like that, and making sure that everybody is heard when you can't make eye contact. And so I think this is a helpful exercise, not only in emergency type situations, but in our everyday plans. Also, speaking of staff, there is not a board meeting where I don't have staffing update, and that's a good thing. So we have a couple new hires. I first want to introduce Laura Field Summers, which is in the in-stream flow section. Can you stand up, Laura, just so people see what you look like? And when you see her out on the ground, she's with us. So be kind. She replaces Jack Landers. He is moving to Montana. I think he needed to keep his marriage together, so he has to go where his wife's going. So Jack, if you would, I just wanted to thank you for your service with us, and wish you good luck, and you're always welcome back. There's a couple other big changes within the agency. Greg Johnson, please wave, Greg. I know I hate that, but just in case you don't know Greg, Greg was the artist formerly known as the Water Supply Planning Section Chief. He is now the Section Chief for the Interstate and Federal Section. Really, really efficient move, I think, for the agency, and I am so excited for him in this new role, and new challenge, and I think he is going to bring some really good perspective to that section, and I think the section is very excited also. With that came a vacancy in the water supply planning section chief role, and so Russ Sands has stepped up to lead that section, and he is also a known quantity, and we know what he's capable of, and this was a very appropriate fit. So thank you, Russ, for being willing to do that. Also in that section, as you recall, boy, this section is the longest of my director's report. Megan Holcomb had previously moved up to the climate change specialist for the agency, but helping with DNR's goals on that also. And with that vacancy, we had a vacancy that needed to be filled. And so we stole from Denver Water. And thank you for that. We are not above stealing from anyone. And so Sam Stein, Sam, would you stand up, please? Because this face you better get to know, and let me tell you why. Sam will be the lead on all the roundtables. So with some of the changes within the agency, we really wanted, you can sit down now, Sam. But with the changes in the agency, we really needed to look at, okay, what is the best way to work with the roundtables? How can we do consistent messaging and make sure that we're all working together? And so we really looked at this section and said, the way to do that is to have one consistent voice at all the roundtables. And so Sam is going to be leading on that. So pretty heavy new role, and we've kind of divided the other tasks up in terms of program management tasks by water supply reserve fund and conservation work and things like that. So Sam will be attending the roundtables. One person cannot attend every roundtable, and so it's important to recognize his goal is to be at least every other roundtable for all of the 9 basin roundtables. But with that change came a look at, okay, what does staffing need to be like at those roundtables? And so we're looking across the agency, and it's going to be very topic dependent on what's going on at those roundtables at that time, what's happening in the state, what messages need to be brought, and sometimes that'll be leadership at the roundtables, sometimes it will be specific to Colorado River program management leadership, other sections leadership. So we're really going to be dividing and conquering, and that's part of Sam's role, is to make sure that those are adequately attended and staffed, and CWCB is present across the state and across those roundtables. We also have an additional new hire, and this was not filling a vacancy. So those are the best kind of hires. Marta Blanco is Marta, wait, thank you. So Marta is with the Watershed and Flood Protection Section. She's the first person to fill this new position that was created by the expanded FEMA grant for operational support of floodplain mapping activities that are conducted by CWCB. So thank you for stepping up to that role, and we are almost fully staffed now. We with the changes within the agency, that moves vacancies around, and that's always opportunity for us to look and find the best people, and I'm really excited. I get excited with these kinds of things because we can really shape how we move our future. And with these changes in roles, we really said, how can we affect the most, that have the most positive effect on change, and really help staff feel good about the work that they're doing, and that was really the goal with how we looked at this. So I wanted to thank everybody for stepping up and being a part of that. I feel like we're over already. I have a few other things, but they are in the director's report, so you're welcome to ask me any questions at this point.
And thank you, Director Mitchell. We're running about 20 minutes behind, but I think these directors' reports are important, so don't feel too limited. We'll catch up this afternoon if you have things to say. Any questions for Director Mitchell? If not, we'll move on to Director Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Hawkins, for that. And I will make my bi-monthly promise to be brief and see whether I can live up to that. I do have just a few sound bites, and I always seem to add to my report as I hear the other directors do their reports before me. First, I think it's rare that I disagree with Director Mitchell, and today's no exception. I'll agree that you are not above stealing from anyone. And there's a reason why we've recently secured the doors on the 8th floor of the Centennial, just to be certain about that. I want to make a comment on the dam safety, the dam removal fund, and just give a nod to Kirk Russell again for his work on that, and of course our staff. One other thing I want to mention that you didn't mention is that same statute that allows the use of this water and allows us to take control and make a dam safe also allows us to recover that money spent. And through the work of our Attorney General's office and through stipulated settlements, we are recovering that money. I don't know that we'll see all of it, but we are recovering some of that money. The next thing I want to do is follow on with Director George and Director Mitchell on last week. And on the work groups, the demand management work groups, I'm speaking now from the perspective of somebody that's on a work group. I'm only a co-facilitator, I'm not a member. But from that perspective, what I saw last week was our work group make a giant leap that we had not done in our first 2 meetings. And whether it was the organization, the environment, what it was that caused us to do that, we've made a great leap. And so I'd like to say, and I always fear I'm leaving someone out, but with Greg and Amy and Russ, great job. You really set us up for success last week. Thank you for that. The second item related to last week and compact administration, and my comments, my recent explanations of our position on compact administration on the Colorado River. I've done that because I think the conversation has changed as demand management has advanced, and we're in a different environment than we were even a year ago and certainly 2 years ago. And I sense that as those conversations are trying to advance, there has been a vacuum that I needed to fill and that I've tried to fill. It's something that I'm very engaged in, very energized with right now, and will continue to be. But I'll also say that if ever you're involved in some endeavor and your energy and your engagement is waning, positive affirmation from Director George is a great infusion. So I certainly appreciate your comments. Good affirmation. The last thing I want to talk about, Director Gibbs, you talked about legislation a little bit, and Director Mitchell had it in her report. It's so tempting to go into detail on some of the water bills because I just really enjoy that work, and I'm not going to do that with you today. But I am going to say a couple things about legislation. It was probably about 12 years ago that Dick Wolf, as the state engineer, plugged me into that process of working with the General Assembly and these legislative efforts. And I found that it was something I really enjoyed, but I never fully understood, other than just being helpful, being involved in that, what my role was. And I don't want you to think that I just sit and read the statutes all day, but I do often read the statutes. And when you do, you stumble across things. And I found that in the very fundamental explanation, delineation of state engineer duties, 3780-102-1C, and you all know how I love the statutes, the responsibility and authority of the state engineer includes coordinating the work of the Division of Water Resources with other departments of the state government, including the General Assembly. And so I stumbled across that and said, yes, there is, the General Assembly did put that in front of us. It's a section of the statutes that goes back to 1889. That particular provision does not go back that far, but that's why I think that's a good statutory basis for doing something that I feel is very important in my role. And as I look at some people that were state legislators in the past, Director Schwartz, I think you know that I enjoy that role. Having said that, this year has been a year where I have seen water-related legislation, maybe not so much to the volume, but to the relevance to the state engineer's office at a higher level than I have in the recent past. And I need to say that we see that, I see it, and our agency sees that in different lights, slightly different shades. And one of them is the water users to do something, and we may not see that we have the authority or the ability to do that. So it's addressed through statutes, and I think that's a great cooperative approach between the water users, the General Assembly, and our office. There's another side of that coin where we feel that we need to take actions or administer water in a certain way. And the water users believe that's probably not the way that it works best for them. And so again, it's an effort to go to the General Assembly and make our laws work for the environment we live in today. And I prefer to look at it that way. I think the other way to look at that is the state engineer is an obstacle and we need to fix that. But I think it really is just that fluid process of our water needs change every year as everything about the use of water in Colorado changes. And this is a good way to make sure we memorialize through statutory direction how we really need to address that. And so often it is the state engineer's office that is administering this use in some way or another. So I would go through, when I look at things like augmentation of in-stream flows, keeping the presumption of non-injury for exempt wells in certain situations, adding well inspectors to our well inspection program, the state engineer confirming existing uses relative to in-stream flows. Those are areas where we're looking at legislation this year that will probably give us authority. There was a bill regarding diversions from the Rio Grande Basin. I know, Director Dutton, you were probably very closely watching that, and that bill that did direct the state engineer and the CWCB to play a role in those types of efforts. And we were really trying to work through how that process would work. I know that we saw that it got postponed indefinitely earlier this week. And it's certainly a matter of great importance, I think, to the state and to the valley. But this bill, well-intentioned, did not really make it that far. There's another bill that calls for studying artificial recharge, and in so doing, it implicates a little bit the way our compacts work and operate. And I'll just say, Representative Holtorf, my first experience working with him, he's a very thoughtful and engaged legislator, but he's also very willing to listen to our concerns and our input on that. And so that is out there. There is just one other bill regarding speculation and a study that Director Gibbs would convene different groups, State Engineer's Office, CWCB, Attorney General's Office, and importantly, very interested users around the state. And it seems like that will work. I see that as valuable for all of us because it is a good way to formally address speculation issues and how our laws address that right now. I'll just bring up one more. There is a bill that will probably come out. If you work in the South Platte Basin, you're probably familiar with it. But it has to do with the way the state and other water users are looking at the way change of water right cases proceed and protective terms and conditions in those. And that's probably a more contentious issue. We're working with the water users. We see that a bill may come about, and it's probably one of those that would call on a bigger change for the state engineer's office and other water users. We're watching that closely, and we're working with the water users. And I think one way or the other we'll end up with at least some certainty and new processes that are available to us as we work through water right change cases. And I think that's all the further. I really want to take you into the statutory or the legislative world right now, and that will conclude my report.
Thank you, Director Ryan. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to Parks and Wildlife. Mr. Harris.
All right. Chair. So I am clearly not Director Prenslow. My name is Rob Harris. For those who don't know me, or at least don't know me in this capacity, I'm the relatively new manager of the Water Resources section at Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Our section is fundamentally, we're the ones who coordinate all things water on a statewide basis within the division. Just on a personal note, it's been fantastic to work with this team. Katie Birch in my section is here, and to get to know the broader excellent team at CPW. Director Prenslow sends his apologies that he can't be here today. He and my boss, Assistant Director Reed DeWalt, they're at the North American Wildlife and Natural Resources Conference in Omaha. But Director Prenslow assures me that he's going to be here for the May meeting. So for the folks who are curious about wolves in Colorado, I regret to inform you that you'll have to wait another couple of months, although we do encourage you to check our news releases on our website. I also want to thank Director Gibbs for his summary of the State Parks funding bill and for noting, just the significant pressures that our parks are currently under and will be under in the future. And I think the one update that I'd like to give you all today is that at the beginning of February, Director Prenslow implemented a very significant reorganization at CPW. As is most relevant to this body, my section, the Water Resources section, has now been merged into the newly renamed Aquatics, Terrestrial, and Natural Resources branch. So in making this move, Director Prenslow is really seeking to foster synergies between my section, water, and aquatics is our bios, it's our hatcheries. So it's quite a natural fit, subject matter wise, and simply to boost coordination with the division on water rights management, recommendations to benefit fish, wildlife, parks, and other outdoor recreation. So I just want to thank Director Prenslow and Assistant Director DeWalt and all my colleagues at CPW for making this what I think has been a remarkably smooth transition for me and for my staff. We sincerely appreciate it. And so with that, I conclude the CPW Director's Report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the Water Resources and Power Development Authority. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Keith McLaughlin. I'm the new Executive Director for the Colorado Water Resources and Power Development Authority. I'm very pleased to be here. Quick story I wanted to share with you. I had lunch yesterday with the former Executive Director for the CWCB and two gentlemen from the AWWA. And I was talking to Mr. Eklund, and we're working on a conference, a national conference that's going to be done through AWWA in Orlando, Florida. And that may or may not happen at this point based on, of course, what's going on with the coronavirus. And I learned two things from the meeting. The first one is, and these folks are in the conference business, so they're talking about, how do you interact. The first one is the Wuhan handshake. And so you put your hand out and you move your hand up and down, but you actually no contact at all. You just move the hand up and down. Fist bumps and elbow bumps are also becoming fairly popular at conferences as well. The other thing I learned as I was talking, I was lamenting the fact, maybe complaining a little bit when CWCB, the construction group, had moved out of our building. We had such a great relationship and still do, but it was so nice to be able to go down there and talk to Kirk and Anna and say, hey, they've got the engineering, we had the finance, so we'd sort of cross stories and share a lot of information with each other. And I was, again, kind of lamenting, and James had spoken up and said, that was the first thing I did when I came over at the CWCB, was to move those guys out of that building. And so I felt like I'd misspoke a little bit there, so clearly I'm still learning. I know you guys are short on time, so I'll go through my director's report real quickly here, and then happy to answer any questions. To date, we've closed 7 loans for about $10.3 million. Our board approved 8 more loans for about $85 million. So we're on track to close about the same number of loans as we normally do, which is about 30 loans. And we'll probably be on the high side dollar-wise, up in the kind of $100 to $120 million this year, which is great. Also want to talk about our Animas La Plata project, Lake Nighthorse. We also own water in Lake Nighthorse, as does CWCB. We have about 151 acres left in that project, and we're selling it to the Animas La Plata Water Conservancy District. They've told us that they're planning on purchasing the rest of the water this year, so that's great news for us. We'll be out of the water business. Appreciate it. If you've not been to the Lake Night Horse site, it is absolutely beautiful. We took our board down there on a tour last year in the fall. Sagebrush leaves are changing. You're looking at the reflection off the lake. It's an incredible site. Also, that we know from working on that project and helping to fund that large project, it's 120,000 acre feet, 15th largest reservoir in the state. They started stocking the fish in that reservoir about 5 or 6 years before they actually got a recreation plan in place. So if you're interested in fishing, I'm told there's a tremendously large fish in there. Our eligibility list was signed by the governor last Wednesday, so we're very appreciative of that. We've got 688 projects for about $20 billion, both on the water and wastewater side combined when you look at that list. And so while we're funding about 80 to 120 million projects a year in water infrastructure projects, that list continues to grow despite what we're doing. So we've got a lot of work to do. We also had 3 appointments that went through the legislative process and were confirmed by the Senate last week, or at the end of January. Director Corkle, who's our North Platte representative, and Director Vanderveer, who's our Rio Grande Basin representative, were both reappointed. We're happy to see them back on the board, and we got a new appointment representing the Gunnison Basin, and that's Mike Fabre. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Mike Fabre. He's the district manager for Mount Crested Butte Water and Sanitation District. So we're happy to have them on board. And then the last thing I want to just mention is if there is something that the authority can do to assist this group, this board, the CWCB in their mission, please call on me or call on my staff to do that. We really appreciate the long-term relationship we've had with this organization that I've seen grow and only get stronger over the 2 decades I've been in my role at the Water and Power Authority. So if there's something we can do, please let us know.
Thank you, Keith, and thank you for that offer. Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on. I'm just going to push us through the next 2 agenda items, and then we'll take our break. So let's move on to agenda item 5, and it's the Construction Fund and Severance Tax Perpetual Base Fund.
See that? Yeah. Oh, that's not a good picture. Well, that's all you get. Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Director Schwartz mentioned that she got to see the new addition to the Finance Section, and that's Ragnar Jameson Russell, and he was born just before Christmas. And you can see him there watching the Super Bowl with me. It's obviously a dated picture at this point, but it's still one of my favorites. While we're introducing, I wanted to share with you, Jessica Halverson is here. Jessica, when we have these board meetings in the Denver area, Jess, stand up please real quick. Jessica is our program assistant for the loan and grants that the Finance Section manages. So many times if you have a loan or grant with the team of engineers that work in the Finance Section, you'll see her distribution of emails indicating the flow of money. So thank you for being here, Jess. She's an instrumental team member for our section. So I am going to talk about the 2 pieces of paper that are stapled in front of you. Director Felt, this is a routine item that we take a look at where the finances are I indicate any significant changes throughout the course of the year. We do work as a cash fund, and so we don't promise it to anybody unless we have it in hand. And so this is a way for us to show exactly where we are at this point in time. We do a financial analysis by an outside firm after the fiscal year. Fiscal year will end June 30th, and so then we'll start this over again, and we'll then present the results of that financial analysis in November to the board. Okay, I'm going to start with the first page is the construction fund, the 2 primary funds, construction fund and severance tax, which is the second page. So the construction fund on the left side under projections, that's where we kind of pay attention to as we move throughout the year. Some things change, such as prepayments from principal, and there could be some surprises here and there, but we try to keep track of where we think we're going to land at the end of the fiscal year. And then under current, those are the actual decimal dollar numbers as we move throughout the year. So the highlights, as we move through here, you'll see how the approved loans to date, that total of currently about 16.5 million to date. And then I show we might see another 10 million out of this fund in May, and sometimes that's wishful thinking. But we just have one more board meeting for loan approval out of this fund. As indicated earlier, I think Director Mitchell may have mentioned on this, the projects bill includes an impact from the board's action in a little bit for a loan that's increased that's actually in this year's projects bill. So we've been working with the sponsors to put this in a little bit of a delay to allow this board to hear a request for an increase that will have an impact on the projects bill if it is approved. The total of the two funds to date, we're up at about 115 million for the year, which is a very good year for us. We typically say we do 40 to 50 million per year. I did, to follow up on the conversation about the Cacharis Dam removal, we did receive our first installment of repayment from that fund that the board approved to set aside for emergency work. And that's that negative $27,000 that shows up down about 4 lines up from the bottom. The way that money will flow back in from the Two Rivers Company, we will take that money in and it'll bring that balance back up to $500,000. And at that time, the additional money will roll into the construction fund and be used for other authorizations down the road. And we think that'll be about 6 months of monthly installments repaid into that $500,000 fund. Towards the bottom of that list, the budgeted water plan implementation funding, that's also money that's in this year's projects bill, that 12.25. And this will be populating to the right side after the bill is approved, and you'll see this probably in July. The bill is currently being drafted, and it is anticipated to be filed March 19th, so in about a week. Shifting over to the severance tax, not a lot of variation from previous presentations on this one. One odd component that I became aware of as we started working on the drafting of the bill, we set aside $100 million for the Arkansas Valley Conduit, of which 10 million was to be non-reimbursable. And if you haven't heard, that funding has made an enormous difference in the Arkansas Basin and moving that project forward. And there's a lot of celebration going on. I know there's a lot of work, but the district can't thank this board enough. Obviously, we still need to get through signatures on the projects bill, but that's a big deal. And I think the commitment of this board to help that was significant and much appreciated. But what happened, we're taking that 100 million and reserving it out of the severance tax. And I was showing that it was out of that 10 million out of the construction fund. So a little bit different than the previous showing of this fund. I've got to transfer that 10 million from severance tax over to construction fund for us to utilize it as a non-reimbursable. So that's the odd component in that regard. And both, when you add up the bottom lines of both of these items, we're looking at about 100 million available for the July board meeting. So we've got a lot of work to do to get this money out the door. With that, I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Kirk.
Thank you.
Those pictures or pictures of dogs or other animals are always welcome to brighten our board meeting.
I think he's the only little baby that likes me. And they usually cry when they see me. This one seems to be excited to see me.
All right. Let's move on to agenda item 6, water project loans finance, and item A, the Dual and Snyder Improvement Company diversion structure replacement.
This presentation doesn't have dogs or babies, but diversion structures are pretty good too. Good morning. For the record, I'm Cole Bedford, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 6A, water project loan request for the diversion structure replacement project by the Duell and Schneider Improvement Company. The company is located in Morgan County. Vivian. There we go. Just jump around. There we go. Thank you. The project's located in Division 1 on the South Platte, just outside of Fort Morgan. Again, the borrower is the Duell and Schneider Improvement Company. Their requested loan amount is $649,430, the terms for which would be 40 years at 1.6%. In preparing the board memo for this loan request, my primary contact has been Joe Baumberger. He's the vice president of the company, and he's not here today, but we do have a few representatives of the company with us. We've got Brian Kemble, the president. He's in the back here. We've got Brad Kemble and Dan Kendrick, directors of the company, and Matt Harris with Harris Engineering, who prepared the feasibility study. Duell and Schneider is a relatively small ditch company. They divert a little over 5,000 acre-feet per year off the north side of the South Platte, with which they irrigate 1,500 acres of cropland. The properties irrigated by Duell and Schneider are shown in blue on this figure, and particular to their situation and relevant to this project is that they share their diversion structure with Upper Platte and Beaver Canal Company. They divert off the south side, and the properties that they irrigate are shown in green around the town of Brush. So this is the diversion structure that will be replaced as part of this project. Duell and Schneider's ditch head gate is on the north side, Upper Platte and Beaver on the south side. Originally, both companies had two different diversion structures divided by a sandbar in the middle. Those two structures were built in the 30s. And then there was a major flood event in 1965 that washed out that sandbar, and then that diagonal structure was put in at that time to maintain diversions for both companies. So here's a few photos of what that looks like on the ground. The top photo is the diversion structure from the north side looking south, and the other two are looking from Upper Platte and Beaver's diversion on the south side looking north. Here's a couple more pictures of the condition of the structure. It's in pretty tough shape. Like I said, the original two perpendicular structures were built in the 30s. The diagonal structure was built in 1965. There's quite a bit of deterioration generally, but the really big issue is that there's undercutting of the foundation on the structure in a couple of places. In that top left photo, you can see that really well, and in the bottom right. So they looked at a couple different options for where to go with the project. And they determined that the best option was a total replacement. This is showing an overlay of the new structure designed by Harris Engineering. It'll be a single length across the river, tying in at Duell and Schneider's existing headgate on the north, and then directly south to a new diversion location for Upper Platte and Beaver. They'll move a couple hundred feet upstream, and their canal will go upstream with them. The new structure will be founded on a more solid footing than the existing one. It will include remotely operated bladder gates to more efficiently pass sand and high flows, and maintenance operations will be quite a bit safer. So if any of that sounded familiar, that's because last year Upper Platte and Beaver came to you for a loan for the same project for their portion, and that was approved by you, and they're already under contract. So if this loan request goes through, Duell and Schneider will secure funding for their portion, and this is how they'll break out their contributions. And having two borrowers on one project is unique on a diversion structure project, but it's the kind of thing we've done on reservoir projects fairly often. We've had success with that kind of setup. So here's the financial breakdown for the project. The entire project cost is currently estimated at $4,392,000. The loan to Duell and Schneider, including the service fee, will be $649,430 at 1.6% interest rate for a 40-year term. The company qualifies for a 1.35% rate at our standard 30-year term, but they requested the longer repayment period, so we add 0.25% per policy. Once the loan repayment period starts, the company's annual obligation will be $24,318. The financial ratios in the memo indicate that they are a strong to average borrower, and they have already set their stock assessments to repay the loan. The loan collateral is a pledge of those assessment revenues and the project itself. So with that, the staff recommendation is as stated on the front page of the board memo, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or have any of the representatives of the company say a few words if you'd like.
Do we have any questions for Cole? I'd like to invite any of the representatives of the ditch company up if you have any comments to make to the board. If any of you come up, please state your name for the record.
I think we're good.
My name's Dan Kendrick with Duell & Snyder Improvement Company.
Brian Kimball with Duell & Snyder. And I'd just like to say thank you for taking the time to at least see us and review this project.
Thank you, guys. If you have any questions for us, free.
Good? Okay. Thank you very much. I think you did an awesome job.
Director Yon, did you have a question?
Yeah. No, I just want to thank those guys for coming up. Brian, Brad, and Dan, thanks for making the trip. It's not too far from Fort Morgan, but it's still time out of your day when it's good weather to be farming, so appreciate you coming up. And I just, the Upper Platte, and this is an important diversion structure for our area, and it's a very expensive one, as you can see. This is higher than normal, so I appreciate these guys coming to us for a loan, and I'm glad that we can help out, because it is a critical piece of structure in our area, and critical farm ground in our area, good farm ground in that area. So I appreciate being able to do this, and thanks Cole for going out there and spending time with them, and also to Matt for, he's our new diversion dam engineer in our area, so he's doing a lot of diversion dams, so I appreciate all of his work out in that area too. They're just finishing one on the Schneider ditch, not to be confused with Duell & Snyder, it's the Schneider ditch, so in the Sterling area. But when we approved the loan for the Upper Platte and Beaver, it was for the total amount, I believe, right. And then after trying to decide how, it's tough for the Upper Platte and Beaver people to take on the loan and expect payments from the Duell & Snyder. So I think this is a better way to do it, where each company comes for their own loan and they're responsible for it. And so I appreciate you to work on that. So thanks. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and while the loan is to Duell & Snyder, we've also worked really closely with Upper Platte and Beaver, and Steve Griffith is the president over there. He's been really closely involved as we've gone through this, and he's been good to work with too. Yeah, and so both companies have worked really closely in this process and will work closely going forward.
And it's going to take a while, and these things happen in the wintertime, and this is pretty important to get this one started, because as you can see in some of the pictures, it needs improvement. So yeah, it's time to do something, and it, there's a lot of planning that goes into it, and then usually it happens where begin construction, right after irrigation season. So we want to get this under contract if we can. So appreciate your consideration of this. And with that, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 6.
Director Yon has moved staff recommendation on agenda item 6A, seconded by Director Dutton. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on our morning break. I am going to suggest that we shorten this to 10 minutes. It's 10:57 right now, so 11:07 back in our seats. You're going to hear this from me at every break today. I expect you to sanitize or wash your hands before you touch the coffee. That's for staff, attendees, anyone in the room. Let's stay healthy. All right, we are back from our break. In discussions with Director Weiser, his schedule is a bit limited this afternoon, and because we're running a bit behind, I'm going to suggest that we move agenda item 16 right now to make sure that we can get the report from him.
I appreciate that. And Director Hawkins, welcome to your new role. Director Dutton, thank you for your leadership. It is fabulous to have both of you and also our Director Mitchell at the helm, once again showing how well women lead. We are so privileged for your leadership. The three of you are amazing. And I'll start with the coronavirus, as many people have been talking about, and connect it a little bit to the spirit of this community. What we are going to find ourselves tested in the next weeks and months is how well we stay together and support one another, including the sorts of warnings that Director Hawkins has been offering people about being smart. We can and we will manage and get through this, but it's not going to be easy. The previews from other countries underscore the challenges, and what it will do is test our institutions and their ability to operate. As people know, the governor has declared for legal purposes a state of emergency, giving some flexibility in how we cope with it, and we're going to continue to confront different issues. As you all have questions and thoughts, feel free to be in touch with us as we're developing responses. Obviously, the resilience that we're going to need to show is going to be important and will be ultimately a strength, but won't always be easy. I want to also welcome a new board member. There he is. Greg Feld, thanks for joining us here. It's a fabulous community, and you're going to be a great addition to it, so it's great to have you aboard as well. As some of you may know, I have news that is bittersweet, as it often is. So Karen Kwan, who has served our state extraordinarily well and will continue to serve because she has a heart of service, is going to take a breather from serving in the Department of Law. And she doesn't have a next chapter yet announced, but I know what she'll do is going to continue to be amazing. We support her personally and professionally, and we are bracing ourselves for not having her full engagement, her incredible intellect, work ethic, and character, which have contributed great things to this community and the whole state of Colorado. It is obviously sad for us on personal and professional levels, but we support you, Karen, and can I say on behalf of this whole community how much we appreciate you, and maybe ask people to give Karen a round of applause. There'll be more time for celebrating all of her leadership and impact. What I can say in the spirit of continuity is we're committed to continuing to live up to the standards of excellence that Karen set, and have the good fortune, as Karen has reminded us, is she's not leaving the state. She's with us in mind and spirit as we need her wisdom and guidance. And so I know many people here will continue to enjoy you as a friend and as a colleague. I just can't emphasize enough how tireless you have been. These are difficult, important issues, and you have brought the very best of the Department of Law to address them. So thank you for that. We have some other points we'll be getting to later in executive session. And again, I recognize got a great team members who are here who will be talking, including about some of the demand management work that we've been talking about in the past. We are going to be facing, again, with the coronavirus, having to walk and chew gum, which is, it's going to put a lot of strain on us, both the legal issues related to it, having to be more agile in terms of managing a workforce, and also continuing to serve the people of Colorado. To that end, because I know it is something that comes up here, there's likely to be some litigation around, and this is not exactly square on this group, but people have interest, the Waters of the U.S. rule. The most recent decision was quite radical. I thought the Colorado position, which reflected a lot of collaboration from people in this room, was a very reasonable, appropriate call to something akin to what was the 2008 rules. Unfortunately, that counsel was not taken, and we are thus looking at what we might do. If people have thoughts on this topic, please be in touch with Amy or myself. We also will continue to be looking at Colorado River issues from a bunch of different angles, and as people have thoughts on that, I know that'll be a part of our agenda as well. So we've got a lot of work to do, both the regular work and now other exigent work. It's great to be working with all of you. Again, the spirit here in Colorado and of this community is something that is going to continue to inspire and guide us. So that's my report, and you'll hear more from Amy later.
Councilor Beatty.
And just one point of order here as well. We do have a written public report that goes along with Director Weiser's oral report. So in this agenda item, this is the opportunity to raise questions anyone has about the public report and anything public. Otherwise, any discussion about legal matters that are required for executive session, we will take on at executive session later this afternoon.
Do we have any questions for Director Weiser or questions about the public report?
I'll mention one small point for those who noted it. The Hill case decided by the 10th Circuit represents the first inning of a long game. The initial ruling was a preliminary decision on a preliminary issue involving a legal doctrine of standing. Probably only a few of you in the room, such as Director George, would want to hear me go deeper on this, so I won't go any deeper. But I know people are following this case. I would just underscore it is at a very early stage, and there's a lot of baseball to be played, so to speak.
Well, thank you. I am going to exercise the privilege of chair in case Karen is not with us when I do my director's report tomorrow. Karen, you are one of the smartest attorneys I have ever worked with on Colorado River matters or others. I look up to you as a mentor and just cannot thank you enough for your service. So I will say that again tomorrow, but wanted you to hear it today. All right, we will get back on our regular scheduled agenda and move on to item 7, changes to existing loans.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Pittenger, and I'll be addressing agenda item 7A, the West Half Laramie Pooter Tunnel Rehabilitation Project with the Tunnel Water Company. So the project site, you may recall, I'm going to go through this background kind of quick. The origination is North Platte, and the water from the tunnel ends up in the South Platte. The original loan amount was $9,090,000, and that was approved a year ago. There was a loan increase approved in November, and today we're here for a loan increase request. The total on that is $17,250,800. Loan terms are for 30 years at 2.85%. Sorry about that. Pause. Okay, we'll just move through it here. I've been working with Mr. Donald Frick. He's the general manager of the Tunnel Water Company, and he is here today to join our meeting. So, quick recap, the Laramie Pooter Tunnel itself, there's the Laramie River in that top photo. The tunnel crosses from the Laramie River over to Cache La Pooter. For those who know the area, Chambers Lake is identified there in that photo. 2.2 mile long tunnel constructed in 1910. Tunnel Water Company purchased the tunnel in 1938, and it has approximately 15,755 acre feet annually diverted through that tunnel. There are two primary shareholders in the Tunnel Water Company, and those are Water Supply and Storage Company, sometimes the acronym is CWCB, and also Windsor Reservoir Canal Company. For the Whisk service area, that includes about 40,000 irrigated acres. For the Windsor Reservoir Canal Company, the service area includes more muni service. And the entities over on the far right are also, they're there to identify that these are also the shareholders that have shares in both Whisk as well as Windsor Reservoir and Canal Company. So the goals of the project have not changed. Ultimately, the goals of the project are to prevent tunnel collapse, also to continue deliveries to shareholders and improve stable access and maintenance of the tunnel for the future of the tunnel. The photo you see here to the right is a photo that was taken during demolition. The concrete tunnel, original tunnel and infrastructure you can see below, the rubble falls, they clean that out. What happens with this tunnel is they open it up, and you can see from the top of that tunnel there, they expose these open void spaces, is what we're calling them. And for scale, you may be able to see it's a little dark. There's a gentleman up in the top right of that corner. So this is a pretty big space. The reason for the increase includes additional material and structural support needed beyond the original quantified estimate. Also, replacement of existing support systems and installation of rock bolts, shotcrete, and then that rubble removal. Schedule is still the same next year this time. This photo, or this slide I'm going to go through kind of quick. This is a plan and profile of the tunnel, and it's a section of the tunnel. So take from it what you will. Plan view is bird's eye view, vantage point flying over the tunnel looking down. Profile view is if you were, vantage point, if you were actually in the mountain looking at the tunnel moving west to east. And I guess the point here I'd like to have as a takeaway is that these colors represent different variability in the tunnel. And with this variability comes different stability and construction requirements associated. So as you can see, it's constantly changing. Images here of those rock bolts and steel spans, as well as the steel structural members on the bottom right. So in summary, total project cost is $17,080,000. With the service fee, it's $17,250,800. Loan increase is $8,160,800 at the same 2.85 blended interest rate. Gives an annual payment of $863,144. Collateral will be a pledge of assessment revenues and the project itself. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Do we have any questions? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And thank you. So it's a pretty significant change to the project. And the financial ratios are also impacted. Can you speak to that?
Table 4. Table 4 specifically. Yes. So are you referring to kind of how it's showing weak? Is that what you're? Okay. Yes. And I guess so. When we put this table together, part of it, those ranges of numbers are more reflective of an ag shareholders. This is an private entity, and yes, the Tunnel Water Company is a private entity, but they also happen to have a huge municipal backing. That's kind of why I wanted to show those larger entities there. Another reason the operating ratio is a little low from previous years. They do plan on bringing their assessments up to get it to that closer to 100%. Does that answer your question?
Helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Director Anderson.
So the reason for the increase in the loan is change in conditions they found as they were in there working?
Yes, unforeseen conditions.
And granted, I know there's no certainty that this isn't that we aren't going to have to revisit this in the future with additional findings in there as they continue to work on it, or is there some confidence that this is enough to complete the project?
That's a very good question. I can take a stab at answering that, and then possibly Dawn can come up and talk to you about the efforts that the Tunnel Water Company has gone to make sure that they're getting as close to the project cost now as actual conditions reflect.
Okay.
I guess the main difference that I see between what's happened between November and now, they've gone in and done much more rigorous testing, drilling. They have a much more, a closer understanding as to what they're going to find in the tunnel. They've been working their way through the tunnel. They're about 1,700 feet into the tunnel right now. It's my understanding, roughly. And as they've learned as they've gone along, and so they can project better, they feel. Are they 100% confident that what's on that paper is what they're going to find? I'm not sure I would go that far. But they have much more confidence because they've been in the tunnel longer.
Okay.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Sure. Don Frick, I'm General Manager for the Tunnel Water Company. That's a great question and something that we've been asking all along. It's like, well, how much more? They keep coming back for more money. And we're like, well, what assurance do we have? And I think from my standpoint, when they've gone in and reassessed things, essentially what they're doing is putting in a very conservative support system. So we're putting in these steel sets now where we were originally projecting grouting or bolting. And so it's very conservative. These steel sets are $25,000 a set, 4 feet a set. And so barring anything completely unforeseen, this is kind of the most robust set of support that we can put in. 100% sure, no. We're working with the contractor for incentives to make sure we don't go any higher. And we're also looking at some design alternatives to reduce costs too. But right now, the number is a very conservative number, is what we feel.
Director Anderson?
What's the schedule?
The schedule is to be completed by May 15th, 2021.
Don, did you have any other general comments you'd like to give to the board?
No, just a appreciation from the board for the support. It's, as you can imagine, it's been a challenging couple months here with the project. So.
Great. Well, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Rachel, I assume you're going to move on to your staff recommendation. Can I request that you take just a couple of minutes to either you or Kirk explain to us how this would impact the 2020 projects bill?
So the original loan request was for the $9 million, 90,000, and with the approval, the project's bill will reflect the increase from November and any changes from today. The contract has not been amended yet. The CWCB contract has not been amended yet, so the project's bill will reflect all changes.
Are there any questions about how this would affect the projects bill? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. I guess question is the timing, and have the bill sponsors been brought into the loop, and obviously looking at some constraints into the future. Are we going to see some challenges?
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. Yeah, thank you for that question. And this is very unique in that, as Rachel was talking about, the original approval way back was underneath the $10 million threshold, which is why it was not in the projects bill to start with. And then in November, when they ran into some complications, we saw that it was going to exceed that 10 million. We needed to put it in the projects bill. So the board approved 11 some million project costs. So we put that in the bill as a draft. And at the time that we did that, there was this a message coming from the company that this additional funding might be needed, and timing of the bill was the critical piece in essence. And so we weren't sure if we were going to amend it after it was introduced, or if the timing of some other things would delay the bill for other reasons that would then allow this board to make a decision on this, and we could just actually put it in as the official bill at the time. And so that's where we are, since it's not introduced until the 19th. So we will be able to take this board's action and actually apply it to the bill, and the sponsors are well aware of that.
I have a question, seeing none from the board. Is there any risk to any of the other funding in the projects bill by adding this?
In regards to available funds?
Yes.
No, we have plenty to cover this increase, and it is all part of our model that we continue to show the board. So no, we're in good shape there.
Director Anderson.
I might just make a comment. This is really not surprising to me, having grown up in Colorado and worked underground several times in my life. You really don't know what you're getting into until you get there. And you may not know until you're complete what you got into. You know, you look back at the company I work for, Al Johnson's experience in the Eisenhower Tunnel. They spent the network of that whole joint venture up there in the first 6 months of the job. You know, untold increase in the cost of that. And I appreciate where you are today, and wish y'all luck in the world. That it sounds like you've taken a conservative approach to it, and wish you all the luck in the world in completing your project.
Kirk.
If you don't mind, let me respond to Director Anderson. I want to give Rachel some accolades, and certainly the company. When we get into a project as a project manager, as Rachel's position is, and she works with the borrower and sees the heartbreak that this puts and the stresses that this puts on the company, and she brings that back to the office, and it touches us. You know, we want to be part of the good all the time, and there's some difficult decisions that this company has had to make, and they're in this tunnel that they're trying to fix, the unknowns, the uncertainty. You hear us talk many times on projects that when you use the word grout, we all think of grout as in the cracks in our tile. This grout, they inject that into the rock, and where it goes, nobody knows in many instances. We joke about it pops out clear downstream somewhere in New Mexico. I mean, there's a lot of uncertainty, and so then many times in projects as engineers, we say, well, don't we have enough boring data to know where this is going to go? And it's a balancing act on the engineering side. Do you overanalyze it and still have unknowns, or do you just do your best at trying to get enough information to hope you don't get into the situation that this tunnel is in? And it happens on many projects, and so as staff, our heart goes out to this company that's really in a bind with getting this tunnel fixed, a very, very important tunnel. So I guess I'll stop there.
Director Jan.
Yeah, when I was reading this, I could feel their pain because this is a tough one. I mean, I was looking at it, and you know, we just talked about it in November, thought we had it increased, and then all of a sudden you find this new thing that almost doubles the price. And so we appreciate your business, but this is pretty tough on the company. So I appreciate you, Rachel, working with them and getting them through this difficult time. And you know, as we go, whatever we can do to help, we're more than willing to do that. So thanks for bringing it to us.
Director Trick.
If there are no further questions, I would make a motion to approve staff recommendation on agenda item 7A.
And have we all seen the staff recommendation?
I would just say that the staff recommendation is as written.
Perfect. So Director Trick has moved staff recommendation on item 7A. Director Jan has seconded. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying no. Motion passes. Let's move to agenda item 7B.
Kirk Russell, Finance Section Chief. This next agenda item, number 7B, is one that the board has seen before as well. And one might think, well, it should be easier to build a new project than to fix old tunnels, but they all have their complexities. The Windy Gap firming project was in front of the board several years ago, and this, I will share with the board, this is a very unique request, and there's not a lot of template for this presentation, and when I asked staff who might want to present this, I didn't get a lot of offers. So I will give it a shot here, and I want to introduce the members of Northern that are in attendance. Jeff Drager is the Director of Engineer, and Joe Donnelly is the project manager, and they will be sharing with the board some details about where they are with this very important, large project, and hopefully help me in support of presenting this. I also wanted to acknowledge that Jonathan Hernandez, those of you that know Jonathan, he was a starting pitcher for the finance section to stay on Attorney General's baseball theme. And he was traded to Northern Water, and he would have been here today, but I'm questioning now that maybe as Northern starting pitcher, maybe he got a little nervous to be on the other side of this discussion. But he contacted me this morning and said he was feeling under the weather, and I think chose wisely to stay away. So we thank him for that, and he may be listening as well. And we wish Jonathan always the best, and certainly miss him. All right, the premise behind this request to the board is, and I'm going to stay at high level, and then we'll drill down a little bit, and then maybe go deeper and work through questions you might have. The highest level and the understanding of where we are right now, Northern came to the board a couple years ago when they were all systems go to start their project. And at the time, and I'll get into deeper discussion of why we went there, but we assigned them an interest rate that was different than our normal policy. Normally when borrowers come in, our policy establishes who the borrower is, what their interest rate is, and we set them to move forward. In this case, and we'll dive deeper, but in this case, we assigned them an interest rate. We have not contracted for the project. They are experiencing delays primarily from the lawsuit that was filed against the project. And so we fast forward. At the time, I will admit, we've always said the interest rates could never go lower. Well, here we are a couple of years later, and the interest rates have dropped. And so really the highest level at this point in this presentation is that the market rate is lower now. Had they come in now, this is exactly where we would be, and it's all about timing. So to give a little background on who they are, many of you know Northern Water, but these are the participants in the municipal sub-district that is part of this project. And you can, I won't read them, but you can see them on the right side. Northern Waters, you can see the map about where they're located. And here's their service area, which spreads all the way out to the plains and the state border. And the primary focus of this project is the creation of a reservoir on this side of the Continental Divide near Carter Lake, and it's to assist in bringing the water that has historically been throttled due to capacity and the system that's in place for the current Windy Gap project. And the foundation of that is when there's ample water, there's no room on the west slope to get it to the east slope, and when there's no water available on the west slope, obviously that can't be transferred over. So this gives an opportunity for the district to store on the west slope, and I'm sure the sponsors will go deeper into that. I guess this is some additional detail of their system. This is Lake Granby here, and they get water through the Continental Divide up here in the corner. You can see Lake Granby here. The red line is actually the tunnel through the mountain. The Windy Gap Reservoir is obviously downstream of Lake Granby. They pump that water back up to Lake Granby, which then gets it up through the tunnel. And that is the system that currently is not providing adequate water to the east slope. Okay, to go deeper into the idea of how we set the interest rate and why we are where we are today. And I want to do that by just talking about some history of some things that have happened over the course of the last 2 or 3 years. The water plan identified a potential need for guarantee loan funding. Some of you that have been on the board a while, the idea was to put some money together, and if multiple participants in one project could pool their financing, the state would have an opportunity to provide a guarantee of repayment, lowering their private market interest rate. And about the same time that we were considering that, and we did end up setting aside $30 million for that fund, and then we retracted it when we ran into some complications with severance tax. But anyway, stay with me. The fund was created for this purpose, to assist with pooled financing situations on projects. Northern had come to us, well, that $30 million for their size of project really didn't have an impact. And at the time, Aurora had just paid off their $60 million loan. Severance tax revenue was coming in strong. We had an opportunity to actually loan money to the project. And the district, looking at us saying, well, you got $90 million, we need $500 million. And we said, well, how can we best utilize the state's funds? And the idea surfaced that we take the $90 million and take a subordinate position on the private market. So they will go out and sell their bonds, and the state would take a subordinate position on the revenue that comes in from each participant. And when we looked at that, we said, well, even though that looks like a risky business, it's probably a lot less risk than many of our loans that we make. And we can be part of something, we can take advantage of the state funds and have in essence leveraging the opportunity to the private market. But I think the most important component of that was it was the glue that pulled these participants together. Many of them were coming to us directly saying, well, we would like to borrow from CWCB, and here would be our interest rate. And maybe another borrower would go to the market, maybe they'd come to us, and our interest rates they don't match risk in the market. And so Northern said, well, if this $90 million could be used as a subordinate loan into the project, we can go to the private market, pool all of our participants, and homogenize all of their risk to the market, and it brings the project together. And it was a moment that I think both us and Northern celebrated, in that this was an opportunity to use our funds in a little different fashion. And again, we assumed the interest rates were going up, so they came into us. We put them in the projects bill. We set that interest rate with the assumption that about 6 to 9 months later, they were going to go to the market. And then the lawsuit had an effect on their ability to go to the market. And now we're in some delays. They've made some significant progress, which Jeff and Joe, I think, are going to show. But that delay, the market has come down, and I've had some of the participants come to me directly outside of this situation and say, we'd like to borrow at this better rate today because the market has changed. And I said, I have shared with them, that's outside the plan. The plan is to try to keep this group together. It's better for the whole if we stay true to that. And then when Northern approached us recently and said, it might be better for us to not even use your money and then just start to scatter, and then we lose the benefit of the pooled financing. So I said, well, let's talk. Maybe we can consider an adjustment to that interest rate, and I will share with the board, we don't refinance. The reason I look at this different than a normal loan that would come in and say, well, I like the interest rate today better than when we got our loan. The significant differences here is we did not use our policy, and we didn't enter into a contract. So we haven't completed the requirements to enter into a contract yet anyway. And so the whole thing just seems like something the board would consider. And I'll let you listen to more of the story from the district. But in essence, the current rate has dropped about 1% for this to match market rate today. I'd love to say the rates will never go any lower, but every time I say that, I look and it dropped a little bit. One of the caveats, and when we get into the recommendation, you'll see it looks a little confusing. Our contracts have two phases to them. One of them is the construction phase, and one of them is the repayment phase. Those are in our loan contracts. And when we talk to the district about setting this rate, and the time is right to set this rate, and if they start to rise, I'm thinking, well, I don't know, that doesn't seem fair. If this 5-6 years out now, they still haven't taken out the bonds for whatever reason. I said I'd like a correction time, and so we offered, and the district considered an acceptable offer, and that was inside of the first year of the contract. We're going to set this interest rate, and they do have some desire to actually take some of our $90 million. Maybe even before they go to the market. But the condition is stating that if within that year they do not go to the private market, we're going to wrap up that loan wherever it exists at that point in time. Maybe they've taken $10 million out of the loan. We'll close that loan up at that interest rate, and then we'll come talk again. Because the rates could be much higher than how long down the road. And so they agreed, we'll revisit this in 1 year after the contract is signed and reevaluate the interest rate. So that's the condition that may be a little confusing in our recommendation. So with all that, I'm going to turn this over to the district, and Jeff Drager. Mike's yours.
Thank you, Kirk. I'm Jeff Drager, Director of Engineering at Northern Water. A couple things I'd like to say, just thank CWCB for being willing to work with us on this loan. It's a pretty interesting project, and we're in an interesting situation. I'm not a finance guy, but Kirk and our finance people have figured out some things that seem to make sense, and we really appreciate that and thank them for doing that. I also want to thank DNR and other departments in DNR for help and expertise on this project. We've been working on permitting for over 15 years on this project. Some of our first positive step on the permitting came in 2010 and 11 when we worked with then the Division of Wildlife and DNR staff. They had a staff member named Becky Mitchell who helped us on that project. And we got our Fish and Wildlife Mitigation Plan and agreed on what was appropriate mitigation for the project, and that really helped move the permitting forward, and we've always appreciated their work on that. We also went through and got a 1041 permit from Grant County. As part of that, to get approval from the opponents of the project on the west slope, we agreed to build what's called the connectivity channel around Windy Gap Reservoir. So that reservoir in the future will act more like a natural stream with an off-stream reservoir. And you'll hear a little bit about that, we hope, in your next meeting about that particular project. But we've had a lot of help from your department and divisions, and we truly appreciate it. As Kirk mentioned, we were in this permitting process in June of 2017. We got our 404 permit. We're ready to go. That's, I think, the same time you guys approved this loan. In October of 2017, an environmental group filed a lawsuit against the Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers, stating that they gave out the permits without looking at some of the details that they should have. They should have looked in more detail. So we're still in the middle of that lawsuit. We have not taken out the sold bonds and moved forward with construction, waiting for that to be completed. We hope that we're getting close on getting that completed, all of the administrative records complete, all the briefings and back and forth have been submitted to the judge for to make their decision. So we're hoping that we can, that we can start construction pretty soon. But even while we've been waiting, we've been working really hard to just try to make progress in this time frame. So we're really, even though we're waiting for this lawsuit to be done, we're trying to get better handle on our project, understand the cost better, and move forward. And I'm going to let, somewhere along the line, I was an engineer. I became more of a permitting and management guy, so I delegated the fun part to Joe Donnelly. I'm going to let Joe Donnelly, our project manager, give you a quick update on the project itself.
All right, thank you, Jeff. So I guess pinch hitting for Jonathan Hernandez. I'm going to give you an update here. We've already got quite a bit of a background on the project, but people often ask, what is the Windy Gap Firming Project and what does that mean? So essentially, we have this Windy Gap Reservoir shown in the picture here. It's an on-channel reservoir on the Colorado River. It was built after the CBT project was commissioned and with separate water rights. Essentially, that project has junior water rights and has to use available capacity in the CBT system to deliver water. So during dry years, we can't pump out of our pump station, and over wet years, we don't have any place to pump it to. So we've long known that we needed, from the original EIS back in the 80s, we know we needed dedicated storage to get reliable water out of this project. So although we deliver 18,000 acre feet a year to our 15 participants, we'll go like 2 or 3 years in a row without pumping, so it's unreliable water. So the goal of our project is to develop, or to deliver consistently 30,000 acre feet to the municipalities in northern Colorado. Jeff talked about the permitting process. So over those 16 years, Northern Water looked at over 140 alternatives. And the preferred alternative through that process is the Chimney Hollow Reservoir, and it's a great area for a reservoir. It's a great dam site. It has beautiful silver plume granite right on the surface to help us with construction, but it also has no endangered species. It's an off-channel reservoir. It's located right adjacent to our CBT infrastructure, so we have very little pipelines and canals and that to make this thing work. Here's just another map of our participants. We already went over those. We actually have 12 participants. There's 15 participants in our Windy Gap project, but only 12 of them are participating in the firming project itself. So just get into some of the work we've done since 2017, since we last presented here. We've been in the design process from about 2016, and we just finished the design at the end of last year with sign and seal drawings from the state engineer's office. But through this whole process, when we started it, we're building the third tallest dam in the state of Colorado and the largest dam that's been built in the United States in 25 years. And so we don't take that lightly. The state engineer's office doesn't, and neither does the Bureau of Reclamation. So we entered into this, I would say it was a collaborative design review process where we signed a charter and we reviewed this project together. And we hired experts, and we feel like we have a very good design, always with dam safety as our primary focus through the design and into construction. The other thing I'd like to point out is I think the new dam safety regs have been released for the state of Colorado, and this is, I believe, the first project, certainly the first new dam project that's adopted those regulations, including the EPAT project and allowances for climate change and some of those things that this board has supported financially. As we finished about sometime springtime last year, we knew we were getting close on the design, and we were getting close with the litigation, so we decided it was time to hire a contractor So we talked about how we were going to do this, and we decided we did not want to low bid this work. We wanted to find a contractor, develop a procurement process where we could find the best value and the lowest risk to the enterprise. So through that, we took contractors through about an 8 or 9 month process to find someone we felt could build this project and satisfy the goals. So from the beginning, we established these goals for the project. You can see them up there. I think the top 3 are standard goals for most construction projects. And then at the bottom, you know, not every project has 15 different boards that they need to report to and plan for, so it's a difficult thing. So we were really looking for a contractor who could be a partner with us on this. And also, you know, we have hundreds, I think, I don't know, we're at 300 environmental commitments through the Windy Gap Farming Project. So we also want a contractor who takes that seriously and understands us and helps us to meet those goals that we've set for this project. So through that whole thing, we signed a contract with Barnard Construction in December 2019. They're a dam builder out of Bozeman, Montana, and I listed a couple of their major subs. I'll get into this in a minute, but one of the unique things about Chimney Hollow is it's going to be an asphalt core dam. So it's the first jurisdictional asphalt core dam in the United States. And so they brought on Wallow, which is a Swiss contractor who's built about 40 of these. We also have Nicholson as a very good grouting contractor, and then kind of a local presence with Garney, who's worked with this. And I should say Barnard has actually built our Pleasant Valley pipeline, so we've worked with them as a district as well. When we signed that contract, we entered into a pre-construction period. We didn't release the full $485 million funds. We authorized Barnard for $2 million to get the project ready to build. So there's a list of basically outlines that scope of work that we established with them, as well as working through finalizing those allotment contracts and finance documents. So with that, I'll probably hopefully this works. This is a rendering of the Chimney Hollow. So this is Chimney Hollow Reservoir, looking at right there. That's our 350-foot tall rock fill asphalt core dam. You can see some of our conveyance and the roads. The flyover goes about 2.5 miles down to the south end of the reservoir, where we have a rockfill clay core dam, saddle dam. It's about 50 feet tall to get the necessary 90,000 acre feet of storage. And then this turns the corner, and you'll see the saddle dam access road to get our O&M and crews out to that saddle dam. There's a federal power line through the middle of this valley right now, so we're relocating that kind of along that access road, so that also serves as a transmission line O&M road. When we bought this property back in 2002, we bought it jointly with Larimer County, and so this whole project will be operated as a public open space, a 3,500 acre public open space. So as you get here, you're going to see kind of a 2-tiered parking lot, where we can park a couple hundred cars. As you can see the spillway, and then that road with the guardrails and the bridge, that's the public access road. And then there's the county road where we're doing improvements disappeared there with some turn lanes and that kind of thing to get public into it. So I was gonna talk about this project a little bit. The construction is quite fascinating. We're gonna have an on-site quarry. So what this does is it keeps construction traffic off the roads. We're producing all of our aggregates, all of our concrete, all of our asphalt on site. So we're gonna mine out 15 million yards of rock. So at peak production, we're gonna be mining 45,000 tons per day, which is gonna make us the largest mining operator in the state of Colorado for 2.5 years. So this is bigger than Henderson, bigger than Climax. It's that scale of a project. We're going to be using 777 fixed axle mine trucks. So it's basically going to look like upscaled, full-scale Tonka trucks. And we're going to have a couple of the largest excavators that Caterpillar makes with 12-yard buckets to fill those trucks and keep that production going. So we'll have 300 people on site. It'll be a very serious operation. The Chimney Hollow main dam itself is, I mentioned it was an asphalt core dam. When we started the design of this project into 2017, we always envisioned this as a clay core rockfill dam. So basically that rock gives us all of the strength and the mass to hold back the reservoir. but then we were using the clay as that impermeable barrier in the dam. And as we drilled well over 100 holes, test pits, geophysical studies, we are several 100,000, maybe 300,000, maybe 400,000 yards of clay short. And so we said we need to go back to the drawing board and look at some other options. So we looked at the state engineer's office, as well as all of our reviewers and engineers agreed that the asphalt core dam was the preferred option for our particular geology and setting. So what this looks like is it's essentially this massive rock-fill shell, and we have a 3-foot wide strip of hydraulic asphalt that runs up through the middle of the dam. So here's a picture of our asphalt core building contractor building one of these types of dams in Norway. So essentially they have this specialized paving machine. It places that the asphalt and some sand and gravels on the side of it while they're bringing up the rock-fill dam on the sides. So this hydraulic asphalt's a little different than road asphalt. It's got more bitumen in it and more fines in it, so it's designed to be flexible and also impermeable. So the idea is if you paved a parking lot with it, it would look beautiful on day one, but every car that drove through it would leave ruts. So it's a pretty interesting, unique material. We do have a valve house. This is our conveyance for Chimney Hollow is complex, almost more complex than some hydropower projects. We basically create a 4-way interconnection in Pinewood Reservoir, Chimney Hollow Reservoir, Carter Lake, and Flatiron Reservoir. So we have about 1,100 feet of differential pressure between all these reservoirs that we need to balance and protect to operate the project. So here's just a visualization of the inside of that valve house. I mean, there's about $25 million worth of valves alone, like from the vendor inside that valve house to keep this thing operational. Just moving into construction, you know, the Northern Water's been building projects for a long time, and we had a 20-year construction contract that we've had a lot of success with. But we looked back at that contract and said, is this really set up for this type of long-term project with the inherent risks of this kind of heavy civil project? And so we've updated our construction contract and added some things like formal partnering and a dispute resolution board, and updated some of our bonding and contingency planning that we do at our project to make sure we're prepared for this type of project. I think I'll just move on. So getting away from construction, in addition to the Chimney Hollow project, the Windy Gap Farming project has a significant number of mitigation and enhancement projects. So we're spending about $30 million on basically environmental conservation projects on the Colorado River, in addition to giving them about $45 million worth of water and storage that we can that can be released for environmental purposes. So there's, among other things, it's the connectivity channel and updates to the Fraser Valley wastewater treatment plant, and a number of projects over there, actually. Here's a picture of the connectivity channel. So essentially, here's our dam that goes across the river. The idea is to breach out this section of the dam and build like a little levee. And then we're going to build it's about a 1.5 mile stretch, new reach of the Colorado River, so that fish can swim freely. I like to say we're, I guess, building one big dam, but building one big off-channel dam, but breaching our on-channel dam here. So, and then just on the east slope, I mentioned this, but we do have a partnership with Larimer County, who purchased their portion of this property with GOCO funds, and we'll get into operating this as a public open space after we get the reservoir built and filled. I did skip over schedule just for sake of time, but it is a 4-year construction project. We think it's going to take about 3 years to fill the reservoir, so the open space planning is going to start about a year after we build the reservoir to have it current when they open it. So with that, I think I'll turn it over for questions for any of us, I guess.
Does the board have any questions? Director Schwartz?
Thank you. Just a question about the timing of the lawsuit and the resolution of the lawsuit, and how this will impact the construction schedule?
Yeah, the timing of the lawsuit is unfortunately unknown. We've been in that lawsuit since October of 2017. The lawsuit is a review of the administrative record of the EIS and all the work that was done to give the permits. So it took over a year for the courts and all of the people involved in the lawsuit to agree on what that administrative record was. And as part of that lawsuit, we had the lawsuit's actually against the Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers. So Northern Water intervened in the lawsuit. The state of Colorado intervened in the lawsuit, as well as the city of Broomfield, who's our largest participant. And we also got letters of support from Grand County, Colorado River District, and some folks on the West Slope that used to be opposed to the project to try and get things to move forward. So all of that took a year, a little over a year, and then it took 6 months or so to have everybody file their briefs and rebuttals back and forth. In August, all of the paperwork was filed and given to the Ninth Circuit Court, to the judge to make a decision. In January, they reassigned the case to a judge who's actually, I'm not a lawyer, but in the 10th Circuit of Appeals Court. So it's been reassigned, and we're hoping that we'll get, that maybe the Ninth Circuit was pretty busy, and maybe this circuit has more time available, and we'll get a decision fairly soon, but we honestly don't know. We have our contractor on board. They were originally scheduled to start construction in May, but we had a 6-month delay. We're hoping that in November we'll be ready to start construction, but really we don't know, and that's a big question in our minds. So we've set up the project in a way that we can make progress and be ready to move as soon as possible, but we don't know what will happen. We might have to reevaluate the cost of the project even as time goes on. So your question is the question I get asked all the time, and I don't know the answer. But
thank you. It was very helpful. Thank you.
Director Brody.
So just want to clarify, I did check the docket, and it has been fully briefed since August, and it's currently before Judge Tinkovich in the Federal District Court here in Colorado. So hopefully you'll be hearing from them soon. And just want to add, the state did intervene, I believe, on behalf of the project in this case.
Are there any other questions? Director Schwartz?
And thank you. This conversation has been going on for so long. I'm just curious about the rate adjustment and how that, the issue is when it actually goes into construction and the dollars are expended, how that affects our loan rates to other projects and also return on our loan fund long term. So we have some of these other projects that have completed, and look, just how are we going to balance the fund long term with the adjustment in the rate?
And when we looked through all that to see if there was something that would be, I guess, a significant impact, and certainly when we lower an interest rate, we generate less revenue into the fund. For a marker for the board, I think we're making about 1% in Treasury. So if our money sits not doing anything for the good of water, it does not make as much money as if we can get it out in the market, which is different than when I first started with the board. It was upside down. So it looked like what would motivate us to get money out the door, because the Treasury was producing better interest rates than our project fund in water projects. So all that to say, it certainly reduces our production of interest over the 30 years. But it's, it's just kind of part of the bigger picture. I think the larger question might be, if we lose a $90 million loan, what do we do with that? It sits in Treasury for a while, not doing what it's intended to do. So we balance that with the potential loss of this revenue over 30 years. And again, I many times look at what the loan program was set up to do. I give the loan program a lot of credit for some flexibility and this board's ability to do things a little bit different and not be so rigid as many programs are. And I think this is an opportunity for that to happen. But certainly, it's not a zero impact on the loan program, but I don't believe you'll notice it. That's how large the fund is. This is $90 million out of $1 billion fund, so it's 1/10 of our overall portfolio.
Director Yon.
Yeah, thanks, Kirk. From what I understood, that some of the individual participants wanted to come to us separately because they could get a lower interest rate by themselves. We're not under contract yet, so it makes sense that you try to keep everybody together in this as one, and it helps out the whole of the participants, from what I understand. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I just want to say on the South Platte, this is a critical piece of infrastructure. I don't know if it wasn't really brought out, but there's 15 participants in it, and if it isn't moved forward, if it isn't built, they look for water other places, and that place is agriculture. So the alternative to this is the buy and dry of agriculture, and it's not stated often enough in my mind because I represent ag, but this is a critical piece, along with the Gross Reservoir Enlargement and the Northern Integrated Supply Project. All of those are just critical in our area to meeting some of the future gap. And so I like the ability to be flexible and to move forward in any way we can to help these projects get off the ground. And it's unfortunate that, once the Corps makes a decision, there's a lawsuit immediately that follows every time. So it's unfortunate because it delays. And during those delays, some of these municipalities are looking for places for water. And they go and they buy up agriculture in the meantime. So all of these delays mean, more ag that gets dried up in our area. And so that's always hard to take. But I guess the silver lining in all this, there was some delay, and if we are able to lower the interest rate, maybe we'll save a little bit of money. Probably not enough to offset the lawsuit or the increased construction costs, but at least the loan rate would be a little bit less. So that's one of the positive things about this, and I just want to commend Northern again, as I did. If you all remember, I think we were in Broomfield when we approved this, when Eric Wilkinson came before us. And so it's just a great project, and great that the CWCB can be part of it. And also, if you remember, when we had our meeting in Greeley, we took a tour of the area and drove right down through the bottom of the reservoir. So that was, if you were on the board then, you were able to see that as well as part of our South Platte meeting in Greeley. So I guess with all that said, I would move staff recommendation on agenda item 7B.
Director Yon has moved staff recommendation on item 7B. It's been seconded by Director Brody. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on to agenda item 8. Director Trick, did you want to say anything about this agenda item while they're setting up?
Yes, thank you. Just need to make a quick disclosure on the projects number 17 and 19. I am also a board member of the Open Water Foundation, so I would like to recuse myself from voting on those two items.
Thank you, Director Trick. Let's keep that in mind when we come to the staff recommendation on this item.
This is Lauren Miramont, CWCB staff, presenting on agenda item 8, severance tax operational fund grants. And I'm a finance manager. I'm not a project manager, so my role here is just to present and coordinate this program. So the intention of this agenda item is actually to approve all the projects as one group, on block, I guess is what it's called. So I won't be going through each individual project because I'm not a subject matter expert. But if you guys have questions on any project, I'm sure there's staff here that can address those for you. So my intention actually was to just give a little bit of background on the program and the funding for new people, because it's not a funding source we talk about all the time. So this is severance tax operational fund money, and that's a portion of the 25% that goes to DNR annually. So about 5% of that 25% is earmarked for our grant program, and that's about $1.275 million annually. And what's maybe a little bit different about this funding source for some of our other projects is it's time limited, so all projects have to be completed in one fiscal year. So that's something we consider when reviewing our applications. And then something else to mention is with this program, we historically set about $350,000 aside for research projects with higher ed, and those are vetted before coming to us via the Colorado Water Institute and Water Center. And then our section chiefs review those applications, and then what we're coming to you today with is those recommended projects. So, yeah, the intention is to just approve this en bloc. So projects 1 through 26 are recommended for approval. And if anybody has any questions on the individual projects, hopefully there's somebody here that can answer those questions for you.
Are there any questions? So Lauren, we heard from Director Trick. She's going to need to recuse herself from sub-items 17 and 19. Would you like to modify that block approval recommendation to remove those items so we can vote on them separately and together?
Sure. I don't know the best way to approach it, but yes, that's fine with me.
Councilor Beatty, do you have any suggestions here?
No, I think that's a great solution.
So we're voting on items 1 through 16 and 18 then for approval. Is that right?
I'm assuming you also want us to vote on 20 through 26?
Yes. Thank you.
And then what about 27 through 31 that are not recommended for approval?
My understanding is that board action isn't needed on those items. We just wanted to present all the applicants to you. That's historically how we've done it.
Excellent. So just for the record, the staff recommendation is to do a block approval under item 8 for sub-items 1 through 16, 18, and 20 through 26. We will take up items 17 and 19 in a subsequent recommendation under this item. Director Young.
Thank you. I move staff recommendation on agenda item 8, which is 1 through 16, 18, and 20 through 26.
Director Yan has moved staff recommendation on the first component of item 8. Director Dutton has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes. All right, let's move on to the staff recommendation for items 17 and 19.
Staff recommends project 17 and 19 be approved as outlined in the memo.
Director Dutton.
I move we approve staff recommendation on agenda items 8, 17, and 19.
All right, Director Dutton has moved to approve under agenda item 8, approval of sub-items 17 and 19. Director Yan has seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. And let the record reflect Director Trick's recusal on this item. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, I know we're into our lunchtime. We're going to get through one more item before we break. Let's move on to agenda item 9, marketing and communications update.
How's the Wi-Fi in here? Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Widescreen's like working-ish. Okay. Yeah, so I just passed out some of our newest swag items, our pens. They have our new URL on them.
And Sarah, could you introduce yourself for the record,
yes,
please?
Sorry. My name is Sarah Leonard. I was brought on to the CWCB staff in September to assist with marketing and communications efforts agency-wide. I think I've met most of you individually already, but if not, I'm going to present on a couple new marketing communications items, which of course this is a new role, so this will all be kind of new, fun, exciting opportunities. So the first thing I did when I started here was meet with all of the different sections of CWCB to kind of learn more about what they do, what kind of work that they have going on, and how I can support them in a marketing communications role. And with that in mind, I created a strategic communications plan with several of the marketing savvy staff that we have in each of the sections, and I'll highlight a couple of the overall proposals and strategies that I created in that plan. Also, as indicated in the board memo for this section, agenda item, I will be unveiling our new and improved website, which we're very excited about. And finally, I will present a few potential opportunities for you to get involved with our communications efforts. Oh, and I just added this photo because I saw Kirk's presentation, and this is a striped bass on the Chesapeake Bay. I just I just moved out here from Washington, D.C. Within the last year, so I did a lot of saltwater work while I was out there. Anyway.
I think that might be a first of seeing the fish as the cuddly thing in the photo.
Yeah, it's my cuddly fish. It was a big one. I got to take it home and eat it, which was great. Okay, so moving on, some very high-level pieces of the strategic communications plan, which in your board memo, it is linked, and you should be able to access it using your state email address. So if you want to go take a look and dive down more, you're welcome to do that. Basically, I'll go over 5 of the larger proposals, as well as 4 of the key publics that we've identified, and each of the proposals are kind of driven down into strategies and tactics that are specific to each of these targeted publics, water right owners, water conservation organizations, the legislature, and of course the general public or our Colorado residents. So the first thing is utilizing the website as a resource, especially with this new website that we have. I'd like to leverage that as much as we can to create the best user experience possible and enhance our search engine optimization to position CWCB as a top water conservation resource. So we'll be working on that. The second is increasing public awareness, and I think that especially as a headwater state, we are a leader in all water conservation efforts for planning throughout the state as well as throughout Western Colorado. So it's our duty to the public to really showcase what we've been doing for our water future, and to also create that positive image and reputation as a government agency who cares about all of the balancing all of the needs of all of our residents throughout the state. The third is leveraging our partnerships. This is very important for two-way communication, making sure that we are communicating all of our information to all of the different basins and using the memberships and audiences of different conservation groups to disseminate our information and our work, and also receive feedback from those groups to make sure that we are doing everything we can for the state. Elevating our ambassador profiles, that's kind of where our board members and other high-profile water leaders come into play, helping us from an individual personal account communicate some of the work that we do to make it more of a personal touch and less of a big overseeing government agency. I think that helps a lot, and like any business, personal accounts always do the best in terms of communicating to the average citizen. And the last thing is developing collateral. We received a new branding guidelines proposal from, or not proposal, a rulemaking, I guess, from the governor's office with new branding guidelines. So I'm trying to bring all of our collateral into that guidelines. You'll see our table runner is the first example of that. Our PowerPoint templates, fact sheets, event invitations, those will all start moving in that direction. So that'll be something that we work on. Okay. And next I want to showcase just a few pages on our brand new website to help show you where all the relevant pages are to you. We worked with Colorado Interactive, which is our state website partner. So we kind of followed the rules of the state when creating this website. And we redesigned the look and feel. So a lot of the content is in different locations than it was before to make it as user-friendly as possible. And all of our staff worked tirelessly to update all of the content throughout the entire site to make sure it was up to date as possible, and providing what we thought was the most important information to the public. So I'm gonna try and talk in the mic while I do this. Not sure if I can. I know that this is supposed to be live streaming, so. So here is the homepage of our website. You'll see on the focus areas, this is a little bit different than the last website, which was broken down more by, can I just bring it down here? Oh, yes, thank you. Instead of breaking it down by section, it's by focus areas. This is something that we thought would be easier for the average person to come and find something that they might not know is in a certain section. So these are the breakdowns of what we thought were the most important focus areas and what we thought people would go to find certain certain pieces of content. So I think that will hopefully be really helpful. We have a survey here, which is right under our banner for public comment and from anyone else who visits our website regularly. Once we have all the kinks figured out on this website, in the future here, I'll be sure to promote the survey a little bit more so we can really get a good idea of how people are using the website. We have featured projects, which will be rotating regularly to kind of highlight some of those really great projects that we've been working on. And of course, we have a box for demand management, since that's becoming a really popular topic. We have a news section, which is new. So when we release a press release or have interesting content in our newsletter, we can share that. social media feeds, which is cool. We have a brand new Instagram. The other two, Facebook and Twitter, have been around for a while. Newsletter sign up at the bottom. One other page I wanted to show was under public information, there's a calendar, and this is a really great tool. It's going to have all of the different CWCB events on it, board meetings, task force, work groups for demand management, etc. And when you click in to each one, they will have agendas, a map for location, and then we'll post the meeting notes for all of those there. So that's a little bit more user-friendly, I think, than it was in the past. Of course, our board page is under About Us. And thanks to Carolyn on our team, we got this updated in time for this presentation. So we have our new vice chair listed and our new chair and Greg. And then everybody else is listed. So that's cool. Another great page I wanted to show was under loans and grants. I know that in the last board meeting we had, Lauren was able to showcase the new loan payment portal. So that's now incorporated on our website here, which is great. So folks can start paying their loans online. And then under grants, it's a little bit more user-friendly than it was in the past. It's kind of showcasing some of the top grants and then alphabetically from there. So hopefully that'll be very easy and accessible for our users. Eventually, we will hopefully have a more streamlined grant application process, but we'll see. Anyway, so those are some of the top pages I just wanted to show. If you guys have any questions about it, feel free to reach out to me. And then two other quick things I wanted to share with you while I'm on this computer is our new non-CWCB events calendar, which I think was a request made by the board recently. We had our entire staff go onto this new Google Sheet and update it with events and forums and conferences that are water related around the state that will be helpful for enhancing our internal communications and creating marketing strategies for better connecting with our stakeholders and making sure that we're doing the best that we can to be present at these events. So I've started meeting with our internal marketing team every month to go through all of the events and make sure that we're addressing them in the best way we can. Again, this is linked in the board memo, and you can access it through your state email address. So if you want to add anything to it or put your name next to the attendance block here, feel free to do that and let me know if I can be helpful in enhancing this in any way as well. And then the last thing on this, the last tool I wanted to share was this communications talking points tool. And we recently created this as a place to house all of our talking points, templates that I had recently discussed, and other, facts and questions and answers that we can use to make sure that we're on the same page with our messaging. So if you have any interesting issues coming up in your basins and you want to have them added to this list and you think they'd be helpful for others to know about, then just let me know and I can work on that. Anyway, I don't think I have everyone's email added to this, but if you'd like to be added, just email me and I can add you. Okay. Okay. And then the last thing I'd like to share is just a quick menu of a few options that you could potentially get involved with if you'd like to help out with their communications efforts. The first is public outreach. I know that it's been addressed that we need to try and communicate with as many groups as possible into basins, and just if you have contacts in media outlets and community groups, other stakeholder groups, feel free to share that with me and I can try and work that into our communications portfolio as much as I can. Happy to create collateral or messaging for stakeholder community group newsletters, other things like that. So, but it is helpful to have those extra contacts that we might not have or know about. And since you're more connected to your individual basins, that will be really helpful to stay engaged. Editorial placement, kind of what I touched on earlier, those personal accounts from the board members, I think is a really important tool. And if there's a project that you're really passionate about that the CWCB is supporting, or other kind of tools that we've worked on, the tech update or otherwise, I think that it would be really helpful to have some of those individual accounts and local media outlets and other locations for that personal touch to make it more, more interesting for the average reader than coming from the big government agency once again. Especially now with the basin implementation plans being updated, I think that presents a really great opportunity to showcase some of that local work as well. Our media library, we are trying to increase our database of photos and video footage, and I know that I'm sure most of you have a lot of great content from your individual basins. So if you're willing to let us use them for things like our website, social media, newsletters, things like that, that will be really helpful to help grow that library. So just send all of that to me if you have it and want to share. And then the last thing on the list is social media engagement. We're trying to enhance our public awareness, and I think one of the best tools for that is social media. So I've listed the 3 biggest platforms that we have right now: Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So if you can connect with us, share our content, have your constituents share there, or connect with us as well, that'll be a helpful tool. And right now we're growing entirely organically through that. So any help is great. Let me know if you have any questions.
Are there any questions for Sarah? Director Dutton.
Sarah, I had some quick feedback that it's kind of timely. One of my colleagues was asking about where to find the data about previously decreed in-stream flows this morning, and I was searching around on the new website under the in-stream flow page, and I finally found it under the data page, and so maybe a link between the two I think would be super helpful, because I had to dig a little bit to find it. It wasn't just right there for me, although I might not be your average bear, but I was trying. Otherwise, I think it's all really thoughtful and really beautiful and smart, and I think it's super impressive how you were able to take the incredible amount of data that was on our old page and put it on the new page in a way that is not as overwhelming and also has a really good feel to it. So good job.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, and we will definitely look into that. And once again, I'd like to thank the entire staff, because this was a big team effort. So yeah, I think I'm glad that it turned out the way it did, for sure.
Any other questions or comments? Director Gibbs?
Thanks. I just want to thank you for your great work putting this together. It's really important as we especially use social media to share our story on the great work that everyone's doing in water in Colorado, and this is an important spot for folks just to gather all the information they need for one-stop shopping. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Director Weiser.
So I just took a moment to follow on Twitter, and I noticed we have official welcome to Greg on social media as well. So we should
I already tweeted.
Take your admonition to amplify that. And I can also say, echoing what's been said, it is hard to redo a website like this. This is a massive undertaking. Thank you for doing it.
Of course. I use the CWCB's website in my work a lot, so I'm really excited to start digging in and see how the new website works. So thank you to you and to all the staff for this. And I would encourage my fellow board members to take the request seriously for us to engage to help with the outreach. So
thank you.
With that, we are now at our long-awaited lunch break.
It is 12:40 now. We were intended to be back by 12:55. How does everyone feel about taking half an hour for lunch? Too little? All right. All right, so it is 12:40 now. We will reconvene at 1:10.
Kit Kat and Trix.
Hershey's and Mars and those guys that really were the big relationship.
Oh. Mars is still privately held.
Is it?
It's one of the parts of this list.
Brothers started this year. Oh, originally to say that somebody's here from you.
I don't think we need to. Do you want me to say you're here, or?
Before that, it was all chocolate.
I can say, should I say you're here on behalf of you? Okay, I'll do that.
They were just sitting in a malt shop and they're wanting to taste the malt. So that's when they came up with that movie. And then Hershey's countered with the Snickers. And that was the name of Hershey's horse, Snickers. There were people not paying attention. Reminded me after I said, you guys all remember when we took the tour of the Chimney Hollow Reservoir? She reminded me that I was no
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Well, this is the hardest part of it.
I bet nobody's seen it since. Nah. Too late now.
I go get something to eat and go to this lonely spot park.
Yeah, take a little. That's what my dad always used to do. When I was younger, he would take a nap because he'd get up there.
Like we do.
All right. We are going to restart the meeting. I have one item of agenda business. Our presenter for item 20 has some limits on how long he can stay. So our plan is to move that presentation to before the afternoon break. That's okay with the board. And for right now, let's move on to agenda item 10, proposed lease of water for in-stream flow use in the 15-mile reach of the Colorado River.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Bassey with the Stream and Lake Protection Section. Agenda item 10 is an action item. This is an acquisition that has been offered by the Ute Water Conservancy District. You may recall that in 2015, we entered into a lease agreement with the Ute District for Rudai Water. We renewed it for 4 times and it expired. So Ute offered to enter into another 5-year agreement with the CWCB. And the offer is for a contractual interest in up to 12,000 acre feet per year of water that the district owns in Rudai Reservoir for use in the 15-mile reach to preserve and improve the natural environment. And CWCB would pay for the lease with Species Conservation Trust Fund money. So under the in-stream flow Rule 6 procedures, we have sent out notice to the in-stream flow subscription mailing list and the Division 5 Substitute Water Supply Plan notification list, sent requests for recommendations to CPW, Forest Service, and BLM. CPW's recommendation letter is attached to your memo as Exhibit 3. And Exhibit 1 is Ute's offer letter, Exhibit 2 is a map, and you also should have a letter of support for this proposal from Western Resource Advocates that came in after the packet was sent out. I believe it was emailed to you or put into the Dropbox. So this is the second meeting of the 2-meeting process. No one requested a hearing after the first meeting, so the board can take action at this meeting. The water rights that the board would be leasing are 12,000 acre feet of Rudai water, excuse me, that the Ute District purchased in 2013 under a repayment contract with the Bureau of Reclamation for M&I use.
And the uses under that contract, allowable uses include piscatorial use, including delivery of water to supplement stream flow. We would be using that water to preserve the natural environment under the 2 in-stream flow water rights the board holds in the 15-mile reach. Here's a map, but I think you've seen this map about 25 times, so I'll move right along, except for Greg. The natural environment in the 15-mile reach, it provides critical habitat for 2 species of endangered fish, the Colorado pike minnow and the razorback sucker. Provides both spawning habitat and high-quality habitat for adult fish. So the proposed use of the leased water is that we would use it to preserve the natural environment by supplementing the existing in-stream flows in the 15-mile reach, and we would improve the natural environment in the reach by providing and protecting water to help meet the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations for the endangered fish. CWCB staff will coordinate with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Bureau of Reclamation on timing and amount of the uses. We want to make sure that releases of the leased water from the reservoir don't exceed 300 CFS, and that's a rate that maximizes hydropower benefits, and don't cause flows in the Frying Pan River to exceed 350 CFS, and that is to address downstream angler concerns, anglers who are wading and don't want to be swimming. Excuse me. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations vary depending on the year type and the month. So they can range, the flow rates that we would use this water for to improve the natural environment could range from 810 to 7,060 CFS. We will negotiate a lease, short-term lease with Ute Water. It will be a 5-year agreement that's renewable every year, like the one we entered into in 2015. It'll address the amount of water, the timing of releases, timing of payments. The Ute District has to get approval from the Bureau of Reclamation for the lease, and it'll also address a process for consulting each year on exercising the lease. Under in-stream flow rule 6, the board has to consider several factors related to acquisitions. A couple of those factors aren't relevant here because this is a release of water stored in priority and released for delivery to the in-stream flow reach. And those factors are historical uses and return flows and material injury to existing water rights. That's more germane to when we have to do a change of type of use. Another factor is whether it will promote maximum utilization of waters of the state, and it will by passing through both the Rudai Reservoir Hydropower Plant and Orchard Mesa Irrigation District's hydropower plant. Then we'll put it to beneficial use in the 15-mile reach for in-stream flows that will support recovery of the endangered fish, and then it's available for use downstream of the in-stream flow reach. We've consulted with the Interstate Federal and Water Information Section, excuse me, and the proposed lease does not negatively impact any interstate compact. This leased water can be combined or stacked, that's our term of art for combining, with the existing in-stream flow right and other acquired water to achieve a greater level of protection for the natural environment and help meet those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendations. We've consulted with the Division 5 engineer, and he has indicated that this lease proposal is administrable. So the anticipated benefits of the lease are hydropower generation at 2 plants, the benefits to the fish and helping meet those Fish and Wildlife Service flow recommendation, and furthering the goals of the recovery program. So the cost of this lease, Ute Water is offered to lease the Rudai water to CWCB for $40 per acre foot this year, the first year of the lease. So the maximum expenditure this year would be $240,000. For each renewal term, the price will increase by 2% above the preceding year's price. CWCB only will pay for water it uses under the lease as opposed to a take and pay type of contract. And the maximum expenditure over 5 years would be $1,249,080, assuming a full lease and use of 12,000 acre-feet each year of the lease. So today, we are only recommending that the board approve implementing and paying for the lease for 2020. So CWCB would pay for up to 12,000 acre-feet with Species Conservation Trust Fund money that's authorized for in-stream flow acquisitions to preserve or improve the natural environment of species listed as threatened or endangered under state or federal law. The General Assembly authorized 2 increments of $500,000 for these purposes, one in 2013 and one in 2015. CWCB has spent approximately $271,345 of that money on the previous leases of Rudai water from the Ute District, and the board approved a lease of Rudai water from Garfield County at the March meeting, and we anticipate spending $14,000 on that lease. So the remaining available amount of Species Conservation Trust Fund money is approximately $714,655. So with that, I can move to the recommendation. First, I'd like to note Kathleen Curry is here on behalf of the Ute District, and she asked me to tell you that they heartily support the lease and they thank you. And if you have any questions, she may be able to answer them, or I can answer questions.
Great. Do board members have any questions for Linda or for Kathleen? Director Felt.
I got two questions, Linda. One's simple, I think. It said in your slideshow that it was $40 an acre foot, but I thought when we talked the other day on the phone, it was $20.
That was the, wait a minute. Simple.
Sorry.
You know what, I think you are correct, it is 20, and my slide is a mistake. Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay,
It is $20 per acre foot, I stand corrected.
Okay. And then my other question, this is sort of rhetorical between you and me because I asked you this when we talked on the phone, but I think it's just something to throw out there to think about, is coming from the Arkansas, and so I'm definitely acknowledging it's a different situation than the Colorado, but I think in the Arkansas scenario, we would do everything that you're recommending, but then we would either, because of our infrastructure, we'd either recapture that water once it had achieved its in-stream flow purpose in the 15-mile reach, or we would, we try to find some kind of deal we could make to transfer that water, deliver that water once it had achieved that in-stream flow purpose and try to recoup some of the money, or potentially in a far out distant future, maybe there's a way to get credit at Lake Powell for future demand. So I know that's not part of the plan, and I'm not suggesting any changes to the plan, but just throwing that out there as there's win-wins and then there's win-win-wins, and I'd like to add as many as we can, and there may be opportunity, I don't know, but if there is opportunity in the future to try and achieve something further with that water below the reach, I think that would be something good to work on.
Director Mitchell?
I'm going to answer that a little bit, if you're okay with that, Linda. We ideally love the win-win-win, and we hope for that wherever we can. When we think about potential use for this water that's above and beyond what it's intended for in this, we have to be really careful, because anything, the potential use of a demand management program is so very tentative right now, and it's something that has to be approved not only within our state, but with the upper basin states, and then also with the lower basin. So I would suspect that something like this would be fairly difficult to get multiple benefit for unless there was a benefit to someone else downstream also. So, but I think we're open to all sorts of ideas as we look at this, but I think this is one we have to tread lightly around.
Are there any other questions? Director Yon.
Thanks, Linda. This is always good, I think, this program that we do here. Are there diverters downstream of the 15-mile reach?
My understanding is that there are some water users downstream, not a lot, and I don't have a list, I don't know exactly how many. And it really hasn't come up whether we would try to lease that water to them. We've just left it that the water is available for use downstream of the in-stream flow reach. We haven't explored leasing it. And it might even be possible that the Ute District could recapture it and use it in its service area. But one of the reasons they're leasing it to us is that they don't need it right now for use in their service area.
Right, and I guess that's what I was getting at. There are benefits to people in Colorado for leaving it in the stream past the 15-mile reach, just to those diverters. It goes into the priority system, and they're allowed to use that.
It's available to the next water user in priority.
Okay, thanks.
Are there any other questions? Kathleen, did you want to address the board?
No, I'm good.
Director Schwartz.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And if there are no further questions, I would move agenda item, give me the number again. What did I do? 10, thank you. Per staff recommendation of the 5 bullets that are listed in the memo.
Okay, Director Schwartz has moved for approval of staff recommendation on agenda item 10. It's been seconded by Director Yon. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move on to item 11, public comment on 2020 in-stream flow appropriations in Water Divisions 2, 4, and 6.
Be careful what you say.
Good afternoon. For the record, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. I'm presenting agenda item 11, public comment on 2020 in-stream flow appropriations in Water Divisions 2, 4, and 6. This is an informational item only. No board action is required at this time. Some quick background information. On January 27th, the board formed its intent to appropriate ISF water rights on 6 stream reaches. Pursuant to Rule 5D of the rules concerning the Colorado In-Stream Flow and Natural Lake Level Program, notice of the board's action was sent to the ISF subscription mailing list on February 3rd. This notice provided all parties with the deadline to file a notice to contest, which is due to the CWCB no later than March 31st. At this time, staff has not received any notices to contest or information that such notices will be forthcoming. And staff does plan to take final action on all uncontested appropriations at the board's next scheduled meeting in May. I asked Viola and Vivian before, but I don't think anyone has signed up to provide public comment on this agenda item, but I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. If there's anybody in the audience who is here to make public comment, please go see Viola at the table and sign up to do so. While we're waiting to see that, I will check in to see if there are any questions from the board. I don't see any questions. I don't see anybody moving towards the table. So in the interest of time, we will move on to agenda item 12.
Okay, for the record, once again, Rob Veal, CWCB staff. This is agenda item number 12, notice of in-stream flow recommendations for 2021. This is also an informational item only. No board action is required at this time. So just to give you a little update, at the ISF workshop held on January 29th, staff was presented with recommendations for in-stream flow water rights from the Bureau of Land Management, High Country Conservation Advocates, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife on 21 new stream reaches, which are indicated in this map, which you can't see at all, on the yellow lines. And these are in addition to the 32 recommendations staff received in previous years, shown in purple. So that's a large number of recommendations we're trying to go through. And staff has already started on its data collection efforts. This year, Laura Field Summers and Jack Landers were out to some of our 20 temporary gauges that we have deployed throughout the state. Those are indicated by the black and white circles on the screen, which are also difficult to see. But I can just tell you that the in-stream flow recommendations and the gauges are spread throughout the entire state. So just to let you guys know, with so many gauges already deployed, working on some of those previous year's recommendations, we're having to prioritize what we're moving forward with in 2021 because we're kind of staff limited. So 20 temporary gauges is about the limit that we can actually maintain and rate over the coming year. So staff has also commenced its outreach process. On March 6th, notice was provided to over 1,000 people on this subscription mailing list. And outreach will continue throughout the year and will include presentations to county commissioners and any other interested stakeholders. At the January meeting, a request was made to staff to provide the board with more information on staff's outreach activities. And you will be receiving an email from me in the next coming weeks that will have that kind of information shared to you all in Google Sheets. So I look forward to getting your feedback on what we'll be providing you. And finally, the public can stay up to date on the status of each of the recommendations and download documents and data and access a Google Earth map at our website under the 2021 recommendations. And that is all I have today, but I can try to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions? Director Young.
Thanks, Rob. There's a lot. You know, I look at these, well, first of all, Director Dutton reminded me that when I said that, you all remember when we went on the tour of the Chimney Hollow Reservoir site? I was the only one on the board at that time that's still here. So anyway, so as I've been on the board all those 5 years, I've seen this, you know, a lot of these things come through. And I was just wondering, do you see any end or like peaking of these recommendations? Or it just seems like a lot for you all, and then a lot for our Attorney General to watch over, and a lot for the state engineer to administer, and all those kind of things. It's just a lot of things going on, and I was just trying to get your take on that.
I would say that the average number of recommendations we get each year is probably going down a little bit. I know for specific agencies like the BLM, they've gone through most of their lands and done a lot of their activities already, so they'll be receiving less recommendations from them in years to come. But I can't say that it's peaked and we're going to have less going forward. I think part of the reason that this list looks large too is because this last year we were only able to get through 6 of those recommendations. So as they get more difficult, they take more time to evaluate and to conduct data collection. So that's why that list is bigger, and it's actually less than last year, if you can believe it. Really? The 53 is less than last year, but still a very intimidating number to all of us.
Okay, thanks.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Just, that's such a great map. It would have been terrific to have it in our packet, and I've had difficulty opening up per the link in the on the website. So I don't know, maybe I'm just one of those Mac users and it doesn't talk to me easily, but I just think that that's such an important resource for us that somehow we could have that map sent to us.
I can definitely send it to everyone and
But
include it in
it would have
future.
been nice to have it in the packet itself, so thank you.
I will include it in future board meetings too.
Thank you.
Director Dutton.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm with Director Schwartz on. I got a new computer and the new software for Macs is no longer compatible, or I would have to download dual operating systems, and I'm proficient enough to do what I want to do, but I'm not that fancy. And so I think I can still use Google Earth on the internet, but I can no longer download things from my desktop. And so just thinking about the Mac population, might be helpful just to have the PDF map available too, and not just the shape file since on the website, since some of us are now in a sad camp.
Well, and hopefully it's also going to be up on the CWCB map viewer soon too. So hopefully that will be more compatible with the Apple products as well. So I'll make sure that that occurs.
Rob, I just wanted to thank you and the in-stream flow staff for the enormous amount of work that you do. I know in my part of the state, a lot of the new applications or the recommendations coming in sort of are walking a fine line with Federal Land Management Authority and trying to use the state's authority under this program to take care of flow needs. So I really appreciate the amount of time that you're spending in my part of the state working through those issues. So thanks for your work. Seeing no other questions, let's move on to agenda item 13.
Hi, I'm Amy Ostick, CWCB staff, and I'm here to talk about demand management today. Agenda item 13, and I will be back in just a bit, but first I'm going to invite Andy Mueller up with the River District to talk a little bit about the River District's efforts on demand management, specifically relating to the Water Smart Grant.
Well, Madam Chair and Board, thank you for having me. I have spent a bit of time talking with...
Andy, just could you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm sorry. Andy Mueller. I'm the General Manager of the Colorado River District, actually Colorado River Water Conservation District. We have like 6 names that we go by. So Director Mitchell and I have talked quite a bit since your last meeting, and understand that our receipt of a grant from the Bureau of Reclamation caused some potential concern among board members as to what our conservation district was doing with respect to demand management and other things in the Colorado River. And I thought it would be helpful to come talk to you directly. I welcome at any time any questions while I'm talking. I'm planning on only talking for about 15 minutes. But I think it helps to understand, and I know, I apologize to those of you who are familiar with this, but it helps to understand the relationship of our two organizations. In 1937, the General Assembly created both the CWCB and the Colorado River Water Conservation District. At the same time, created Northern Water Conservancy District. And the state was engaged in what became a legacy of water planning at the time and trying to understand what was going on. In our statute, and the CWCB has its own organic statute, as does the River District. And in our statute, it makes it clear that, if I can, just to cite a couple things from it, the legislature found that the people of the state of Colorado were in need of an appropriate agency for the conservation, use, and development of the water resources of the Colorado River and its principal tributaries, and that it should be established and given such powers as may be necessary to safeguard for Colorado all waters which the state of Colorado is equitably entitled to under the Colorado River Compact. It also found and empowered the district to conduct investigations to determine the best manner of utilizing stream flows within the district and the amount of such stream flow or other water supply, and to locate ditches and irrigation works and reservoirs to store or utilize water for irrigation, mining, manufacturing, or other purposes. Or other purposes, and to make filings upon said water and initiate appropriations for the use and benefit of the ultimate appropriators, to perform all acts and things necessary or advisable to secure and ensure an adequate supply of water, present and future, for irrigation, mining, manufacturing, and domestic purposes within said district. There's a lot else in the statute, but I think that's probably the most important portion. Our mission does somewhat overlap with the Water Conservation Board's mission. You have a statewide mandate for all of the rivers that originate in Colorado and flow through it. We are specific only to the Colorado River. But I would say that we have worked since 1937, by and large, despite maybe a couple of lawsuits between the two organizations. We have worked very well together. We've cooperated on numerous things. And so demand management is by no means the first of our areas of cooperation. And I think it's important to remember, I mean, things as simple as the UCRC. Commissioner Mitchell and her predecessors have historically had our general manager and our general counsel as part of her advisor team to both to her and her predecessors as commissioners, but also to our general counsel and general manager have historically sat on the legal and engineering committees at the UCRC. We've been very involved in the creation and then operation of the Endangered Fish Recovery Program with your board and staff. We have worked together on water conservation plans, cloud seeding, salt and selenium reduction in the Colorado River, on-farm and off-farm efficiency and conservation projects. We both support the roundtables with our staff and our resources. We do a tremendous number of other things together as well. But with respect to demand management specifically, we appreciate the opportunity to serve on your work groups. Our staff members, some of our board members are there. We also have been participating in your workshops, and we appreciate all of that, and we appreciate the leadership that your staff and your board are taking on those issues. But in order to fulfill our statutory mission, we also have historically identified a number of areas that our water users have concerns about, and those concerns have come back to light in the context of a potential demand management program. And we have heard loudly and clearly from my board of directors and their constituents that that our constituents thought it was appropriate for us to be involved in assisting the state in looking at the feasibility of a program and ultimately providing our perspective when and if this board is to determine to actually create such a program. So we have a number of activities that we've been involved in, and they frankly preceded a Water Smart grant process that we applied for this summer. But like other rural-based districts in our state, our financial ability to meet the needs of our constituents is extremely tight right now. So we are looking, and we do look for additional financial resources to achieve our mission. One of our excellent policy-oriented engineers happened to see a Water Smart grant on water marketing. And she said, let's put together an application that relates to the three major activities that our district is engaged in or will be engaged in with respect to demand management. And that's a secondary economic impact study, a risk study, and a stakeholder group that on the West Slope that we want to convene. And I want to just touch on what those three things are, and I think primarily both on the history and then how we have worked historically and will continue to work with your board and your staff to make sure that we're not duplicating or overlapping or conflicting with what's going on from the CWCB's perspective. We'll start with the Water Bank Work Group and its secondary economic impact study. That is an effort not just of the River District, and it's really important to point out that it's been around for over a decade, the Water Bank Work Group. It has Tri-State G&T, Nature Conservancy, Southwest Water Conservation District, Uncompahgre Valley Water Users, the Grand Valley Water Users Association, and the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservation or Conservancy District as financial partners. But over the last 10 years, at every single one of our meetings of that formal group, the CWCB staff members have been invited and participated, or maybe observed. I don't want to imply that they are responsible for any of our work product. If they want to take credit, they're welcome to, but they have been cooperating and engaged in that effort. Some of our meetings that I've been to were even held at your offices, and those meetings involved the discussion of this secondary economic impact study. So what is it that we're doing there? Well, we've hired an economic analysis firm, and we're looking at the potential negative and positive impacts of a demand management program specifically related to the fallowing of agriculture. What may be those consequences? Because as I'm sure you've heard, there are people very concerned about the potential negative impacts of such a program on small agricultural-based communities. So we said, well, let's try to find out. Let's get the right people on this job and let's fund it. So that is in process, and I'm happy to talk more about that if there are questions about that effort. But the key is that we are doing that effort to feed it into the CWCB's process, into the staff's process with these work groups, into your process if and when you decide to move forward with this. What we're doing is trying to create information that is useful to you, but also helps inform the citizens of the West Slope as to what they can expect out of such a program. The risk study, that is an effort that I think many of you are familiar with because we're in phase 3, and maybe I would call it phase 3B right now of our risk study. It's not really just our risk study, again. It's us and Southwestern Water Conservation District and the 4 West Slope Basin roundtables. And prior to phase 3, your money at the CWCB helped fund these efforts. So every time there was a phase, my predecessors came and asked this board for funding on those risk studies. And the real important aspect of that risk study is trying to create a public, transparent body of information which can inform water users of the Colorado River, wherever those water users may lie, and wherever their ultimate point of use may be. It's to inform them of the potential risks of use of that water, of reliability of that water, of the potential of a compact call, if you want to call it that for shorthand. It is our effort to bring information that, since we're not the state, we're not worried about. We can't take a position on behalf of the state, so we're not worried about potentially having it used against us in interstate litigation or negotiations. But we're trying to bring information to water users so they can make an informed decision, understanding their risks of what a curtailment may or may not look like, what, frankly, our best guess at what the Division of Water Resources may or may not do with respect to administration. We have no idea, nor do we ever intend to have any authority, control, or input. I mean, we'd love to give them input, but we don't have the ability to control what the division or the state engineer ultimately decides if he's put in that unfortunate position of having to curtail water users to meet our compact obligations. But what we want in this risk study is for people to understand the potential risks they may or may not face. In doing this, we have worked very closely with your staff and your contractors who have run and are familiar with state mod, because we're using that as part of our modeling efforts. We've consulted with them on everything we've done, the assumptions we put in, and I want to be really clear. The assumptions in our model are our assumptions. We're not implying that they're anybody at the state's assumptions. They are things that we've built into it. But we've also sat down with the Front Range Water Council and their modeling and their technical staffs. We've sat down, I went over and and presented to a joint Front Range Water Council or Front Range roundtable meeting and talked about it and welcomed input. So our effort is, here, this is what we're doing. We don't expect everybody in the state to agree with the ultimate assumptions that we plug into that model or the ultimate conclusions. What we're trying to do is create an informed dialogue. And frankly, we're running more models both on a minor level within our basins to help our individual water users and major water users understand some of the risk. But we're also willing to run additional model runs with other assumptions to see what can happen. And we're involved in discussions with folks statewide to see what might work better from other people's perspectives. And then the third element of this Water Smart grant was a stakeholder process on the West Slope. And it sounds a lot like a work group, so it could sound confusing because there are all these names. it is different, and it's trying to achieve something different. And what we're doing, if you remember, your work groups are comprised of experts from throughout the state who are really engaged in issue identification for your staff, for them to increase and leverage their expertise with everybody from throughout the state, from throughout all of our basins, and bring their expertise to bear to help the staff and your board. This West Slope stakeholder process that we're putting together, we would like to, and frankly, we've slowed down our creation of it because I wanted to come talk to you before we move forward, is we're putting together it's a stakeholder group. It's about 25 to 30 people from every water user segment on the West Slope, from upper and lower basins on all of our sub-basins, from different types of agricultural activities to urban providers to rural domestic water providers, non-consumptive use element, TNC and other recreation-based groups are engaged in this, non-consumptive water users, so that we can work through as West Slope water users these issues and say, well, what kind of market? Because at least our perspective is that it is likely that if a demand management market is set up within our state, it may very well look different and apply different to the transbasin diverters. They have a very different way of diverting water system control right at the Continental Divide on their diversions. Our water users, and there's probably 7 or a few more of them on the West Slope, on the East Slope. On the West Slope, we have 8,000 individual water users, ditch operators, and the question is, how do these people decide what works for them and what doesn't? How do they have a voice in designing a market if it's going to be set up? So we're intending to walk through with a professional facilitator what a process might look like, what some principles or some guidelines, some sideboards, and basically provide that to you and your staff as recommendations, but not to create our own market, but to give it to you, understanding that you as the CWCB will ultimately have to set it up. Things from literally as big a question as, do you have a single payer or buyer in the market, or do you allow multiple buyers in a market like this, down to what types of crops are actually susceptible to fallowing, full season, part season. How do you do it? What do the rules look like? How does a compensation get figured out? Is it the same in the Yampa as it is in the Gunnison or the Colorado? But what we're trying to do is provide, again, information for you, but in doing so, also provide education to our water user leaders in each one of those basins, so that a program like this is not looked at with great hostility if and when it rolls out. In other words, it's something that they understand, they're familiar with, they've actually feel that they have a stake in the process because they help provide input into it. So that's really what we're doing with that WaterSmart grant money. We are using our money and those other stakeholders at the Water Bank Work Group and the risk study as matching funds, and we want, we're doing it, we hope, in a very open and transparent manner. We intend to share everything we've been doing with you and your staff, and I feel like we've done that along the way with the staff, but I want to make sure that we've been successful at doing that. So with that, I welcome any questions that you might have.
Director Mitchell.
I just wanted to thank Andy for coming here. We really appreciate that your willingness to talk to the board in its entirety. Andy and I have been working together on making sure that we're communicating appropriately and have some strategies in place to really keep those open lines of communication open. And so I just wanted to say that before questions occurred.
Director Young.
Thanks for coming, Andy.
Sure.
And thanks for the elbow bump earlier. So I'm trying to wrap my head around all this, because it did catch at least me a little bit off guard.
Sure.
When we saw that you applied for a grant, and when we, at first blush, it looked like you're doing a separate demand management. So I guess from what listening to you, it was this is a west slope exercise, and there's no east slope involvement in the stakeholders as far as.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so, but it seems like that there's a lot of the similar questions that the CWCB, we are trying to get at, all of us as a state, in our demand management process as well.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, is there something going on that you don't feel heard, or I'm just trying to figure out why exactly.
Well, no, it certainly isn't that we are, well, I can't speak for all of our water users. I'm sure there are some of them who feel they're not being heard, but I can tell you that no, it's not that we're not being heard. It's that, and I want to compliment your staff tremendously on their outreach and their willingness to be involved and spread the word and provide information. So the staff at the CWCB has done an excellent job. But Jim, it really goes back to our mission and making sure that we are actually making sure that there is a water supply, protecting that water supply for our water users. And that's where our two missions as organizations do have some overlap. And what we believe we're engaged in is, again, it's not duplicative, it's complementary, and it's intended to feed into your process. We're certainly not intending to set up a separate demand management market in Western Colorado. We intend, if one is set up, that it would be run by you. And I mean, frankly, I think that the conclusion of one of the things I raised is that there probably should be a single buyer in the market, and it should be the CWCB, from our perspective. But we want to be able to provide that input with widespread support on the West Slope. And I think that oftentimes, as I think you know, being a representative of rural Colorado, there can be a perception in rural Colorado, certainly in the West Slope, that folks in Denver and Boulder and the Metro Front Range don't have our best interests in mind. And I think that if we can actually show that we're actually cooperating and we're part of this, I think if a program has to exist, or should exist if it's determined, I think that it serves, having this broad additional effort really does serve to eventually make that program much more successful and much more accepted.
I appreciate that part, and I appreciate you trying to look out for your water users. It just seems like it could be, we have to be careful, because it could be somewhat confusing.
Yep.
As I guess is what I'm getting at. So there's the state's doing this demand management, and then you guys are doing that, and what is it really? And I guess as a statewide board, what we try to do is take off our individual basin hats and try to think the state's best interest in mind, and especially when it comes to the Colorado River. And we want to project this unified front of, we're looking at everything that we can, but we want to be on this path together. And
right.
And that's all we would ask, is that we would come together. And it maybe would have been a little bit helpful if prior to you filing for this grant, if you would have involved some of the staff or something, so it didn't kind of catch us off guard, and then we wouldn't have. But I appreciate you being here today.
I would agree with that. I will tell you, I mean, I think I could have done a better job personally in making sure that Becky was aware that we were pursuing this grant.
Right.
I will tell you that we did discuss it at a water bank work group with the staff at the CWCB and our other partners. So it isn't, but I acknowledge fully that I could have done a better job. So I agree with you on that. But it is not intended to set up a competing process at all. It really is intended to be part of the overall statewide effort. And I think that you guys are fulfilling your statutory mission, as is my board. And so.
Director Brody.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Sure, thank you.
If your intent is for the efforts you're leading to feed into the overall statewide process, I'm curious about the timing and how you anticipate the timing of your work syncing up with the broader statewide demand management efforts that are already underway, particularly if we're trying to get to a feasibility study by July.
Right. Our water bank work group effort is, the final report is due in June and will be provided. And in fact, I can tell you the preliminary results have already been discussed at the secondary economic, or the economic and local government group, I believe. Our Sonia Chavez, who used to be with our district, is very much involved still on behalf of the Upper Gunnison, and sits on that committee and has asked if she can bring that information forward as that group moves forward. So that's an example. The risk study is public, has been utilized by a number of water users, primarily on the west slope, but I believe on the east slope, to help educate some of their water users about why demand management is even being studied by the state. So I feel that that's also fits right into that process. Our stakeholder process is not designed to fit into the feasibility study portion. It is designed if and when the staff makes recommendations to you as a board that you may want to move forward with a demand management program. It's at that level, at the policy level, when you're creating that policy, that input from that group would be coming into your process. And so the timing's, it is meant to coincide with your process, but different phases of it.
Director Weiser.
So I think you're hearing consistent themes here. I will underscore them by saying communication and alignment is super important. We're walking a very difficult line, and it's awesome to have everybody engaged. If we can keep ourselves communicating aligned, we're going to be able to do something really special here. And you being here, it's meaningful, important. I want to make sure we keep those lines open, because the work you're doing will anticipate, fit with, and integrate with other work done by this body. So right. I think it's important to figure out what those protocols are. And I take it there are other water user groups around the state who may be thinking and convening in ways that are maybe not as ambitious but similar to yours, and it's important that we make sure to be engaged with them. So thanks for coming and for working to do your best on how we can communicate and work together on this. It's something our office is paying a lot of attention to. I know our state engineer is not here right now, but he's been working hard with good people in our office to start mapping out what this new world looks like. So look forward to your updates. One thing you didn't specify, so I'll ask it now. At what point will you have outputs? How will they be shared? Is that clear at this point as you start this project?
Sure. It is our current phases of our risk study are all posted on our webpage and publicly accessible. We've done presentations throughout the state to different groups that have requested them. All the round tables on the West Slope, those types of groups, water conservancy districts. I think the secondary economic impact study will also be posted on our webpage, as is, by the way, all of the prior work of this water bank work group, which has predated this whole demand management process, but is really, in its evolution, helped kind of create the discussion that has led to where we are today. So in studying water scarcity on the Colorado River, identifying issues, and our risk study is the same way. In our earlier phases, we're trying to help educate our water users about the risks that are out there, because without understanding the risks, it's really hard to say that they want to change what they're doing in terms of water conservation. And so educating people to help them understand that, yes, what they're doing one way or the other either increases or decreases our community's risk, and how do we do that? So we're sharing all that through our website. We're providing those documents to anybody who needs them. Same thing with our stakeholder reports will be shared. And I agree with you that communication is key, and I will just say your staff at the AG's office, similar to the CWCB, have been tremendous over the years. They are frequently at not just our board meetings, but meeting with our staff on a regular basis in all of these different efforts, and we really appreciate that very much. So.
Director Brown?
Thanks for coming,
Sure.
Mr. Mueller. Can you help me understand, so this application, and I apologize because this is the first time I've seen it, it's dated I think it says January 31st of 2019. So can you tell us, what is the next step now that you have some sort of approval from the Bureau? And is there room for staff at CWCB to work with your staff to ensure that some of the concerns that I think you're hearing at the table, and maybe some that we might not need to go over one by one at this meeting, can be addressed, and that we can make sure that we're moving forward in a way that suits your needs as a district and on the West Slope, but also suits the needs of the state in general?
Sure. Director Brown, I would say, I think the date is January 31st because that may have been the date that the program was launched by the Bureau. We submitted it in July, on July 31st. We received our award in November, or a notice of intent notice of intent for eligibility. It was a very strangely titled document, oddly enough, from the Bureau that said we were designated as a grant recipient. We are currently engaged in discussions with the Bureau about refining our scope of work. I have been talking directly with Director Mitchell about that, and certainly will share, Director Mitchell has done a good job in sharing concerns about particular portions of our grant application, and we are refining that scope of work to meet both our needs and your board's needs. So, yeah.
Director Dutton. Hey, Andy. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that explanation of how you're updating your scope, and I'm wondering if in kind of the reflection of updating the scope, how you're also thinking about, recognizing that you've acknowledged that the program, you don't want it to be duplicative, we want it to be complementary, but still there are similarities and potential for there to be some sort of overlap. And so how are you specifically planning to communicate to the two efforts to these overlapping groups of stakeholders as well, so that there's not confusion between what's going on, and so that people can understand how they're complementary but not the same, and not kind of stepping on each other?
Sure. That's a great question, Heather. I would say that with respect to our stakeholders, and I think you're speaking maybe directly to the stakeholder process that we're setting up. The preliminary conversations I've had with those anticipated members, potential members of that stakeholder process, been very clear that this is a River District organized group, but it is intended to, as our application says, feed into the CWCB process and provide input into that process. So clearly defining our place in that process, not setting it up as a competing process. And I think our shareholders understand that, and certainly in any kind of public releases we'll be very clear about what we're doing in that respect. So, thank you.
Director Brown had a follow-up question.
I did, and I wanted to make sure that this got addressed, because the first thing you said was that your board had concerns about the way that we were handling this process, and you didn't expand on it. And I think this is a good time for you to directly tell us what your board's concerns are, so that as we continue sort of the finalization of the work groups that we're in right now, we all have a chance to hear those concerns and do our best to make sure that we're representing the West Slope as we go forward.
I think there are two levels maybe of concerns on our board. One has more to do with just the need and appropriateness of demand management as a concept. I have board members who are very concerned about the state and our district taking positions that intentionally reduce our consumptive use of water in western Colorado. There are segments of our water user community that believe that we are, as it is said, entitled to use this water, and that our job and the state's job is to make sure that we maximize the consumptive use of that water within our state boundaries. And so those are some concerns that aren't with your board in particular, just with the concept of demand management. And I think we see that from many segments of the western slope, that long-held belief, and it's one of those cultural issues that I think, frankly, is a bit of a hangover from the use it or lose it doctrine, if you want to simplify things. And the question is, how do we work together to create a different perspective on water so that we assure economic vitality throughout the state of Colorado that depends on Colorado River water, while at the same time recognizing what the constraints are of the river today and are likely to be in the future. And so that's a job that I think everybody in this room has to deal with on a regular basis. And so some of my board are very skeptical about whether we should ever get involved in this kind of a program. The other, specifically to your efforts, I would say that I think this board has heard from my board previously about concerns initially when the work groups were being set up. I think we really appreciate the way they're functioning. We appreciate the openness with which they're being conducted. We really appreciate being able to participate, and that's across the board. So again, it's kind of one of those evolving thoughts, if you will. I mean, I think, yeah, our board has expressed concerns about the program as the feasibility analysis as it was being set up. Today, I feel like they're really actually much more comfortable with it, and I appreciate it, and that's really in large part due to efforts by your staff and Becky, so thank you.
Director Brown?
So thank you, I appreciate that. And I guess I just want to reach out and say that, there's 4 of us, I believe, that represent the West Slope on this board, and so there is a venue to hear those concerns and to have them thought through at this level. And so anytime that it seems or it feels to your constituents that we have abandoned our West Slope water users is a direct hit to those of us that represent the West Slope up here. And so the more we can communicate and not be board versus board, none of the work that we're doing is predetermined to end up in demand management. So, what I'm hearing from you is that this need and appropriateness of demand management in general, I agree with that. But we haven't decided that we're doing that. And so hopefully the effort that you're going through with this project in trying to allay those concerns will also be done through this board. So any chance we can do to make sure that we're not duplicating our work and that we're trying to maintain a united front for those of us that represent your same constituents. I just encourage your board to always come to us with those concerns, or you, so that we can do the best job.
Well, I agree, and I actually think, Director Brown, that we do have good lines of communication with you and our other directors on the Western Slope, and we appreciate that. And I know that you are frequently at our meetings, and our board members, I know your prior leadership on the roundtable. You had several of my board members and many of our constituents there. I think that your communication and our other West Slope directors' communication in the participation in those roundtables and with our board, we greatly appreciate. And I know that Celine only represents a small section of our district in the Southwest. But we do interact frequently down there as well with John Currier, our chief engineer, being on the Southwest Roundtable, and we do quite a bit of our joint work with the Southwestern Water Conservation District. I want to stress that the primary motivation for our activities in this demand management world is not in reaction to something that our board or our staff sees as the CWCB doing incorrectly or not adequately enough. It is because it is our mission. It is part of our statutory charge in protecting our water users to be involved in this and to be assisting in the analysis and study of the feasibility of this. It is not, I don't want anybody here or listening to think that our board is doing this because they're upset with the CWCB. This is a process that has great importance to the future of our district, of our water users, and we're charged with being involved, and that's the motivation. So it's not a reaction to what this board is doing. It's a recognition that we share and the responsibility.
Director Schwartz?
And thank you again. Welcome. Appreciate your time, and as there are 4 of us here that really want to continue to foster that communication and engagement. And I similarly have some concerns of this being my first time to see the document per se, and which I think was unfortunate that we didn't have a little more time to go through it, and since it was awarded several months ago and applied even further back than that. But my primary concern is getting out ahead of a program and definitions that the CWCB is working very hard to bring people statewide together in a collaborative fashion to really evaluate and explore. And it seems like the district may have grabbed on to and predefining the words demand management. And I think that that's just a little concerning, because we're trying to take this on in a very purposeful and way of engaging statewide stakeholders. And you're having the opportunity to kind of pull together your assessment of what, and your interpretation of what a program could look like per the perspective of the district, per what you feel is your statutory mission. So could the South Platte. So why wouldn't they pull together and do something similarly to look at defending their mission, their constituents, their water rights? So again, this falls upon the entire state to talk about how do we set up an insurance program that can serve the entire state in an equitable and voluntary way. And so in terms of what we're looking at, and also the issue around market is a really important issue, and what that looks like, and what's the equity associated with that, and the fairness. All the conversation we had in this room last week, exact time, for 2 straight days. And to preempt that conversation and the ability to let these groups come to coalesce around definitions, coalesce around a concept, that bothers me somewhat, because I think we're getting out in front as a river district. And secondly, looking at the risk study and also that economic impact study, to the extent that the CWCB has been part of defining those inquiries. And maybe I need to learn more, but I think the economic impact study is more narrow in perspective and how it's being executed than I personally am comfortable with. So I think that to engage and see where we best come together and not preempt and really complement each other. This is a very large scope. And we're all doing our best to evaluate it from the CWCB perspective as well as the district perspective. So I would just say that being able to work in a more integrated fashion as you are redefining your scope, and maybe the timing of certain elements of it could really, I think, help us work better together.
Well, Director Schwartz, if I can, that's a lot in there. I guess I am going to just be blunt about it. The word preemption means that I am preempting a unique authority that this board has. And I would just say we have coexistent authorities.
Can I just
and let me finish, please.
Sure.
And we are collaborating, coordinating, communicating with your staff on a daily basis. And I think we are also doing our job in participating and helping evaluate what a program like this may or may not do to our water users, or may bring benefits, may not. But as we have in the last 82 years, we will continue to protect our water users. And I would just say, for instance, the IBCC is not a branch of the CWCB. It is its own entity, right? I sit on it. I believe you were there as a CWCB director, but it is a separate entity set up under House Bill 1175, as you remember, or 57, whichever. Thank you, 77. It was set up as the grandfather, Russell George, sits here to again allow our godfather, not grandfather. Excuse me. That implies ageism, and I don't mean that, sir. So. So our state is unique in that we have a very grassroots-based water policy development process. It is also sometimes very sloppy because of that. But we arrive at some of the best water policies in Western United States and frankly the world through that process. And so, yes, we're committed to communicating and working with the CWCB. And frankly, the IBCC and all of our roundtables, who, by the way, all of the roundtables on the West Slope, as many of you from the West Slope know, have demand management study groups titled one way or the other, and they're all engaged in some form of evaluation of that as well. It is not the unique province of the CWCB to say you can't do that, and I think Becky and your staff are really supportive of all of those efforts, and they've got a job of herding cats to try to bring it into one process. And I admire that for her ability to do that and for her staff's ability to do that. But I think the idea that we're preempting the Water Conservation Board is, I just won't accept that. And I got to tell you, we're doing our job and we're going to keep doing it.
So just from that word preemption, it was more to the process, that the process. And this, when you started out saying that there was misgivings or skepticism relative to the concept of demand management. So that's something that hasn't been necessarily defined or agreed to. So that the preemption was getting out in front of a process that's meant to be collaborative and informative and evolving. And that's all I'm asking, is that the timing and the input be such that it's complementary and not, so it's not a preemption of our authority. I'm not saying that for a minute, that certainly the district knows what the district's business is, but how can we best work together when it comes to letting this sort itself out without getting out too far in front of something that really hasn't been identified or defined?
And I appreciate that, and I think I tried to explain that we're really not getting out in front of this board's efforts. We're feeding our information into this board's efforts. So and I think we've been engaged in that long before our WaterSmart grant and our interactions directly with this board and more frequently with the staff on these issues. And so I've been in front of this board raising these issues before, and frankly will welcome the dialogue and make sure that we are all on the same page on these things. And I think there's an argument to say that demand management to some extent hasn't been defined, but this board has a demand management policy statement, which we really appreciate and which our board unanimously supported after you passed it. There's a demand management storage agreement between the Upper Basin states and the federal government. That term is actually, while will be unique to whatever program, if and when it gets set up within the state, it is one that is used throughout the Colorado River Basin as a type of water conservation program. And so it's, and frankly, probably the most disturbing thing, if I'm hearing you correctly, is the title of our grant application, which had to be that way according to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation grant office, so that it would actually fit within their grant process. So
Director Mitchell?
I just wanted to assure the board that we at the CWCB take these opportunities, and while they seem like it may have been a troublesome thought in the beginning, we saw the opportunity to open even more lines of communication. So in this last 6 weeks since our last board meeting, we've probably had 82 years of conversation between Andy, worth of conversation between Andy and I. And so one of those benefits is that in situations like this, it does open lines of communication that were maybe not previously fully developed. They are very developed at this point. And so I wanted to make sure that we appreciated Andy for coming here today. I'm frequently invited to his board meetings, and I'm in the hot seat there. So this is so much more comfortable for me. And so if any board members want to, ask any other difficult questions, I think that would be helpful. So Andy and I, we're going to continue to work together. In times of strife, I often say we have to figure out a way to work together. And so there's not really any other option.
Director Brody?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your openness.
Sure.
And your willingness to work with CWCB staff to continue to refine the scope of the project. As Director Brown said, we all come here representing different constituencies, but I think first and foremost, we all share a responsibility to the people of the state of Colorado to do what's best for the state. And I hope that we can work together in collaboration on the best interests of the people of the state of Colorado. And to that end, that we continue to listen to each other, that we continue to challenge each other. If your board or if other water users around the state feel like they are not being heard through the CWCB demand management process, please tell us. Please come to us and help us do this process to the absolute best of our ability, because that's how, to Director Felt's point, we can find those win-win-win opportunities. We're only going to get there if we step outside of sort of our historical past and mistrust and truly listen to each other and work hand in hand together. Along those lines, one specific question I have about the proposal relates to the risk study. As you know, the CWCB is also undertaking a risk study. And I think one of the specific concerns that I have is that when you have dueling models out there, it can lead to a lot of confusion. People don't know what to believe, who to listen to. And I hope we can avoid sort of a battle of models. And I'm curious what your thoughts are and how you see the modeling effort specifically aligning or misaligning with the work CWCB is doing.
Well, I think I appreciate that, Director Brody. First, I want to say we at the Colorado River District also are here for the best interests of everyone in the state. And we work very hard every day to make sure that the Colorado River, which supplies all four corners of our state, is capable of doing that well into the future so that every economic sector and community thrives in the future and the environment as well. I would say that with respect to the risk study, that's why before we embarked on phase 3, we sat down with modelers from the state, from the staff and your contract modelers, and talked extensively, both our contract modeler and my chief engineer, and I sat in on some of the conversations until they got way over my head and then let them handle them. But we sat down with them, Director Brody, we sat down with modelers from Denver Water, from the Front Range Water Council. We talked with Northern Water. We sat down with the Front Range Water Council or the Front Range roundtables. Not that I will acknowledge that many people in that same group I just identified, all of them have questions about some of the assumptions and underlying issues. But really what we're trying to do, which is I think what you're getting at, is collaborate on a model that can bring information to our water users in a way that is helpful. And the state, for reasons of that frankly we're not part of many of the discussions about your modeling, and it's been done confidentially. And there was a void in the state of Colorado among water users in terms of understanding their risks of a compact curtailment. We welcome the state to make more of that, if it's legally appropriate, to make more of that available to the water users and those conclusions. And I saw that on your agenda later, and I think that's a fantastic idea. We could have frankly avoided doing much of our risk study if that had been available for water users to have that information. So in no way do we want to create a dueling model to the states, but there was a void, and there still is a void from the public understanding the state's modeling efforts. And I'm not questioning as to why that is. I mean, that there are very legitimate legal reasons, I think, and that's not our call at the River District. That's your decision as a board and your attorney, listening to your attorney's advice. But you have to acknowledge that there was, at least from our water users' perspective, a big void in information. And so we have been very clear and careful to say this is not the state's numbers. These are not the state's. The state doesn't agree with these assumptions and results. But what we're trying to do is bring reasonable information to the water users and the communities of the state. What I can commit to you is that if this board decides to move forward with making more of their own modeling public, I would commit to working with Becky and the rest of the staff to find a way to be on the same page and make sure that everybody understands that we're not dueling, we're not competing, we're not creating different versions of the future, but to create a very accurate and truthful, this is where we are, and here there may be some differences, but this is why, and very much support the state's efforts in doing that. So you definitely have my commitment and my district's commitment to do that.
Director Young.
I forgot I raised my hand a long time ago.
You didn't have to take her up on the idea to continue to beat up on me.
No, I'm not. I just wanted to thank you for coming.
All right.
I mean, that's really,
Thanks.
and it helps. I mean, it helps me understand where you're coming from, and it all helps. So the more communication, the better. It kind of raised a whole other issue that I don't know if we need to get into, the risk study and stuff like that. But I just want to thank you for coming in. I appreciate it a lot. So it did help me understand your perspective a little better.
Thank you very much.
Well, Andy, as the chair, I get the last word.
Excellent.
Although you can respond. I really appreciate the leadership that the River District has provided on the West Slope on a number of issues. I remember sitting down a couple years ago with Dan and Luke, and under the first Water Smart grant, having some discussions. I think the Southwest Basin has really accelerated discussions on this since then. And so from my particular board seat, I would really encourage you to sit down. I'm happy to do it. I think Frank and Carrie can do it, and really assess where water users in the Southwest are as you're putting together a West Slope work group, because we have a lot more interest, and I think we need to be engaging the right folks in there. It occurred to me when you were talking about the risk study and sort of how this is communicated to the public that something that I'm seeing now is that as folks in my basin are coming to terms with what the risk is in the basin, there are sometimes reactions that are an automatic response to say, leave my water rights alone, someone else can take care of this. And I think everybody in the state could come into this issue with that perspective, because we all really care about our water rights. I think it's time for us as a state to come together and say, we're facing a serious problem. We have time to get out ahead of it. What are the solutions that work for the state? And if the solution is not demand management, as I have a ground rule in one of the watershed groups I work with, if you say no, bring an alternative. So I would put that out there as we're grappling with this really hard problem. sticking our heads in the sand and saying, I think my water rights will be okay, is probably not going to resolve this issue for the state. Really considering what those options might be, I think would be more productive and helpful into the process, knowing that we're still considering whether demand management is the right tool. So I hope that as the River District under its authorities is convening people and doing work, that you'll keep that in mind in your work.
We share your goal in making sure that we help our water users recognize the issues and create solutions. And that's what we've been doing and will continue to do in collaboration with you. Absolutely.
Well, thank you, and thank you for taking the heat today.
No problem, Director Hawkins. Thank you, everybody.
Amy Ostick, back again to talk more about demand management. So I'm going to provide just a couple of quick updates today, but before I dive into that, I just wanted to echo everyone in thanking Andy for being here today to talk about his efforts. And, you know, I guess one thing that I continue to think about as we herd the cats in various ways relating to demand management is what I consider the statewide, the state perspective, that we would not be doing our jobs as water managers if we were not considering every potential tool in our toolkit to avoid a crisis, to avoid the bad things that could happen in the state if we're not prepared for them. So the question, though, the big open question is whether demand management can be one of those tools. And I want to clarify again, as I've said many times, that's an open question. We don't know yet. So I'm hopeful, after hearing a lot of the things Andy said today, that his work is not intended to conflict with ours, that it will not conflict with ours, but rather feed into the efforts that we are in the middle of now. So thank you again, Andy, and I really appreciate you being here today.
Director Brown.
Hi. I had just one request, and it may be for both you and Director George, if possible. Going forward, and I know you both mentioned the IBCC meeting last week, if we could find a way to utilize our YouTube channel for IBCC meetings, I think that would be a big service to the folks that can't travel for whatever reason, I guess especially in light of the coronavirus. That would be great. So that's my only note on that.
Thank you, Director Brown. I think we've all been thinking a lot about how to deal going forward in light of the coronavirus and how we can make sure we're all still staying in touch and having people who need to hear the meetings be involved. So we're thinking about that too. I appreciate that comment.
Amy, are you finished with this agenda item?
I have just a couple of quick updates on it. I'm just going to load my PowerPoint really quick. I have maybe 2 slides. I'll make it really quick.
Excellent.
You know, I'm actually just not going to go with the slides. I think this is round 2 of my struggle with but honestly, it's really just that I think I can just provide, I know we're behind schedule, just provide some really quick information. So we've heard a lot today about the IBCC demand management meeting, and I just want to thank everyone that was involved in that. I think it was a really great opportunity for the work groups to start talking to each other about the cross-cutting issues. I think we started to solidify some of the thoughts that people are having and hopefully can provide a framework going forward for how we think about things and how the work groups are analyzing issues. So I can say that we as staff are really taking everything that we got from that and thinking about how to help the work groups going forward create more structure in their discussions. We have selected consultants for our literature review, so we're really excited about that. We have SGM, Westwater Research, and CDR Associates that'll be doing work for us on the literature review. Just a reminder that they're going to be focusing on the broad categories that the work groups are focused on, helping us understand the existing universe of knowledge and also where the data gaps are so that we can hopefully start to understand what the next steps in this feasibility investigation may be. And finally, I just wanted to, again, remind you all that I'll be back in July asking for some additional guidance on the next steps of the feasibility investigation. And I think that you've all heard a little bit about what the common themes are that are coming up. one thing that we hear consistently is the interest in pilot projects. And as I think you all know, we cannot use the current funding source for pilot projects, but whether and how that's the next step of this feasibility investigation is still an open question and something that we might all want to consider. And we are giving a lot of thought into how we are going to frame all of the information we've gotten from the feasibility investigation so far. So, I think those are all the points I wanted to make there, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Amy? Thanks, Amy. Seeing none, let's move on to item 14, Paradox EIS update.
Thank you, Vivian. So again, Amy Ostick, CWCB staff, and I am still here to talk about something perhaps not quite as interesting as demand management, but still important. So, the Paradox Valley Unit Environmental Impact Statement. On February 19th, the state submitted comments on a draft EIS relating to the Paradox Valley Unit, which is a salinity control unit, and I'm just going to provide a quick update on those comments and what we've been working on. This is not an action item, I'm just here to fill you in. And I'll also say that this is a pretty weedy issue at times, and Lane Leoniak and Karen Kwan are here from the AG's office, and they've been very helpful in drafting the comments, so if I leave anything out or need some help, guys, good, okay. Well, all right. So to begin, I just wanted to kind of frame the issue for you all and talk about salinity control in the Colorado Basin. There is a significant amount of salinity, naturally occurring salinity in the Colorado Basin. So long ago, there was a recognized need to figure out how to control that. We also have an obligation to Mexico, and I won't get into that, but requires us to make sure that the salinity levels as the water enters Mexico are not at a certain limit. So the Salinity Control Forum came together in 1973. They got the Basin Salinity Control Act passed in 1974, which creates the Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Program, which is really focused on improving the water quality of the Colorado River above Imperial Dam. Paradox is one of the original projects pursuant to that act. This gives a sense of where the Paradox Valley Unit is, and just a couple of quick facts. It is the largest single contributor to salinity control in the Colorado Basin. It extracts brine groundwater in the Paradox Valley and prevents it from entering the Dolores River. And what it does is collects the naturally occurring brine groundwater and injects it via deep injection well into the Leadville Formation. It's been operational since 1996, but it's nearing the end of its useful life. You may have heard in the news that there are some earthquakes associated with the operations due to the injection of that salt water. And that's not good for anyone, so Reclamation initiated the NEPA process and has released a draft EIS looking at alternatives to replace it. So to get to that EIS, Reclamation is the lead agency. There are 18 cooperating agencies, including DNR. And there are a few alternatives listed here. The first is just a no-action alternative. And I want to be clear that that no-action alternative is actually described as closure of the existing facilities. It's not continued operations of the facility as it has been going. Another alternative, alternative B, is the new deep injection well. There have been some concerns that the current injection well is causing some problems for us, so there might be some risks associated with going that route. Alternative C is the evaporation pond alternative. This would take some land out of public domain, and it's at the same time, though, evaporation ponds, I think a lot of people have felt, is a known way to handle this problem. There's not as much uncertainty and risk associated with that approach. Finally, alternative D, the zero liquid discharge technology, which is a pretty new technology for dealing with salinity, and it's pretty pricey. And to cut right to the the chase, really all of the options are quite pricey, and this table outlines some of the costs associated with these alternatives. One thing that you'll note up there is the annual economic benefit. Salinity, high salinity concentrations can present a lot of economic burdens. And I know that when I first saw these numbers, I questioned where they came from and how we got there. But the Salinity Control Forum, my understanding is they have agreed to a formula to calculate what the impacts could be of higher salinity levels. So that's where those numbers came from. But I will note that, seeing the costs associated with the alternatives, considering the uncertainties associated with the alternatives, we, had some concerns, and we weren't exactly thrilled with any of the alternatives the way that they were written. So the state of Colorado, as I said, submitted comments, but the Salinity Control Forum also submitted comments, and Colorado is a member of that forum. So we worked very closely with the other Colorado River Basin states in submitting comments through the forum. And we, again, acknowledge that there are significant costs associated with any of these alternatives. And the other part of that is that there are some concerns about the funding source for those costs. So the basin states requested that there be a fix for all of that before we move forward with any option. There's also, like I said, a lot of uncertainty associated with all the alternatives. In particular, that new deep injection well really did not look like a great alternative, in part because it was a large upfront cost, and ultimately there's no way to test it. So we couldn't do a test well or anything like that. So ultimately, where the forum ended up is if we could suggest a scaled down hybrid alternative, that would probably be the best path forward, because we really didn't like any of them as written. So the forum proposed EVAP ponds scaled down appropriately, and also authorization for continued operation of the well if it can be done with no seismic risk at a lower capacity. So like I said, Colorado participated in those comments. We were a part of those comments, but we also, recognizing that there are unique Colorado issues associated with this since it's in Colorado, the state also submitted comments, and we, CWCB, worked closely with CPW and CDPHE in getting these comments submitted. So we each had kind of our own unique concerns, but CDPHE was really focused on the consideration of the permitting needs and the costs, and a concern that maybe those costs weren't adequately worked into the analysis. CPW requested that there be adequate mitigation of the impacts to wildlife and aquatic resources, as the evaporation ponds, could have some pretty significant impacts on resources. And to get to CWCB's comments, the first big point we wanted to make is that we wanted reclamation to comply with state water law, make sure that they're getting the water rights, the OG water rights they need, and acknowledge that senior in-stream flow. We also echoed what the 7 basin states said in their letter, that we need a funding fix for all of this, and again requested continued authority for operation of the existing well. We asked that the Bureau of Reclamation continue to engage the Salinity Control Forum as they move forward with any alternative. And this is a big one. Additional analysis is required for any of these alternatives. So the Bureau of Reclamation, I can just skip ahead here, acknowledge that regardless of which alternative they choose, there's a lot more work that's going to need to be done. There's a lot more NEPA analysis that will need to be done, which will be tiered to this EIS. So we anticipate having an EIS, a final EIS, with a preferred alternative identified in spring of 2020, record of decision in summer. Who knows with those timelines when that will all happen, but we look forward to working closely with Reclamation and the forum in developing any approach forward. And that's all I've got. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Amy? Director Schwartz.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So the agenda item didn't speak to what extent salinity has been, what the targets are, how well it's been mitigated. And so the alternatives also don't speak to some of the effectiveness of the different scenarios or combination of the scenarios. So it's obviously a conversation for another time, but as this moves along and participation, I didn't have the time to look into the working group in general, but it'd be helpful to know the effectiveness of each one of the recommendations.
Sure, and I'm happy to, there's a table that Reclamation actually has in the draft EIS that I can provide that goes over the salinity control of each option and the cost effectiveness for all of those, which is, I think, in that table as well. What I can say is that all of the alternatives will provide at least the level of salinity control that we currently have, and likely more.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thanks, Amy. I know this is a difficult issue. There's the big basin-wide and international salinity control issues. I don't know if the rest of the board knows that the current facility is located within the wilderness study area, in an area of the Dolores River where there are a lot of management challenges and a lot of uses. So this has been a contentious issue locally from a sort of public land use perspective, and I know it's very complicated, so thank you for the coordination at DNR with providing such thoughtful comments.
Thank you, Director Hawkins, appreciate that. And I will just note very quickly that we did work closely with the River District and Southwestern in developing the comments, and as well as, recognizing that always important effort of ensuring comity among the 7 basin states and ongoing cooperative relationships. So it's a juggling act. Thank you.
Let's move on to item 15, Alternative Transfer Method Grant Program, and let's start on 15A.
Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, this is Alex Funk, CWCB staff. We have 2 ATM grant applications for you this afternoon. The first is, or 15A, is evaluating conserved consumptive use in the Upper Colorado River project. The applicant for this grant is the Colorado River Basin Roundtable, with Trout Unlimited serving as the fiscal agent and grantee. They are requesting $500,000 for this application. A little bit of background before I turn it over to some members of the project team that are here today. There is growing interest in ATM development on the western slope. This was evidenced, just last summer where we awarded a ATM grant to the city of Aspen, who's exploring an ATM project as a means to supplement their water supply and respond to, really 2018 drought and potential future droughts in the future, as well as, I think expanding interest in leasing for environmental and recreational flows on the western slope, which we know are kind of critical to that part of the economy. So really the goal of this project is to, kind of provide some additional information to the Basin Roundtable and other interested stakeholders as to, how ATMs really function on the western slope, because we haven't really seen a lot of ATMs in that part of the state. Furthermore, a big component of this project will be looking to fill in some pretty critical information gaps as it relates to ATM projects. We've had multiple studies show that there's a need for more information on agronomic impacts on higher elevation systems, pasture systems. We know that this remains a sort of lack of information on those long-term impacts are a barrier to ATMs for the region because a lot of producers and other groups are concerned about what they are. And so this project will go a long way to help us answer some of those in terms of effects on yield and forage quality and recovery time. And so with that, I will turn it over. We have Paul Bruchet, who's here today sort of representing the project team. We also have David Nickham with Trout Unlimited and Matt Rice with American Rivers. They can answer any questions about the project, but with that, I'll kind of bring it up for Paul.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Directors. As Alex said, I'm Paul Bruchet. I am the co-vice chair of the Colorado Basin Roundtable here representing the Roundtable today. I think Alex did a great job of summarizing the project And I think that for me, it's important that this board knows how this project kind of came to be in conception. The Colorado Basin Roundtable started a demand management work group in January of 2019. Immediately during that process, there were a number of questions that were coming forward relative to conserved consumptive use. Having been very involved with system conservation, we asked Dr. Cabot to come into the roundtable and to speak to us. Dr. Perry Cabot of CSU to come speak to us. He put together an email for the roundtable work group on questions concerning measurement of conserved consumptive use on perennial irrigated ground at high elevations in the Colorado River Basin that was 4 pages long, and I didn't understand about a third of the words that he used in the email. So ever since that time, the roundtable came from the position that we had a number of questions to answer just about in the field science and research associated with understanding measured consumptive use. During that time, the CWCB was putting together their demand management work groups. I was asked to participate with the Ag Impacts work group. We had our first meeting in August of 2019 and a follow-up meeting the first part of November 2019. And at the second meeting, there was a little bit of conversation in the room about taking action to answer Dr. Cabot's questions, because there was a very common theme between Roundtable and the Ag Impacts work group about, if we know these exist, why don't we ask? So that month I went back to the Roundtable and asked their thought process on it, and they said they would love to do a project and they would love to find a way to measure to answer Dr. Cabot's questions. So with that, in the Ag Impacts work group, I was kind of called out by Eric Wilkinson, as him knowing that I've worked with a group of landowners in the Kremling area for a long time, and that in his eyes it was a very organized group of ag producers. And so when I left the roundtable, I made 4 phone calls and had 1,500 acres of participation in 4 phone calls, which I found to be amazing, because these producers are very real life producers. This is their income, this is their way of living. They've been very involved in other activities related to the irrigators of the lands in the vicinity of Kremling that started out with a grant from the Roundtable dating back to 2012 to do a river assessment. Within the planning process and coordinating with the producers, I have learned so much, and there's so much additional conversation that has come to the table by, instead of looking at a planning process from up here, by actually pulling out maps and actually understanding within their cow-calf operations where they could potentially curtail some water, what different mechanisms they could use to keep their operations viable. And I found it to be incredibly rewarding. Within that, I have a 2-page summary from Dr. Cabot here that I would be happy to read to you if there are further questions related to the scope, because he was not able to be in attendance today. But we're very excited about the project. In disclosure to this board, what was fantastic is in the initial sign-up, we were able to get the diversity in land and acres that Dr. Cabot wanted. As we've continued planning and looking at different reference fields and reference field conditions to do the study, we're still playing with some of the details of this, and my family has always seen ourselves in this project in conversation with the Roundtable as perhaps a safety net, that if Dr. Cabot needs a few more acres or additional study, the opportunity for us to be involved might be there, but we view it as a safety net at this point in time. It's not planned to be that way. There still is enough acres to work the project. So with that, I also wanted to compliment to this board the work and effort of the CWC staff, not only through the process of all of the ongoing conversations, but within this grant in particular, to take a look at it as questions that for the Basin Roundtable to need to know to really be able to move forward, and looking at it from a position of on-the-ground research and data that will add to answers as we move forward in process concerning conserved consumptive use at high elevation on perennial crops in the West Slope. And so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions or read some more literature from Dr. Cabot.
Thank you, Paul. I need to start this out by disclosing to the board that my employer, the Nature Conservancy, is providing financial support in the form of cash match into this grant. We are not applying for funding. And with that disclosure, I would open this up to questions. Director Trick.
Thank you, Paul. I was wondering, can you share the information from Dr. Cabot? You don't have to read it to us, but the email or any other kind of information, because I didn't see information in the packet as to what you spoke about as far as his requests to find out more information about high elevation areas.
Yeah, certainly. I can go through the first part of this, I think would help that a lot. So set a priority on evaluating the potential of water conservation and agronomic viability for reducing irrigation on high altitude irrigated pasture, and better understanding the factors involved in determining costs and participant payments for reducing water use. This project being a collaboration among a representative group of stakeholders from agriculture and environmental sectors. The multi-university research team includes experts in remote sensing, field instrumentation, forward sciences, and agricultural business. It also builds on past work of the successful system conservation pilot program. The research budget for this project is $275,000, and the majority of that is dedicated to equipment for measurement and monitoring. To use different remote sensing approaches to estimate consumptive use and conserve consumptive use on large irrigated high elevation pastures characterized by diversity of ecological grasses, forbs, sedges, and biophysical soil groundwater conditions. And then he has three main goals here to spell out, and then the deliverables get a little bit longer. But the three main goals is to use different remote sensing approaches to estimate I'm sorry, I actually already read the goal. My apologies. The second goal is to validate several remote sensing-based evapotranspiration estimate models as a means of consumptive use and conserve consumptive use verification across broad spatial areas. And so he's looking at this as a scaled project within that, in the different techniques. And then the third is to improve the science that helps us understand impacts, recovery patterns, and risks associated, subjecting forages to different levels of irrigation curtailment.
Thank you. So it sounds like part of the goal of this is to fill a data gap in those items that we can further use to inform decision-making in the future. Is that kind of a correct assumption to make on that?
Yes, Director Trick, that is the primary goal of this project. And I think Dr. Cabot has an elevated sense of excitement about it in partnering and working with Utah. What did I say? Working with Utah State University as well.
Thank you.
Director Yan.
Thanks, Paul. At the Demand Management Work Group last week, it became affectionately known as PP, Paul's Project. So, but he made sure that it was, no, it's the Colorado Basin Roundtables Project, so he didn't want to take credit for all of it. But I do have a few questions, because part of it is this, I'm a low elevation irrigator, so help me understand is this single ditches that come off these streams, or is it like one landowner within a larger ditch system? Because that could have an effect on, carriage water to the other people and things like that. So maybe you could answer that.
Yep, great question, Director Yan. This is what we're excited about. When we took a look at what potential irrigated fields that we had an opportunity for, they vary a very wide spectrum of that. So one of them is the higher elevation piece is just at about 8,400 feet. Small tributary creek system usually runs in some form of depleted flow for irrigation by about July 10th. An independent system all on itself. Two of the locations are main stem Colorado River. One of them operates out of its individual pump system. One of them operates out of a shared ditch, so it is not an incorporated ditch. Another one of them has an individual ditch as a parcel, but then the other side of it, there's actually a private reservoir that has 3 different water rights. There's an upstream user of water, 2 downstream users of water, and so working at how we can work this system to effectively save water on their place while working with the neighbors is part of the exciting part of the project.
Okay, good, nice round opportunities there for you. But one of the things, and we pay attention to it way down lower in the basin, is the return flow component, and because it says in the application, the proposed project does not negatively affect any other sources of water or preclude any other water right holder from fully exercising their water rights under Colorado law. But if you do interrupt return flows, and you could have an effect downstream to people or later in the season for whatever purpose. And I was wondering, I didn't see it in there that you were going to look at return flow component at all, but but I would hope that would be something that you would study as well.
It certainly is. And when we needed to get the application done and off the ground, the focus really was with Dr. Cabot. At this point in time, monitoring return flows and how that impacts system has become a very important part of this process and project. As many other things, we've been welcoming, and at the IBCC and CWCB work group meetings last week, really welcoming input from other work groups and members of those work groups to know how we can do add-ons to this project, to check as many boxes as possible with what we're looking to study. One of the things that was done, while I think very correct to say would be impossible to not impact return flows in some kind of capacity, is that if you look at the map and geography of the locations of these, is we didn't do it in one particular area or one continuous group of landowners to where the possibility of larger scale depletion of river flows could be. One of the facilities is above Wolford Mountain Reservoir, and some of the direct return flow goes into Wolford. One of them is above Williams Fork Reservoir, and then some on the main stem. So I think we'll see kind of a balance of how that works too.
Okay, good. As long as it's being looked at, I think that's an important component of that. And then another question I had was just, how did you arrive at the payment for the I saw the amount that you paid for the split season and then for the full season? How did you arrive at those numbers per acre?
So the three conservation partners, Trout Unlimited, American Rivers, and the Nature Conservancy, were the three that finalized the numbers. My role in participation with that was we were able to dig into the producers' records very thoroughly. Many of us have kept great records in the area and do pretty large volume of hay sales to local dude ranches. And so we have a pretty good record of what hay has been for a long period of time. So I was on the end of assisting the landowners and giving information about input costs of production, average yield of fields, and then basically average of what the market has been for our hay sales over the last long period of time. And then it was the conservation organizations that finalized that.
Okay, good. Well thought out. Thanks. I guess the only other thing is there any part of this that you might go and I'm glad that it's established ranches in your area where you have long established ranchers, but is there any part of it that's maybe interviewing other people to see how they remember, because a lot of them have been through droughts and different things like that, if they remember how their land recovered or if they saw anything different or anything like that, just a simple interview process of questions to a local producer in your area?
Yeah, it's certainly ongoing dialogue. One of the interesting things about this, with my family having been involved in being close with the producers, my family operates a ditch with water owned by Denver Water that's on a leaseback agreement. And in some capacity, my family's been dealing with this conversation for the last 20 years. And many of these producers have been engaged with that. And I think one of the other motivations, for these producers is exactly what was pointed out, is the drought of, the early 2000s. I think these landowners have been through times and know what it's like to work with less water, and they're very encouraged and motivated to be in this process as a critical stakeholder and user of that water to help find solutions for what it can mean.
All right. Well, thanks for bringing this to us, and this is, in my mind, this is exactly what the ATM program is for, and so I think this is a good project, and I hope there's a lot of good information coming out of it. So thanks.
Thank you very much.
Director Anderson.
Paul, I think this is a great project. It's going to be move far beyond just the Kremlin area, the Gunnison Basin and all the higher altitude hay meadows in that area. And I'm certain there's some in the Southwest Basin too, and of course the Yamp and White. It's going to cut a wide swath through answering these questions. And quite truthfully, I don't believe demand management can work unless we incorporate all of agriculture, the row croppers in my area, and you guys in a different situation entirely. If we're going to be successful with a demand management program, we've got to all have the ability to participate. You can't tag it on to the Grand Valleys or the Uncompahgre Valley water users of Colorado. It's got to be a joint effort. And I really salute you for bringing this to us, and quite frankly, look forward to the results. What's it going to tell us? There is a data gap, And this should go a long ways to solving what that is. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Anderson. I think one more thing that I'd like to add to this to the board, through a connection of one of the producers wanting to participate, I got a phone call that said, hey, one of my hunter's wife's uncles is super involved in water. We need to have a conference call. And I went, oh, this is one of those stories. It turns out that he's the chair of the board of Glen-Colusa Irrigation District in Northern California that services water for 150,000 irrigated acres of agriculture land. We spent almost 3 hours on the phone with this gentleman, with his praises and compliments being that stakeholder-driven and motivated process to gain science to actually answer some of these questions, because they've been working on this for 30 years and been attempting to play catch up with that instead of having some of that research done in the beginning. So.
I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Staff recommendation is to recommend approval of up to $500,000 for the ATM grant program to help fund the Evaluating Conserved Consumptive Use in the Upper Colorado River project.
Director Schwartz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I move, and I also lose track of the agenda item here, number 15?
15A.
15A, and per staff recommendation.
Director Schwartz has moved approval of staff recommendation for item 15A. It's been seconded by Director Dutton. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes. Let's move on to item 15B.
Great. So 15B is a application from the Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District in the amount of $170,810 for the Ag to Muni Conservation Easement Demonstration Project. Just some background again. One of the key barriers to ATMs those were really identified early on in the development of those tools was this issue of permanency and risk in terms of potential end users that are entering into these leasing arrangements. If you are a municipality or other end user, you do want that security that water through that ATM will be available long term, not just to a 10 to 30-year period. And so there have been a number of groups working to incorporate essentially using conservation easements, a tool that perpetually ties water to irrigated farmland, as a means to address that permanency issue by including leasing language in the easement. And the water plan itself actually kind of goes further and says that the practice of coupling easements with ATMs is a potential strategy to help address that issue. So this project, in this sort of practice is still relatively new in the state. I think based on my records, this would be about the fourth project that has included a conservation easement with an ATM, the first in the Arkansas Basin. So this really is a model for that area, and the project is sort of designed to sort of develop a model process and language for how other land conservation organizations can potentially duplicate that or work on these easements as well. I'll just quickly note this application was before the board last November, and there was some feedback on the application at that time. The applicant, I think, has done a pretty good job in terms of addressing those issues, namely providing some additional criteria that they used in terms of selecting the protected property, as well as identifying that property in the application. And so with that, I will invite up Lee Hancock, who's the Conservation Director with Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District, to kind of talk a little bit more about their program and this project.
Thanks, and Lee, if you could state your name for the record.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam and Directors. I'm Lee Hancock with the Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District. I'm their Conservation Program Manager. Just want to briefly touch on a couple aspects of the project. The conservation deed and conservation easement itself will be directly held under the Lower Arkansas Valley Water Conservancy District, and the stewardship and monitoring requirements will also be held under the Lower Ark. As far as the water sharing that will be incorporated in the conservation easement, we will be working directly with the Lower Arkansas Valley Super Ditch Company, which currently has several active leases with using ATMs and working with municipalities as far as their water needs. We will be using this as a model project to demonstrate the effectiveness of coupling conservation easements and water sharing. We will use this to further enhance interest with landowners in our area to participate in such programs to protect their water rights, but also allow for water sharing and meeting needs of municipalities. We also be working with other land trusts to share this information on how effective this process is. With that, I'd welcome any questions.
Director Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. I have a couple questions, so I'll ask, I guess I'll have to dialogue with you a little bit if that's okay, Madam Chair. I dialogue with him a little bit.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm confused as to why you're not identifying the specific parcel. So you say that you are, and I see it on the map, but there is not an owner. There's no description. On your website, you state that you do a baseline inventory. You have guidelines for that, but we're not seeing how the parcel's used, what the conservation values are, who is the owner of the property, how many acres are farmed, how many acres they use, they irrigate. And I'm just wondering why we're not receiving all that information. In other easements that we fund, we get the gamut of information attached to these applications. So maybe you could elaborate for us on that.
Yes, I'd be glad to. It does state in the application there's 148 acres under the Fort Lyon Canal, and there'll be 148 shares of the Fort Lyon Canal system that will be utilized within this project. I didn't specifically identify the landowner himself until this project moves forward.
So I guess that's where I really struggle, is that this isn't, if we were just funding the agriculture to municipal model, I think that's great, but we're helping purchase property. And so not having the details of what the state is purchasing, to me, is hard to push this forward in my mind, that this is an eligible project for our funds. So that's where I'm getting stuck on the one hand. So would you like to respond to that?
Yes, I'm not quite understanding. Would you like a legal description, or as far as identifying the exact parcel, would that satisfy your concerns, or?
I think what I'd love to see is on Lower Arkansas Water Conservancy District's website, under your conservation easement program, you go into your baseline inventory guidelines, and I would like to see that. All of the checkpoints that you're asking for, I think that would be great for us to know what we're helping purchase. And this is just my opinion. I don't know how other board members feel, but I think that this is what separates this project for me, is that it's, I see that it's a demonstration project, and I'm happy to use funds to put forward that model. I think it's important, and I think it will be valuable, but that's not what the grant is for. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, the grant is for the purchase of this conservation easement. Is that correct?
That's the first step in the process, and then it's also to demonstrate the coupling of the conservation easement with water sharing agreements. But I can provide that information. We do go through a lengthy step in as far as title work, baseline reports, and so forth before we actually execute the conservation deed.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if that would be, I think I recommended in November that perhaps it would be better to have this phased so that you identify the parcel for us, and then we decide to put the money forward. They're two different, if the district needs money to assist them with creating this type of easement, that's one grant. If they need assistance for purchasing the property, to me, that's a second task, or it's a second tiered part of the application. And I guess the reason why I'm pushing this a little bit is because I know that CWCB does fund conservation easements, and I don't have an issue funding the easements in the past that we have, and this one and the two that we'll hear tomorrow. The two tomorrow, I feel like we receive more information. I feel a little bit more confident with those. Those applications as well have additional matching funds. The project here does not, and so I'm wondering, this is the second part of my question, is why aren't there any municipalities helping fund this application, or why do you not have any other funders besides CWCB?
The lower arc is matching half of this grant.
Yes, I see that. Did you ask for other funding from other entities, from municipalities, or from other typical funding conservation easements?
No, we did not, since we had sufficient funding through the lower arc.
Sufficient funding, meaning the match?
As far as the match, yes.
Okay. Well, as I said, these are my concerns, and I'm only one board member, so, you know, I've expressed my concerns with this application, and thank you.
Yep, thank you. I might just like to clarify, you know, the lower arc, our land trust, we hold over 50 conservation easements currently, and we've been doing this for a number of years, so we go through the proper steps as far as securing the information and so forth for conservation easements. I can provide that information in depth if that's what you're requesting.
I think, again, I'm looking for more information on the parcel that you're asking us to fund. And I've been here a year, so I haven't walked through numerous conservation easements, but using the two applications that we'll see tomorrow as an example, I feel like they give substantially more information as to what the values are with this parcel. And I don't mean to belabor the point, but as this is the second time I've seen this application, I brought these concerns forward back in November, and I feel like these are two different questions for me. Are we funding a real estate transaction in this conservation easement, or are we funding a demonstration project? And to me, they exist separately. And so the real estate portion of it, I would like to see what we're funding, and the map is not sufficient. And I did see that there's 148 shares of a Fort Lyon Canal, and that there's 148 acres in the parcel, so I can assume that 148 acres are irrigated, but that's an assumption.
Yeah, no, yes.
And I guess to Director Brown, your concerns on what materials are added. I mean, I think, you know, part of the challenge, and this is not just for the ATM program, but other grant programs as well, is that we keep seeing these conservation easements come in. You know, we're not a land conservation organization. We kind of see that these easements do have some connection with some potential water plan goals, but I think staff, now that we're kind of seeing these projects more often, are aware of these concerns, that we can't just, you know, set aside funds for transactions that we don't have that information. And so, you know, we have, you know, been actually on the Cactus Hill property down in the Rio, which was a previous ATM grant, have been working very carefully with our purchasing department to develop a better checklist of what documents are needed for this. I mean, that is something that was never really been finalized in terms of like, oh, we need XXX before we can move forward on a conservation easement. But, you know, now we do have sort of a, I think, more detailed process, due diligence process in place where, you know, we will turn over the legal description, the draft easement, environmental statement, everything that, you know, potentially falls under what you're kind of requesting, to the AG's office even before we sign a contract. So, you know, I think we are trying to build in those additional steps to gather that information before we sign the dot on any of these dollars. And I think I'm hearing loud and clear that we need to do a better job of making sure that where we can get that information earlier in the process, that needs to be part of the application. And I think that's more potentially on staff too, now that we're seeing more of these projects and are becoming more familiar with them, that we need to kind of be on the lookout for that. Because I'll admit that, you know, I'm still sort of getting a sense of like what goes into the overall process here.
Director Feld?
Thank
So I've only been here 6 hours, and so I have no idea what may be out there in the landscape that I don't see or know about. But one thing that excited me about this proposal, and I thought was sort of an interesting mirror image, is it seemed to me this was generated by the interest in ATMs in the lower basin, and then how do conservation easements perhaps connect with that? And in the upper basin, we've recently been looking, we've developed a local funding source for things like conservation easements, and we have been wrestling a little bit with the definition of perpetuity and how that plays out over eternity, and the thought that perhaps working in some kind of rights of first refusal or ATM, alternative uses of water on a conserved parcel would be potentially a really wise way to inject some flexibility into these long-term landscape scale efforts and agreements, and perhaps help close that ever receding gap that we do face. And so I was really excited just to see somebody tackling that nexus between the two, and hopeful of being able to take some information away from this that we might be able to use sort of in a slightly different way, or coming to it from a different direction, but ultimately maybe achieving some of the same ends. So not to discount Director Brown's comments, but this seems like something that's needed to me, at least in a general way when you look in the conservation conversation that's going on in Colorado. Thanks.
Director Young.
Thanks for being here. I had some of the same concerns when I first looked at it as Director Brown. I just wondered, I guess one of the questions I would have is, do you foresee some kind of different language than what's already been produced in some of the ones? Alex said there were 4 other ones. Actually, one of them is mine. I have a conservation easement with a right to lease up to 30% of my water in any 1 year. So it was one of the first ones that was done. So, but I was wondering, is there something new or different? It's part of an ATM grant program. So it's always, when I think of this program, as opposed to what we're going to see tomorrow is a WSRA and statewide account funds. This is more of the cutting edge of things that are coming. So I just wondered what you might think is new and different. I know it's the first one on the Arkansas, but is there something else that I'm missing?
No, and actually this is the second. We do have one current conservation easement that is participating in the Super Ditch program in one of the current active leases. As far as our language, we're very specific on what type of ATMs. We do allow up to 35% of the total acreage annually, or 3 out of 10 years, but nothing further than that. And then we do work under either a IWSA or a pilot project in order to adequately satisfy the engineering and return flow requirements and so forth. But that's specifically the language that we have used within the one project that we currently have at the Lower Ark. And more so, this would be just used as to demonstrate that this project can work, and that we can have more interest and participation within the landowners in our area, as far as showing that we can use a conservation easement, but then they still have that ability to share that water through water leasing projects.
So it's really not a new thing. You already have one.
We have one,
like
yes.
Oh. Yeah. So when I first looked at it, excuse me, it looked like we were just helping purchase the land and not necessarily really digging into what kind of effect that has on alternative transfer methods or something like that. So
the only thing that is different is working with another canal system. Currently, the other ATM and water sharing agreement is with a different canal system.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Are there any other questions? Director Trick.
Thank you. I guess just to reiterate that, I did have the same question in my mind as to, as a demonstration project, how this kind of an easement is different from, say, other conservation easements that have already been done in the state of Colorado that include water. So I'm trying to see or find out, looking here, what is new and different about this in particular. Sort of the same lines of Director Yuan's question.
Other than that, we're working with a different canal system, and the engineering requirements and return flow obligations and so forth with that canal system, it's not, the language and so forth is not different than our current project that we have.
Thank you.
Alex, I think we're ready for staff recommendation.
Thanks. I guess just in light of some of the issues that were brought up, I mean, I think I just want to quickly touch on that. I think we do need to reevaluate how we approach easement projects moving forward more broadly, not just for this program. It's something that has been raised by our purchasing staff. They're overwhelmed with some of these projects and the complexity involved with them. So, I think we're committed to kind of take a deeper look at how we approach these projects moving forward and kind of address some of these concerns. And I guess, when reviewing this project too, and kind of looking more prospectively in terms of the ATM grant program, I mean, we really are trying to support projects that, not saying we're going to fund every single easement that comes through the door on this program, but, we are kind of seeing this as an opportunity to, potentially be, a kind of a but-for component to potential ATM projects down the road. So by creating sort of the security, it could generate more interest in that canal system to participate in these projects. And I think, we have funded some other projects through this grant program that, why not, they might not be like exactly cutting edge, but they help facilitate projects largely and help us achieve that goal. So or as we get closer more to a project focus in terms of this grant program, we're, kind of supporting, different efforts to help facilitate those projects. So with all that said, staff at this point is recommending approval of up to $170,810 from the ATM grant program to help fund the Ag Municipal Conservation Demonstration Project.
Director Brown?
So I don't think, can you repeat the number you just stated, first of all?
It is $170,810.
Thanks. I thought I heard a 200,000 number
sorry
in
about
there.
that.
I'm not great with flowery language. I hear that from everyone I live with all the time. So I want to try. This will be my attempt. I like that we're writing into the conservation easement this water sharing agreement with municipalities. I don't quite know the full history of all the conservation easements that CWCB has funded. I have a concern specifically with this project that I don't think it's the intent of Lower to withhold the information, but I feel like I can't get the information that I'm looking for on this project, specifically the owner of the parcel and the details about the type of parcel that we're conserving with state dollars. And until I see that, I cannot support staff's recommendation.
Director Trick?
I think I would agree with that point. I would like to see more information on that, and also to our other questions, the issues that were brought up with the application. So would it be appropriate for us to ask the applicant to return at a later time with more information, or what would be the best way to address those concerns at this point? Just a question to everybody.
Alex, do you have thoughts on that?
Other than I think we need across the board on our grant programs on easements need a better template and sort of guidelines as to how we approach those projects, not limiting the ATM grant program. I can't say we don't have like a list of like, oh, we need this in terms of evaluating these projects right now. So I mean, part of that is like we don't really know what to ask for from our applicants when it comes to these projects. So maybe by looking at the history of projects that we have funded in the past and working across some of the other different sections in the AG's office and some of the other stakeholders here, maybe we can kind of come back to the board with some thoughts on how we approach these types of projects, what might be included in that, because I think we're seeing sort of the same issue and sort of clarification on what documents we need to review, what needs to be included across the board. Because right now we don't have, the grants don't really talk about that. They don't even mention conservation easements for the most part. So I think that is something that I am offering, that we can potentially do a better job of looking into that issue and coming back with that, and then maybe that will give us a better sense of where to move on applications such as this.
Director Trick?
I thank you for those comments, Alex. And I was also looking at the criteria and guidelines in relation to this application, and those were enacted in 2010. And so I don't know if it might be a good idea for us to reevaluate the criteria and guidelines also for ATM projects. I'm just putting that out there as an idea. I'm not saying it should or needs to be done, but maybe that's something to think about. And I would like staff's feedback on that, because I also haven't been around forever on this board either. So would like anybody's thoughts on that.
I can say that. So we are currently working on a ATM status assessment project right now that is looking at how much progress we have made in terms of the ATM program as a whole since the inception of the grant program, but also since the water plan itself. We are hoping to get a draft report from our consultant team on that in June, and I think that will be a good, and then presenting that to the board at a subsequent board date. But I think you're correct in that using that information, we need to update the criteria for this grant program. I mean, it's been, we've had a lot of projects and sort of advancements in the ATM field since 2010, and would concur that, we need to kind of take a hard look at providing more guidance and sort of updated criteria as we approach these types of grants, and kind of how we approach the coupling of easement question as through this grant program in particular.
Thanks, Alex.
Director Schwartz?
And thank you, Madam Chair. And I would also want to make sure that if we are looking at opportunities with conservation easements, and I'm somewhat familiar with them, also as a newbie on the board, but wanting to make sure that in-stream flows would be another permitted use as well, leasing water for in-stream flow. So I think looking at criteria, folding this in, it's a wonderful opportunity for us to work with the land conservation community, and also identifying as we keep, that's a big word in perpetuity, this land and this water to serve the needs of the state and put to beneficial use. But if there's no further conversation, I would move we table this item, if you need a motion for that.
Director Schwartz has moved to table agenda item 15B. Director Brown has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Director Young.
I'm kind of torn here because I'm fully supportive of this type of project. And it's an important component. If you're going to want to get ag people involved, you're going to have to do some of these type of things, especially if you want to have ag remain in ag in perpetuity. The ag people aren't going to be as willing to do it if their water is tied up also. So if you can do these kind of innovative things, it's a good plan. I guess the only concern, so I didn't have, and I don't even have a concern with Lower Arc, and I don't need all the information necessarily, because Lower Arc has to jump to all these hoops to do a conservation easement anyway. So it's one of these things where I wasn't that concerned. I guess the concern or the thing that I was worried about is just, was the ATM grant the right funding source for this? When I look at the ones tomorrow, in the, we have statewide funds, we also have WSR roundtable components to that, and they're for a lot less of the total. I think one of them's for like 9% and the other one's for 25 or so, 23% or something. So it's a lot, and we're funding half of it through our grant program for ATMs. And I guess that's where my concern lies more, not even in whether it meets all the criteria for a conservation easement, because I'm sure it does. I mean, Lower Ark has to go through all those things. And so the part that I'm torn with is, I really like this, and I really like the idea. It's the amount of funds and where it's coming from that I have a hard time with.
And I'll quickly speak to that issue because we've had the same concern, or I've had the same concern in terms of if we continue to fund easements, they are expensive projects and we only have so many state dollars for that. So I've been really talking a lot with GOCO, the land trust community. We were actually going to be doing a presentation for Keep It Colorado, which is this new coalition for Colorado land trusts, with this message of, conservation easements can be a water tool and they fall under some of the issues under the water plan, but we need help funding these and do a better job coordinating funding. NRCS funded was a match on one of our projects in the South Platte, but I think it's still kind of catching on with a lot of other funders. And so, I think we have that message well and clear that we are trying to look for other, because we can't be the sole funder of these projects and do need some more cost share on that, and you did a better job of connecting those dots. So I agree.
Director Dutton? Alex, thanks for sharing that, and I really, really appreciate your efforts to go out and bring people together and in light of CWCB doing that with that Restore program too. It's really cool to see you guys thinking about, well, these are where people are going to put together funding packages for these types of projects. So let's make it streamlined, but also bring people together. So thank you so much for doing that. It's really smart and needed. And I think I'm also conflicted with Director Yon as well, because I agree with Director Brown that I think we could use a little bit more information and some more details to really understand exactly, what are the details about the property and how will it be used and what are we protecting by buying an easement. But I also don't want the people to get the impression that it's not something that the board, or that the board's not interested in these types of projects, because I know especially where I'm from, the easement community has been really progressive and has thought about ways to really use easements as a tool that not only have benefits to agriculture, but massive ecological benefits. And so I would hate to see us exit that arena, because I think we're a really important player. And so, yeah, I guess I'm torn too, but I do appreciate your efforts to discuss. Maybe we need a little bit more of an understanding of exactly where our interest lies, where it's appropriate for us to engage, how we use our limited funds. But by no means do I want us to stop being parts of these projects.
Director Felt?
Thanks. I just have a question on the motion. That are we tabling in perpetuity, Director Shorts, or are we tabling with some intermediate step that you feel needs to happen before this comes back, or what's the direction here?
Madam Chair?
Director Schwartz?
And I would table it and to be reconsidered at another meeting. And in the interim, that's not part of the motion, but I would table it for reconsideration at another time. But I think we've heard certainly that the concept needs to have more attention paid to it to develop what some of the criteria that we're looking for in order to approve it for our grant program. So if you want to modify that motion, please do.
All right. I'm going to let you guys know that I read Robert's Rules of Order. And this is how I would like, unless Councilor Beatty tells me otherwise, I would like for us to make sure that we're clear, there's a motion on the table. That motion can be amended. We will first vote on the amendment and then on the initial motion. So feel free to propose an amendment. Is that correct? And we will first vote on the amendment.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Director Brody.
If I may offer a friendly amendment that this action item 5B be continued until the next meeting date with leave for the applicant to amend the application to address the concerns and questions that have been raised by the board here today.
All right, the amendment motion has been offered by Director Brody, seconded by Director Anderson. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. We are voting on the amendment only, not the underlying motion. All those in favor of the amendment motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. The motion is so amended. Let's vote on the underlying motion now. Is there any more discussion on the motion? Director Young.
Do you have direction? I mean, do you feel like you know what you need to do?
Well, other than addressing the deficiencies in this actual application, I mean, would the board, and this is not an action, I don't know how to phrase this in a non-action way, but would the board like more information on easement projects funded by CWCB and sort of the process that we go through in terms of evaluating those and the documents that we take a look at? Would that be helpful?
I'll just say yes and move this along.
Great.
All right, Director Schwartz.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and just as part of the further discussion, I really would appreciate your incorporating the perspective of the land conservation community for the love of Colorado, or whatever it's called. It's not called for the love.
Keep it Colorado.
Keep
Yeah,
it
it's kind of
Colorado.
confusing.
Yeah,
Yes,
that
we can
one.
get feedback on that. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to proceed to vote on the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
Thank you.
We are running way behind schedule. Because of that, we need to do one more item for someone who needs to leave the meeting. We will then take a break and move into executive session afterwards. So we are going to have to slot in item 20 before the break.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. For the record, my name is Eric Sky, CWCB staff, and I'm really excited to get to introduce this afternoon's item because we get to talk about measuring snow from planes, which is inherently cool, but Andrew and I are particularly interested because of what this data can do for our water forecasting efforts. That's why we've invited Dr. Jeffrey Deems with the Aerial Snow Observatory to come and talk about what the program is, why we're so excited about it, what we're looking forward to doing with that money that was approved back in November of 2019 for the next fiscal year, and potential future for the program. So without further ado, I'd like to bring up Dr. Jeffrey Deems.
Thanks, Eric, and thank you to staff and directors for making time on the agenda for me. Originally, we're slotted for an hour in here, and recognizing where we are in the agenda this afternoon, I'm going to speed things up a good bit. And my objective here today is to talk about supporting what we like to call next generation water management with the Airborne Snow Observatory. I'm going to lay out a bit of background here that will be familiar to all of us, but to put a fine point on the importance of river forecast accuracy and some of the management challenges that our current state brings to us. Give you an overview and some highlights of the Airborne Snow Observatory program to date. Talk about some specific projects that have been accomplished in Colorado, and then lay out a bit of a vision for what this next future could look like. I want to start by acknowledging that this is very much a collaborative effort. Top of the list here is CWCB staff. Special shout out to the late Joe Busto, who was a great supporter of this project and really a great enabler through some of the projects in the Rio Grande and Gunnison rivers that I'll talk about in a bit. And tip of the cap to the gentleman sitting next to me up here. as well as lots of water managers and collaborators and scientists around the state. This is not just a Colorado project. We have an equally long list and page of logos in California and some other states around the western US as well. What we're interested in is knowing the state of our mountain snowpack. That's the bulk of our water supply across the state, across the western US even. We're used to looking at maps like this that are the filled basin maps showing the state of the current snowpack as a percent of normal or in relation to the past 30 years of instrument record. If we zoom in a little bit on Colorado, this is just from the other day. Northern half of the state's looking pretty good in nice green colors. Southern half is just below normal, also looking pretty good in the general scheme of things. This is what we want, is this big picture full basin view. But these full basins numbers are based on actually a small number of stations in that basin, as we know, the SNOTEL and snow course sites. And they have a difficult time representing the extreme variability in the snowpack across the landscape. When this year is a lot like years in the period of record, using these stations to assess the state of the snowpack works pretty well. But when we get to unusual years, like we're seeing more and more, these stations have a more difficult time representing the state of the snowpack. I'll skip that figure for some time. What this means is our operational forecasts, water supply forecasts, are based on this comparison with the period of record, with the historic average. When conditions deviate from that, and there's a whole list of reasons that current conditions are deviating from what we've seen in the past, then these statistical methods tend to fail us and introduce more forecast error than our systems can tolerate. A couple of examples. This is the Blue River above Dillon Reservoir, numbers from Denver Water, April forecast and observed inflow. You probably can't read these numbers, I'm realizing right now. Just look at the colors on the right. Those are the percent differences between the April forecast and the observed total inflow to the reservoir. Red colors are greater than 10% low in April forecast. Blue colors are greater than 10% high. Some of those numbers are pretty extreme. 2012, 56% error. That's challenging for anybody to manage. Part of the challenge there is because, well, they have 4 SNOTEL sites, which is actually kind of a lot for many basins, but it's only 4-point measurements from which they're able to extrapolate or try to extrapolate the state of the snowpack. Additionally, there's been a lot of forest disturbance from beetle kill, as well as impacts like dust on snow, which are somewhat episodic but have an extreme impact on the rate of snowmelt. Similar example from the Rio Grande at Del Norte. In this case, it's a June forecast compared to the observed end of water year. And again, some really extreme numbers in there. In particular, in this basin, we need to know ahead of the snowmelt season, a good forecast, what the total flow is going to be, because the compact agreement with New Mexico is based on that end of year flow, and with some pretty big financial implications if we miss that. Additionally, those implications go back upstream and backwards in time to especially junior users in the basin. So really the need for accurate forecasting is paramount and grows only more paramount as we move forward. So the question becomes, what can we do to make our water supply forecasting systems more robust, more resilient to a changing climate, changing conditions, and changing demands on the system? The supply and demand imbalance becoming ever closer in many basins. The way to do this is to decrease our reliance on the historic record. Instead of saying, okay, how does the current year compare to the past 30 years, move towards a more physics-based approach that says, what is the state of the snowpack and what's likely to happen to it? To do this, we can increase the availability and use of spatial data that covers the entire landscape rather than just a couple of point measurements within each river basin. We have 2 things going for us. One is that the snow accumulation pattern, the distribution of snow across the landscape, has a dominant effect on when that snow melts and how much of it comes out. The second is that solar radiation, the power of the sun, is actually doing the snow melting. It's not air temperature. The color of the snowpack, whether it's got dust on it or just how coarse-grained it becomes in the springtime, governs how much solar energy the snowpack absorbs. Both of these factors can be measured operationally with remote sensing, measurements from aircraft or satellites. And that has been the founding principle behind the development of the Airborne Snow Observatory, where we use a laser scanner to measure snow depth and thereby snow water equivalent. I'll get into that in a moment. And a spectrometer to map snow albedo, or the reflectiveness of the snowpack, to know exactly how much solar energy that snowpack will absorb. This started 7 years ago as a NASA project at the Jet Propulsion Lab in Southern California. We have since just this year emerged as a private company. We got 2 operational and NASA kicked us out. So to continue serving our wide variety of water management partners in California and Colorado and elsewhere, we have formed a company and are continuing with business as usual. So to get to snow depth and water equivalent from LiDAR, we fly our little plane. You can see it moving around there in the green. We basically mow the lawn over each mountain watershed, flying back and forth. I don't fly on the plane. I would probably get airsick at 23,000 feet in the mountains. I like to be on skis on the ground. But we make an altitude map, an elevation map with the LiDAR. We make another altitude map in snow-free conditions and subtract the 2 elevation data sets. That gives us snow depth very accurately at very high resolution, 1 measurement every 3 meters across the landscape, across the entire watershed. That looks like that on the left. We then measure snow density using existing SNOTEL and snow course sites, as well as other manual measurements, and we feed that into a snow density model. The majority of water equivalent variability across the landscape comes from variation in snow depth, which we're measuring directly. So we're capturing the bulk of the variability there. We can do a pretty good job of modeling snow density, and that gives us the water equivalent across the entire basin. The lower right there is a snow water equivalent map at 50-meter resolution across the entire Tuolumne River watershed in California. That's the water and power supply for the city of San Francisco. That's a revolutionary picture. This is a paradigm shift in snow science, and I'm arguing in water management. To know the distribution of water equivalent, this is the mass of water across the entire landscape at any point in time, is a revolutionary perspective, and many people refer to it as the holy grail of snow science, is making a map like that. Our modeling and computing system, I could go into way too much detail here, but basically we've developed the ability to turn these data products around within 24 hours of flight in many basins, and therefore providing them on an operational timescale to our management partners. The snow modeling that we do to measure density also keeps track of water equivalent between flights, and we can generate reports of the state of the snowpack anytime in between our observations. So there's that map again on the left of snow water equivalent. We've been flying a lot. So since 2013 in the Tuolumne, we flew 5 times in 2013, 10 times in 2014, 9, 12, 8, 2, 4, each of the past years. And we can do a number of different things with this data. We can use it in its raw format, this distribution of snow water equivalent, or we can add it all up into a single number, and that's what's shown on the top right there, the evolution of the total snow volume in that river basin over the snow year in each period. We've managed to capture the driest year on record in California and nearly the wettest year on record in 2017 and several years in between. So we're able to demonstrate applicability in a wide variety of conditions. And this has impacts. The graph on the left shows the amount of water that we measure from the air versus how much water flows into the dam from that date forward through the end of July. And it's a near perfect relationship in the Tuolumne River Basin. That means that the managers of the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir and the city of San Francisco can look at the data that we provide and have a very close idea of exactly what their total inflow is going to be for the year, which is profoundly game-changing for them. Part of the reason that this works so well is that we're mapping that entire basin. The SNOTEL sites, or the snow pillow sites in this case, are dry by mid-April, but there's still hundreds of thousands of acre-feet of water left in the basin above those elevations. The management response in California has been tremendous. I like this one quote from Wes Monnier. He says, "What you've done is created new reservoir space and water supply without any impacts to the current physical or environmental paradigms." He's likening having better forecast information to having an extra reservoir in his system. That's the kind of flexibility that this better information can provide. I'll give you a couple of examples of some success stories. We've been working with the Bureau of Reclamation in the San Joaquin River in California, specifically their fish restoration program. Like many Colorado basins, the San Joaquin River annual flow is much greater than their surface water storage. And in this case, the fish flow timing that they need is much different from typical agricultural demands. Incorporating ASO data into their forecasting system has allowed them to rewater the lower San Joaquin. It did not reach the ocean prior to 2014, and they've restored salmon flows in both, or salmon runs in both spring and fall seasons in the lower San Joaquin. Pretty impressive result there. Just to the south, the Kings River in California, similar imbalance between total annual runoff and surface storage. In a flood declaration situation in the Kings, the Army Corps takes over operation of Pine Flat Dam and manages it solely for infrastructure protection without any regard for downstream water needs. Last year, the Kings River Water Authority was able to use the ASO forecast to operate on a 10% exceedance forecast instead of the typically mandated 50%. Through doing this, they were able to deliver water early, obviate a flood designation, and they saved 100,000 acre feet of water in the basin last year, which at $1,000 an acre foot was $100 million in savings for the Kings River Water Authority. So pretty good return on their $700,000 investment last year. So in California, we see this as a maturing snow mapping program. We've done over 300 snow on flights since 2013 in the 10 Southern Sierra basins. We provide daily snow model output in a couple of those basins, and we've developed the capacity to operationally map snow water equivalent across that domain. Currently, there's a funding mechanism getting in place in California to expand this program throughout the entire snow water resource of the state, so up through the Sierras and into the Klamath and Shasta basins within 5 years. So exciting developments in California. We've been flying quite a bit in Colorado as well. Some flights for pure science funded by NASA and Department of Energy, and also with the support of CWCB, flying in the Rio Grande and Conejos and in the Upper Gunnison. In the Rio Grande, we participated in the Rio Grande Basin Forecasting Project, which was an effort to improve water forecasting. There, including lots of different enhanced ground observations, a mobile weather radar, which has now been made permanent at the Alamosa Airport, ASO mapping, and then all of this integrated into the NCAR WRF Hydro, or National Water Model System. Incorporation of ASO data dramatically improved the WRF Hydro results there, and I'll show some examples of that in the Gunnison here in a moment. Just to the south in the Conejos, in 2015, we were able to capture the Miracle May event. We flew in early April, and after that, there was basically no precipitation and plenty of melt in April. And then it snowed and rained all of May. At all of the SNOTEL elevations, it rained, so there was no increase in snow water equivalent in the Miracle May. However, our flight at the beginning of June showed that there was only 6,500 acre feet of water difference between early April and early June in the Conejos Basin, but that all of that water was now at much higher elevations. So this is not captured by the station network and is critical information if you're turning the gates downstream. Moving to the Upper Gunnison, a whole host of collaborators there, including local water managers, as well as CWCB project funds. And we flew a big area, including the East Taylor, Upper Ohio, and then even lapping over into Castle Maroon and the Roaring Fork. I'll zoom in on a couple pictures from 2019 because the snowpack in 2019 was pretty exceptional, including a big avalanche cycle in March that we were able to capture as well. What we're seeing here is snow depth with an oblique view across the landscape. Hopefully you can see that from the tables here. Blue colors are low snow depth, moving through yellow, and in red is, in this case, 5 meters of snow or greater. And we see some patterns that you might expect: low snow at low elevations, higher snow at high elevations. But as we zoom in, we can see that that pattern gets pretty complicated. Lots of wind redistribution blowing the snow around at and above tree line. And in this case, you can see lots of avalanches. Like these blue areas here are that should be yellow or red, and now this red pile down in the bottom of the valley is where all that snow ended up. Once you see that pattern, you could look around and see dozens and dozens of these avalanches on a magnitude that no doubt has a hydrologic impact last year. Exactly what that is, we can't tell without this kind of data. when you look at these pictures, I urge you to think about where you might site a snow station to represent the complexity in the snow distribution across that landscape. It's a challenging effort to try to assess the snow state from just a couple of point locations. Moving to June 2019, this is still the upper East River, Crested Butte in the center of the image. And what I've drawn here is a blue line that represents 10,600 feet. That's the elevation of the highest snow-tell station in the basin, and you can see that all of the snow is above that elevation. Another way to look at this is through some elevation band maps. In this case, we got elevation across the bottom, going from 8,000 up to 14,000, and then the two flights in different colors grouped by elevation bands. And so the blue is April and red is June. The red triangles are the elevations of the snow-tell sites in the vicinity. By June, most of those sites are melted out, and we can see that the middle and upper elevation snowpacks have maintained, or in the case of the Taylor River, even increased into June. None of that is captured by the current station network. Just over the hill into Castle and Maroon Creeks, you'll no doubt recognize the Maroon Bells on the left there. Those red blotches, those really deep piles of snow at the base of the cliffs of the Maroon Bells, that's our summer water supply. Those are the late-lying snowpacks that feed the streams and enable the streams to flow late into the hot, dry summer. Similar elevation band, we can see in 2019 that those middle elevations increased quite a lot into June. Again, in this case, not captured by the station network because there is no station network. The City of Aspen's water supply has no active snow monitoring, and they rely on rule of thumb relationships between the snow line elevation and stream flow in the springtime. Zooming out a little bit, Maroon Bell's still up there at the top. Again, the avalanches last year were pretty tremendous. This is the big D5 scale avalanche that nearly took out the house at the mouth of Conundrum Creek. Yep, pretty impressive there. Actually, some avalanche dynamicists are working with these data to explore these and other events, putting a finer point on last year's historic cycle. Zooming out even further, Castle and Conundrum and Maroon Creeks, we can provide the extreme level of detail at the slope scale there, allowing us to understand the snow processes at the same time as mapping the entire watershed. So it's really an inventory rather than the current sampling paradigm. One last result, this is from the Blue River Basin with Denver Water last year. In particular, the June 24th flight we flew, this is the snow water equivalent from the snow-tells in this middle plot on the bottom. Our second flight there with the red line was just days before the last snow-tell melted out. We measured 115,000 acre-feet of water still remaining in the snowpack above all the snow-tells. That ended up being half of their total inflow for the entire year. We also flew, that flight also occurred just after a peak in flow. So imagine that bottom right image, not knowing that that second peak is there, and it's your job to decide whether it's time to close the dam or not. Based on our data, they were able to delay their operations 2 weeks, continue to release water that enabled them to capture a full pool, capture that second peak in stream flow, fill the pool without having any downstream flooding impacts. So a great operational result for Denver Water last year. I mentioned that we're working with modelers. On the left are some results from working with the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center and their Snow 17 SAC SMA operational model. And we're working towards comparing and actually putting airborne snow observatory data straight into their snow model. On the right is some Wharf Hydro National Water Model work in the East River and Taylor River. With the ensemble streamflow prediction forecast, we can stick our data directly into that model, and it brings their ensemble forecast directly in line with what was observed. This is a 2018 example from that super low flow year. So what can this look like moving forward? This image I've borrowed from the state of California. This is part of their justification for building out the program statewide. We and the state of California see the Airborne Snow Observatory and the data sets in particular that are produced by us as central to a modernization of the water management infrastructure in the state. Not replacing it, but integrating with the existing and emerging forecast systems, complementing existing networks. We seek expanded ground station networks. This does not replace the NRC efforts with SNOTEL and the snow courses. In fact, we rely on those data for ground validation and our density modeling. We're just using those data in a new and different way than they've been used historically. This is decision support information that supports the evolving challenges that we see in water management and society at large. Providing the best snowpack data to our experienced forecasters means that they can concentrate on other forecast challenges that are inherent in the hydrologic system, like soil moisture, like vagaries in the weather. If you start from a really good knowledge of the snowpack, the rest of the forecast system can be improved. Realizing the full potential of new forecast systems, the National Water Model is being rolled out to the river forecast centers. That model works best when you have distributed data like this. And an accurate SWE inventory for equitable decision making. With the amount of blood, sweat, and tears being invested in the demand management program these days, in investigating that, as we move forward, looking at a compensated program, any effort that we can do like this that can reduce the amount of uncertainty in the system can only end up saving resources, money, and potentially heartache on the part of some of the participants. What could this system look like? Well, it needs to be broad coverage, covering all major basins of the state. We seek, based on our California experience, a sequence of flights from the accumulation through the melt season to really capture the evolution of the snowpack through those seasons. And it needs to incorporate broad participation. This needs to be a statewide program that is also accessible to local managers, municipalities, districts, all the way up through roundtables, even neighboring states and federal agencies. So some emerging opportunities. I'll show you some river basins in the state here where we've had active conversations with water management entities. This is the upper Colorado and northern Front Range. The Blue River is down here at the bottom. Denver Water is interested in exploring the Moffett system, which is this little curvy zone here that's part of the upper Colorado system. Pretty quickly, that can expand into covering a lot of the northern Front Range basins because we have to fly over the divide just to capture that full basin anyways. Looking into central Colorado, so there is Ohio, East River, Castle, Maroon, and Taylor that we've been flying. Just over the hill, lots of synergies with the operations in the upper Frying Pan and Roaring Fork, and of course a lot of the trans-basin diversions that go on to the Front Range there. And then down in the southwest, sort of the anchor of the Rio Grande and Caneos and the Uncompahgre, which we've been flying since the beginning. Lots of interest in San Miguel, Dolores, Animas systems down there at all levels, from local to federal. There's also agency and project synergies across the state beyond just snow and water management. The CWCB's floodplain LIDAR mapping program is ongoing. This is a great source of snow-free reference data. If that data exists, we don't have to go fly it in order to get a snow map. So there's a great synergy there, and looking forward to increasing communications with that program. The Army Corps and Bureau of Reclamation both have nationally distributed forecast-informed reservoir operations programs. Great synergies there. Forest management and monitoring at the federal and state levels. Repeat flying for the snowpack helps us build the picture of what the forest looks like. So you can see there's one flight with a 3D point cloud of elevations in the forest, and here's after several flights merging all those clouds together. We can really see the forest structure and how that changes over time. And then there's some synergies, like I mentioned with the Rio Grande project earlier, with the emerging mountain radar projects out of Alamosa and now out of Durango. And I just heard that recently there's a DOE project funded to put a temporary station in near Gunnison. So lots of synergies there, especially integrating into the National Water Model. So what this could look like, if we extrapolate from our California experience, we found that flying monthly through the accumulation season to keep tabs on the emerging snowpack, and then biweekly during the melt season provides us the most flexibility to capture all of the different potential snow evolution events that go on, both from storms and from maybe solar storms or extreme melt events. The snowpack modeling that we do not only gives us good density numbers, but allows generation of state of the snowpack reports as people need them. And then integrating with hydrologic model like the NCAR work that we're doing All of this data distributed easily and equitably through online systems. We have a strategic partnership with Esri, and we'll be building out a front-end system for all potential users to use the data. Putting all this together and adding up a lot of different basins in the state, 10 flights per year. This is 32,000 square kilometers of terrain. We could do that on the order of $15 million for the entire state, 10 flights per year. And that scales somewhat linearly from that scale. So how do we get there? So we have continuation of project funds and seeking some pending support from the projects bill this year. So we're looking at up to $450K for 2021 to continue and help expand the existing program. And we are continuing our work with Denver Water and seeking to expand other utility relationships throughout the Front Range and beyond. Looking beyond 2021, I mentioned the communication of priorities and coverage with the flood mapping program. That's going to be integral to any project moving forward. And we see the potential for a special project that would allow a multi-year sustaining funds here. That would be equitable and sustaining. Participation by entities of all scales through potentially a granting mechanism to add new basins and add capacity. There's great synergy and connection to bigger river basin priorities. So our interstate agreements in the Colorado and other systems being the headwater state that we are. And that type of connection and perspective can engage support from out-of-state entities as well to support our meeting our obligations to our interstate transfers. Hopefully I didn't speak too quickly there and was clear enough. I'd love to entertain any questions from you, and thanks again for the opportunity today.
Are there any questions for Jeff? Director Dutton? Jeff, thank you for being here, and it's no surprise to you that I'm super excited about this. You know how excited I am, and that this is, I think, cutting edge and has a lot of opportunities. You and I have talked about the nexus of the Rio Grande project, and then now that we have the radar, that there still is benefit from this type of work. And so can you share with the board both the geographical and the timing benefits of this additional data with regard to pairing it with the radar?
Yeah, great question. So this technology really works in synergy with the ground-based weather radar. The weather radar tells you where it's snowing or raining, but it doesn't tell you where that snow ends up. So once it hits the ground, it likes to blow around, likes to evaporate. We're measuring where it ends up, especially at the start of the melt season, and we can model forward from there. The radar in the snow season can help fill in the gaps, especially any new snow that occurs after our flights have gone. And the radars also do a great job of capturing convective precipitation events, both snow and rain. And so there's a whole host of applications for radar data, including public safety during runoff and monsoon season for rain events. But the key thing is that the advanced modeling capabilities like NCAR has been building out with Wharf Hydro and the National Water Model can ingest both kinds of data. And so that an integrative effort like that really can benefit from the addition of both data sets and concentrate all of the forecaster effort on the downstream components that are more difficult to measure.
Director Schwartz.
Thank you. And you may have already said this, but is there any way of calculating, by putting all these data sets together, soil moisture? And having, I mean, obviously you're measuring snowpack, but how do we really look at, as we're going in, surviving these droughts, how do we look at the moisture content in our soils using some of this technology?
Yeah, great question. So thinking of the hydrologic system as a whole, we've got precipitation, whether through snow or rain, and it has to run off through the soil. And so that antecedent moisture state really governs how much of the snow melt is going to make it to the stream and how fast it's going to do so. We cannot measure that directly. Knowing the snowpack a lot better allows us to account for that uncertainty in the hydrologic system much better. It confines that uncertainty to the subsurface rather than both the snow and the subsurface. There's also some emerging sensors that can work for this. There's the There's a NASA satellite now that's mapping soil moisture. Unfortunately, the active radar component of that failed, so its resolution is only 25 kilometers. Doesn't work so well in the mountains. Maybe we'll see an update to that. So there are some technologies that can map soil moisture. There's also existing station networks that can give us some idea and help validate the subsurface models. So soil moisture for the foreseeable future is going to be a challenge, especially in the mountains. But knowing the snow part of the water balance to a much finer degree can help us deal with that uncertainty much better.
Director Dutton. I have one more quick question, and I've been kind of trying to work with staff to understand the question of how changing forest structures in the state from fire and bugs and disease and just climate change in general is impacting our relationship with snowpack and with movement of snow. And it's kind of been a conversation that's been in the watershed section and the planning section, but the graphic you just showed might be a missing link in being able to show these large scale changes in stand structure and then the way the snowpack moves. And so recognizing that the budget that you've discussed and that Eric and Andrew are helping put together might be kind of already tied up this year, I would request that you all give some thought to if this data could help answer the questions of how watershed health and forest condition are influencing water supply, either within your existing budget or what it would take to answer that question. And you're not going to be able to answer it for the whole state, but if you have some kind of sub-basin example, I would love to see that, and I think that would be really useful to this body as we're talking about water supply planning going in the future. And so if we could have a dialogue about that, that would be awesome.
That's a great point. I'll briefly address that because that's a huge topic in and of itself. There's these type of data, we're not the only ones collecting LiDAR data in the world, have already proven greatly useful to understanding subcanopy snowpacks and how they change with forest disturbance. This level of detail and resolution of data really enable a much higher resolution simulation of snow forest water interactions, and we're already seeing benefits from that in the scientific community, and it's just a short hop to operations from there, the way I see it right now.
Director Philp.
Just comment for the board that when you think about trying to maximize non-consumptive beneficial use in the state, as the water plan aspires to do, your best tool that we have right now is relationships. And those are obviously fraught with challenges and take a long time to build. Many of these values that we're trying to achieve don't have the resources to share in the risk of water management accommodating them, and they don't have the ability, there is no ability to mitigate the risk. But when I look at something like this, that looks like a way to mitigate the risk. And when I think about the potential and what we deal with a lot in the Arkansas, trying to achieve some of these benefits, this is the biggest challenge we have, is we have 3 data points that we work with, and 2 of them are actually over the divide, and we act like they are in our basin and they're not. I'm blown away by what I just saw today, and I'll just leave it at that. I think there's real potential here to get a lot more out of every drop.
Well, I'll end by saying I really want to nerd out and ask you questions about like how you get reclamation authority to use this instead of the regular forecast. I'm going to hold off because of time, but just know I'm interested. And I would just put out there that reservoir operations on the Dolores could really benefit from this. I think management around the burn scar of the 416 fire on the Animus could too. So thank you for talking to folks in my basin. I might follow up with Andrew and Eric because I am keenly interested in this, but mindful of our limited board time today. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for fitting me in.
All right, we are going to take a much needed break. I did want to let the board and the public know, because of time constraints and schedules, we are gonna need to move item 17B and item 19 to tomorrow morning. Counselor Beatty, should we move into executive session before the break so there's time to switch the tapes?
Tapes.
So we'll be in executive session.
You want me to, okay. With that in mind, I actually had a little announcement before going into executive session. Are you okay if okay, it might take a little bit and make me really sad. Before we move into executive session, I want to say my own thanks to Karen. For new arrivals to this building, Karen's announced that she's going to leave the Attorney General's office, and it's going to take some time for her to consider what's next. I think sort of non-water nerd people talk a lot about infrastructure and education and healthcare and transportation issues that affect all of Colorado's lives. I don't think folks realize how much water touches their lives and how much Karen and her role in interstate issues has affected their lives too. She's been at the AG's office for over 14 years and in a leadership role for 11. And I know she left it all out on the playing field. So it's not enough to say that you'll be deeply missed. Everything will be very different without you. And know that from a professional perspective that we're putting plans in place to ensure continuity of operations. But our team is just going to miss you so much. So thank you for everything that you've done. And we wish you the best. And we know it won't be the last we see of you. I totally didn't expect to cry. So maybe moving on to brighter things, I also wanted to introduce a new-ish member of our team again, but it looks like he's already left. So I guess we're, anyway, with, I guess, exits, there are also entrances. But I guess on to business. So pursuant to statute, I recommend that the board make a motion to go into executive session to consider items 17A and C as identified on the board's agenda. This executive session is authorized pursuant to the provisions of section 24.6, 402, 3A2, and 3 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. And all other laws that allow the board to enter into executive session will need a motion.
Director Brody?
I'm happy to make the motion, but before I so move, I do want to announce that I will not be participating in item 17C due to the potential appearance of a conflict of interest. So with that, I will accept Director Beatty's recommendation that we move into executive session pursuant to statute.
It's been moved by Director Brody, seconded by Director Yan to move into executive session. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. Motion carries. To switch us back over and open the doors. Are we?
Okay, perfect. Okay. We're at item 18, the report from executive session. Pursuant to statute, the board went into executive session to consider agenda items 17A and C. Discussion during executive session was limited to those items and no formal action was taken. We are now out of executive session.
Thank you, Councilor Beatty. And just to remind everyone, we had to delay items 17B and 19 until tomorrow morning. My suggestion is that we do them first thing in the morning and that we all think about trimming our basin director's reports just a little bit to stay on time tomorrow morning. I have a plane to catch, so we will finish by 3:15. And with that, we are in recess until tomorrow morning.
Great.